infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Am I muted? No,
No, you're good, dude.
so it's finally functioning the way it's supposed to. Anyways, welcome everyone to the Nintenbyte Podcast, season 4. God, episode 47. Look at that, I'm getting things all mixed up. What happens when you see the Mario Galaxy movie? It throws your mind into chaos,
Into another world.
maybe of the Bowser Jr. variety. So yeah, guys, we're gonna be talking about the Mario Galaxy movie, basically doing a review, and I'm just gonna tell you guys right now, it is gonna be chock full of spoilers because I don't think, even like I was watching on Just Restart's video today, he did little impressions on the movie, and he's like, oh, these first few minutes are spoiler free. I'm like, okay, the only way to be spoiler free is to say nothing.
Yeah.
It's a movie.
No. Sorry.
You can-
No, you can be spoiler free. It's good.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. that like you basically say nothing of value other than some generalizations, like, oh, the music was good, but the story sucked, or this was great, but no explanation, because explanation requires spoilers. So yeah, we will be spoil talking about the movie. It will be on screen saying spoiler. We're gonna obviously say it out loud a couple times for audio listeners as well before we get into it. But obviously, as when you talk about the movie, it's gonna be spoiler. Now, it is gonna be the final topic today, so things are reorganized a little bit. So we only have two really big topics. Yeah, the Mario movie is one. The other one's going to be dealing with the Nate the Hate leak, basically, and all the other rumors that were kind of surrounding that, because it fills up the whole slate of 2026. It gives us so much to talk about, from Star Fox to Ocarina of Time to Nintendo's rest of their summer lineup, 3D Mario in 2027, right? There's a whole lot to talk about there. And for those wondering who are watching this live right now and not in the audio version, no, ThunderStash is not here yet. He will be. His movie showing was a little bit later than the rest of us, so he's still getting back. It's probably already over, but he's probably on his drive back right now. So he'll be here, probably here within like 20 minutes to a half hour. Okay. So setting all of that aside, I will note that our Q&A that we usually do with Super Chats, that's going to be before the Mario movie stuff.
Fair enough.
So the Mario movie is literally the last topic. You can still Super Chat. We'll probably get to it. But I understand some people who Super Chat in might not want to sit through spoilers to get to their stuff. So we will do that before we do the Mario stuff. Okay. Now that we got the house cleaning out of the way, let's go around the room and introduce ourselves. And first, we have to introduce our guest, who's been trying to get on this show for over a year. He's just going by the name Tix. You guys might recognize him from the chat as XTicksnLeachesX. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good. Yeah, I've been bugging the crap out of Nate every chance I get to get on. I just held him to that. He said one time it's not that hard to get on, and I held him to that. And I apologize if I was a little much at sometimes, but I was very eager to get on and talk with you guys. I'm glad to be here.
Hey, how much did he charge you for the guest spot? Because I know for first timers, he has a pretty high rate.
He's a first timer discount. It was just $3.99 this time, but it's $19.99 going forward.
That's not bad, actually. All right.
No, not bad at all.
You left off the 100 part on that. It was $399.
Yeah.
That's what he paid to be on the show. People always ask, do we pay our guests? I'm like, no, they pay us. What are you talking about? It's a privilege to be here.
It's true. I feel like I'm levitating.
Oh, there you go. Well, welcome, man. Welcome. Glad to have you on for an episode here. And then we have, obviously, our sock puppet extraordinaire, Mr. Eric Moore.
Hello.
That's all he's got.
Yeah.
Just a hell. At least you wore red today.
I also, there's that. And then I wore.
I don't know what's underneath because I wasn't looking. Oh, yeah, that's right. Nintenbyte Podcast merch.
Nice.
Plug the merch, baby. Get it plugged. He did wear it to the movie.
I did.
So he was technically advertising the show at the movie, but no one asked anything as far as I'm aware.
It's called subtle advertising.
Yeah, it's so subtle.
Yeah,
massive logo.
Massive logo in the middle of my shirt.
I mean, that's like saying that the Cobra Kai shirt that Game Bird is wearing, that's just completely subtle. You know, no one notices.
Yep.
What's up, Game Bird?
What's up? It's another wonderful Wednesday night. Happy to be here. Got a lot of cool stuff we're going to be talking about today. Really excited about these potential leaks. And even more excited to talk about Mario because we all got to see it.
I love the way that he worded that specifically to ensure that he's not the one that's responsible for the clickbait in the title. Oh, look, I am the king clickbaiter, as our last podcast merch
This
commercial,
is true.
explained. But obviously, guys, if the title looks a little clickbait, that's me. That's all me, baby. All right, ThunderStash isn't here yet, but he'll be here in a little bit. He can introduce himself when he arrives. Let's go ahead then, I guess, and just get into a little bit of a non-traditional show. Let's just get into that first topic. And the first topic is, well, Nate the Hate basically leaked the entire lineup for Nintendo this year. 3D Mario for next year. So let's go over that first. Which, me being the good host I am, totally have the notes open right now. Totally.
I'm so not used to this banner being across the top.
I know. They used to not give us the option.
Whoa.
I know, try something new.
Hey.
Anyways, so Nate the Hate, basically, this is what he laid out in his latest podcast episode. Star Fox game releasing in June. Classic style with online multiplayer. It's going to be revealed this month. We're in April now. So it's revealed this month, apparently, before May. Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, Splatoon Raiders, and Rhythm Heaven. All of these games are coming out this summer. He didn't give like exact months or whatever, but sometime this summer. Pikmin 4 Switch 2 edition is coming this year. He thinks it might be summer, but it could be more in the fall. Something new is going on this summer with Switch Sports. He doesn't know if it's a sequel. He doesn't know if it's like a definitive edition, but something Switch Sports related is happening this summer. The Dust Bloods is going to be like late this year. So you're talking that's at, start to think about December when I hear the word late, because Nintendo does like to put games in December. But either way, this holiday season, October, November, December, sometime in there is when Dust Bloods is supposed to be coming out. Obviously, this assumes no delays. And then Ocarina of Time Remake is supposed to be coming out towards the holidays. So after summer, towards the holidays were his words. He didn't guarantee it would be a holiday game, but it sounds like, I assume that would be 40th anniversary of Zelda, make that one of the holiday games. Especially with right now, what we know is just that and Dust Bloods, because 3D Mario is slated for 2027, according to Nate the Hate. Now, when we dive into Ocarina of Time Remake, we actually have some additional rumors to go over for that coming from Special Nick. But I'm going to set those aside until we talk about specifically about the remake. But we had another user out there named Mallow, who apparently posted a bunch of stuff before Nate the Hate talked. And it might be related to some YouTuber some Italian YouTuber. I was doing some research on it. It's very like sporadic and random. They all say the same thing. But the curious part in here is that a bunch of this, was quote unquote, I don't want to say confirmed. Nothing's confirmed till it's announced, but corroborated by Nate the Hate, which leads to you wondering about the rest of the stuff on this slate. Now, I want to be very clear about Nate the Hate stuff that I already said. All of that's been corroborated by multiple journalists. The most notable and easiest to find one was Andy Robinson over on Video Game Chronicle. He said they've heard the same thing. So it's not just Nate the Hate with putting his neck out there. Now we got like actual journalists that are like, no, we've heard the same thing. They probably weren't planning to say anything. But once it's out there, corroboration's a lot easier to do than it is to be the lead source, because the lead source is usually the one that gets people in trouble. So this guy Mallow, or whatever his username, whatever his name is, mentioned a classic Star Fox in June, which of course Nate the Hate said, but also a second Star Fox game apparently coming sometime in the future years, not this year. So more like a Star Fox Adventure style. Super Metroid's apparently close. That's what this person said. Now, this person has no track record. So New Switch Sports is close. Wario Land possibly in 2027, and the Ocarina of Time remake for this year, and 3D Mario in 2027. You can see the stuff in there that lines up with Nate the Hate, why people are kind of talking about some of the other stuff. And we can talk about that stuff if you want, like the idea of 2 Star Foxes, but maybe that's just a good place to start right there. Star Fox coming back, right? He was in the movie. We'll talk about that later. But Star Fox coming back. Do you think this is happening? Do you think it's literally happening like right now? Let's go to our guest, Tix, who's been waiting a year to say something on this.
Well, when it comes to Star Fox, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan, but I did play the 64 Star Fox 64, and I liked it a lot. The idea of multiplayer, I don't know how they're going to handle it. If it's going to be like some kind of like Star Wars Squadron or something like that, that would be kind of interesting. I think it's so. I mean, I know he's in the movie, but I still think it's super random that they picked now of all times to bring back Star Fox. As for it coming out soon, I'd like to think that Nintendo likes doing stuff like that with the smaller projects, even though I wouldn't necessarily say it's a smaller project. But whereas like, Zelda, they'll tease years in advance, which drives me insane. But I feel like for a game like this, not necessarily a shadow drop, but hey, here's this, and it's coming out in 2 months. I think that would work out really well, especially because even though the hate's been dying down, there's still so many people that are like, where are the games, Nintendo? Where are the games? Especially the first party ones. So I think that would be a big win and something to satiate our appetites until we get our next General Direct.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Eric, I know you know who Star Fox is.
Oh, yeah.
First off, do you like Star Fox?
I haven't really, like Tex, I haven't really played a whole lot of the games. I mean, I did a little bit back in the day, but that was mostly the battle mode, and my friend was a dick about it because all he would do is sit in the corner and roll through the invisible walls and bring himself into the other side, and it's like, really, just stop.
If it ain't broke.
Yeah, right. No, it is broke. That's the problem.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Come on.
Yeah. So, no, I mean, for me, it does make sense to bring this back because he is in the movie. I mean,
definitely coordinated.
Oh,
sure.
100% coordinated.
Planned out.
Yeah. Yep. And, everybody's been clamoring for it. I'm happy for people who want it. Depending on what the game is and how it looks, I may or may not play it. My gaming time is very scarce.
Did you like Rogue Squadron at all back in the day?
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah.
It's an on rails flying around ship shooting.
Yeah, I know what the concept is.
Okay.
But it depends on if they could do something different with this one. You never know.
Like Adventure, which they have done before.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what it is and hoping that this is real for the people who want it back.
Okay. Gamebird.
Listen, if for anyone who's been watching this podcast since I joined as a co-host last year knows I've been saying since my first episodes, the moment we started talking about Switch 2, what we think the console is, what games we think are going to come to it, I mentioned Star Fox. It was on my bingo card last year for what we thought we would see in the very first big Switch 2 Direct. And I've kept it in all my bingo cards ever since. I've been a huge champion for Star Fox on Switch 2 and a big believer that we're going to see some dormant IP revived on Nintendo's new hardware, with the biggest one that I thought we would see first is Star Fox. Obviously, Nintendo's doing this with games like Tomodachi Life, that's a revival for that series. And it's something we've been seeing a little bit of, but now, I don't know, something about it, just the timing felt right. And I even made a video. I'm looking at my channel and some of the content that I've made over the last year. I made a video 7 months ago on my channel called Switch 2's Secret Dual Strategy Could Make Classic Franchises Huge Again, with like the front runner of that being Star Fox, and how there's an avenue with Switch 2 for them to do this two pillar system of the classic iconic Star Fox that we all grew up and come to know and love, your on rails arcade shooter, as well as a more space opera grand adventure. Think like a Ratchet and Clank or even a Star Fox Adventure 2, with a stronger emphasis on space exploration and more of this open universe feel that would really bring Star Fox back into the modern age. The beginning of the year, we talked about things that we would see. I made a video I want to say a little over a month ago, predictions for the first Nintendo Switch 2 mainline direct for this year. And my big headline game I thought we would see is a brand new Star Fox. And I did a collab with Mike Odyssey. And in that collab, I said, I think we're going to see Star Fox this year. I hope I'm right. This leak from Nate the Hate is huge, because again, this is something that I've been predicting. It's been something that I've been expecting and championing. And to see Star Fox now as a character, before the Nate the Hate stuff, just seeing that poster is kind of bringing this vision to life. I never expected to see Fox McCloud in the Mario movie. That was a big surprise for me, but it made me instantly double down on those feelings that I already had. Hearing this from Nate the Hate, I mean, the guy's got such a strong track record. Whether or not it ends up happening, that's yet to be seen. There's always tons of moving pieces in the background, and timing changes and plans change, and even direct schedules change. So there's a lot that could happen, there's a lot that could not happen. It remains to be seen. I am very hopeful. I do believe in this personally. And as far as the Malo side goes, I mean, that just nails my prediction from 7 months ago of that 2-pillar strategy for Star Fox. I really hope it's true. I really would love to see Star Fox kind of reinvented the same way we've seen Zelda get reinvented with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, the same way we've seen Donkey Kong get reinvented with Bonanza, other great games. We've seen Persona get reinvented. We just got a really great spinoff with Pocopia. So I don't know. I feel like the timing is perfect. I feel like Star Fox, it's such a great character that has so much potential. And I just don't feel like Nintendo's tapped into it enough, or maybe hasn't even marketed it in a way that does the character justice. I think the movie is going to change that trajectory, and we'll get into that later. And I think the potential for what that movie can do for the character is really big. Nintendo just needs to kind of capitalize on that momentum. I think that's the important thing here. And dropping a Star Fox game announcement this month, right off the heels of this character being introduced. If this movie is a billion seller, having that much exposure could do numbers. And again, I don't know that a classic, and I mentioned this in my video of the 2-pillar and even some of my predictions over the last year on the podcast. I don't know that a classic on the rails Star Fox game is enough to move the needle. I think that's why that second pillar would be so important to really advance and bring that series into the modern age. But I don't know now, because now with like this rumor of a big online multiplayer component and the star power of this character being in the Mario movie, I think that really changes things. And again, I think momentum, that's the big thing. It makes sense. I've been ready for it. I've been predicting for it. The time is now. We got the character in front of millions of people who have probably never seen the character, never heard of the character. And, we'll get into my thoughts on that character and their presence in the film, but it's not spoiler. It's not a negative one. He doesn't make a negative impact on the film. So that's kind of where I'm sitting at that with this. And I'd love to see what they can do. One of the things that gets me really excited as well is I know Nate the Hate specifically mentioned that the game's a looker. It's pretty on the visual front. And I think that could only do Star Fox favors. And even as an on-rail shooter, if they could really nail the characters and give them tons of heart and personality that go beyond just some of the little funny one-liners that you get when you play through the missions, and give us a little bit more of a grand story, I think there might be a home run here. But yeah, those are my initial thoughts on Star Fox.
Okay. So for me, Star Fox and me have a long, deep history. Been playing it since the SNES days. Haven't missed a single game. Beat them all. I have always really enjoyed Star Fox. Even like Star Fox Zero. I agree it's not the best Star Fox. And the best moments of it are, again, kind of repeating things the series has already done before. And that's been kind of the bugaboo with Star Fox, is really since the N64, they've had a hard time trying to find the magic again. Like they tried with Adventure, they tried with Assault, and obviously with Zero, but none of them really recaptured the magic, although I do like what they did in Adventure and would love to see that explored more. So I kind of hope that one rumor about there being a second one that's more like Adventure, ideally I'd like to see them all just be one giant game, but if they're gonna have different studios and one's looking at the more adventure route, that's really interesting to me, if they decide to go that route. But obviously everything seems intentional. Star Fox is in the movie, and while I'm not we're not going to get into the movie spoilers yet, as we do that for the review. I'll just say this: he definitely didn't need to be in the movie. His role in the movie could have easily been done in a million different ways. So his inclusion, to me, actually kind of lends credence to the idea that there must be a Star Fox reveal this month and coming out in June, because he didn't really need to be there. And yet he was. And they even moved, remember, they moved the date of the movie up sooner. And you wonder if some of that's because, hey, we got to get Star Fox announced. And we want to wait till after the movie when we reintroduce this character to the masses, voice acted by Glenn Powell. And then boom, we hit him with a Star Fox trailer, a couple weeks after the movie. And now even casual onlookers will know who that character is. So I definitely think there was a play there with Fox in the movie that lends credence to the idea of a Star Fox game announced soon and coming out this year. I'm obviously very curious who's making the game. And obviously, I guess one thing Nate the Hate did point out is that visually it apparently looks really, really good, which I'm not really surprised. If you guys go back and play Star Fox Zero on Wii U, it also looks really good, like from a visual perspective. These outer space games, I don't know what it is about them. I don't know if they're just easier to make look pretty, but they always seem to look really good on Nintendo's platforms. You see Metroid Prime Remastered, right? Now you see obviously Metroid Prime 4, and now we obviously are going to be running into Star Fox here. All these space games tend to look really, really good. And this is true of other like No Man's Sky and Starfield as well. Like they just look visually pleasing. And a lot of that, I think, so especially when you're in the outer space segments, I mean, maybe there's just more simplified geometry because you don't need draw distance that's 10 miles long for a giant open world. I have no idea what the reasons are specifically. Only that we are at a point now that I feel like it's right to bring Star Fox back. You skip the gen, after it didn't work out on Wii U, and now Wii U didn't work out in general. But I think the exciting thing for me is just Nintendo bringing back an IP. They brought back F-Zero technically with F-Zero 99. Now we'll have to see if they do a new F-Zero game after that. And now supposedly bringing back Star Fox makes me just excited about other IPs Nintendo might be considering bringing back in a major way. I'm going to keep saying it until it happens. A new Wave Race would just be awesome. Especially with the physics engine Nintendo has built at this point, what they can do with the water right now. And I know we don't talk about water graphics a lot on this show. It's because ThunderStash isn't here. He's usually the one going off on the water graphics. But yeah, no, guys, I'm stupidly excited for a new Star Fox game. Unless it looks like shit, it would probably automatically enter my need to buy, like must buy list.
The fear is that they do Star Fox 64 again. And that's no shade against Star Fox 64, which is amazing and was so much fun growing up. But
yeah,
we need something new.
What I never really understood about they've kind of redone that a few times. Like, why don't we go to new star systems and new planets? Like, you can literally have the same game just in a new area.
Yeah,
that's a problem with bringing back the older stuff. Is some fans just want the same thing. And then there's other people who have no idea what it is, and they might like it either way. But then there's also fans who are like, do something different.
Nintendo, here's what you do. You have us replay like the final 3 stages of like Star Fox 64. Just like replay it. You get to the end, you beat Andros. And then boom, something happens. And we're off to a new galaxy. And next thing you know, it's completely new. Something we've never seen before.
Yeah, just like they did with Jack and Daxter.
You start with the familiar, but you make that like the tutorial. You make the familiar the tutorial, make everyone go, oh, we're wait a second, why are we towards the end of the game instead of the beginning? Like the hardcore Star Fox fans will recognize, wait a second, this isn't the beginning of 64, this is the end. What is going on? And then boom, you hit them with that change after the tutorial, and you're like, oh yeah, here we go. Now this shit gets going.
Well, seeing the end with the updated visuals too, that would be insane.
Yeah. So we'll have to obviously see. The good news is, assuming this rumor is true, and given the source, Nate the Hate, obviously it's something that we're going to take fairly seriously. We're going to find out soon. And obviously when we find out soon, it's just going to make everyone take everything else he said that much more serious, which people are already taking it pretty serious because this is Nate the Hate. Yeah, he's got some misses. Right. Nintendo fans love to point out his misses. Still waiting on Metroid Prime 1 and 2. Remaster, remake. I'm still waiting on Wind Waker, Twilight Princess HD to come to Switch. I'm still waiting on Switch 2's reveal back in 2024. Like, I get it. The Switch Pro back in 2021. Still waiting. I get it, guys. It doesn't change the fact that he's right about like 30 things every year. Like, at some point, the misses are just so few and far between with this guy that it's easier to remember them than it is to actually remember all the things he's gotten right. And a few things he's really good at are when things will be revealed and when certain events are happening, like a state of play or a direct or an Xbox showcase. He seems to always know ahead of time. And he's the one saying, yeah, Star Fox should be revealed before May. Well, shit. Okay. Yeah, that's soon. It's April, guys. It's April 1st. We're not fooling anyone here. This is like legit shit that happened just last week. So, yeah, I'm really excited for Star Fox. Star Fox just... I feel like the time is right. I always, one thing I wished about the Switch generation is Nintendo would have used the popularity of Switch to bring back some of their older IPs. And they did it a bit. Famicom Detective Club, got to give them some credit there. That was one not on my bingo card to bring back. So, they tried with something they wanted to bring back. Now it's just, I hope that this is just a sign of more games coming back. Even then, like maybe talking to some of their partners. This will make Eric happy. It'd be cool if like they were talking, I think it's Konami or whoever they got to talk with, so a new Snowboard Kids can come out.
Atlas,
yeah, whoever has the rights. That's Sega right there, and they got a good partnership with Sega. So I think it's just one of those. I'd like to see more of this stuff happening, and until we see more of Star Fox, there's nothing to say other than I'm really excited. I'm really, really excited, and so is AJ.
My body is ready.
Okay, I mean, I swear this is not why I brought up Snowboard Kids with AJ Rack. Eric and us will do Snowboard Kids.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so that's the Star Fox side of things. So what about the rest of the summer lineup? So because you said Star Fox is basically kicking off our summer in June. Technically, guys could come out during the spring, till June 20th. Anyways, so Fortune Sweep, Splatoon, Raiders, which was previously and still technically isn't dated for this year. Rhythm Heaven, and then potentially Pikmin 4 Switch 2 edition, and potentially something with Switch Sports. What do you guys think about the rest of that lineup? Because that's like almost all the rest of the things we know about, but all of it within like 3 months.
It's a lot. That's
for
a lot
me
to
the
come
most
out with in a
shocking.
month.
Yeah, go first. Andrew. Yeah.
I was just gonna say I think the most surprising thing here is that Splatoon Raiders is coming out this year. To be honest with you, that actually surprised me more than Star Fox. Probably because I've been predicting Star Fox will come this year, but thinking that we'll get a Splatoon Raiders Focus Direct, but it will probably get a 2027 release. So that one's very surprising. But I mean, what I will say is that this definitely Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, that's another one I think we all kind of suspected would be by the end of summer, by September the latest. So not really a surprise there. But I do think when you include Splatoon Raiders, when you include a new Star Fox game, and the games after these that we're going to talk about in a minute that Nate the Hate mentioned on the podcast, I think the most important thing here is it really changes the narrative of the year, which for a lot of people has been, the word that I've been using is not very exciting. Like, it's not bad. In fact, we have had month-to-month great games to play, but it's been lacking that excitement. And I think everything we see here starts to build that hype. And I say that understanding that Star Fox is a little bit more niche. Fire Emblem is a little bit more niche. Splatoon is a series that's blown up a lot. Rhythm Heaven, it's popular. It's not super massive, but then we dig into a few other items later that I think really, if true, really change the conversation. But I think these all make sense. I think this makes for a really great summer. I think these make for a really great direct as well, depending on how Nintendo decides to announce or release all this information. But I think this is really strong. I think there'll be no shortage of great games to play if we're getting. I mean, Fire Emblem alone is just like, that could be 100 hours of unbelievable tactics, turn-based RPG combat with a riveting story. Star Fox, you've got your, if it's classic, you've got the fun multiplayer aspect, the arcadey shooter for your action. Splatoon Raiders, we don't fully know what kind of game this is. Is it a roguelite exploration game with like a base builder mechanic? Does it have a multiplayer side to it? Is it exclusively single player, big grand adventure? So yeah, there good stuff here. I'm excited to see all of these things and see how what they turn into essentially.
Yeah. I got a lot of thoughts. So let me throw it over to Tix, man. What are you thinking on this potential summer lineup here? Are you excited about it? Is it kind of boring because it's mostly just stuff we already know about?
Well, I definitely think the knowing that we already know about some of it is kind of, it takes a little bit of the wind out of my sails. But I mean, if they actually get dates and this stuff's coming out this summer, I think it's a really good lineup. You got Fire Emblem, which some people think is niche, but every game seems to sell more and more. And this is the one where they're going to have power behind it. I know you, Nate, you showed it off a couple of times and you can't get over how good everything looks. Splatoon Raiders, I'm kind of hoping it's a survival game, base building and, like you're trapped on an island, you got to do all this stuff. That's something I'm really into. Rhythm Heaven and, that's just going to be a crowd pleaser. So I think that's good to have one of those in there. And then there's just some of the other stuff like Pikmin. I'm not a big fan, but I know there's plenty of people that want a Switch 2 edition. Plenty more people want a Pikmin 5. Like, people just want more Pikmin because it's surprisingly popular. People don't realize how popular it is. But I think it's a pretty solid lineup. I still think, I mean, it's hard to say. I don't think there's any of those, there's obviously not the big 3D Mario or Zelda coming out in the summer, and of course they wouldn't come out in the summer anyway. You got to save those till the holidays. But I think for hardcore Nintendo fans, Star Fox is going to be the big one, and I think that's exciting, especially if it comes out in June. That's my birthday month, so that would be an exciting time to get back into something that we haven't had in such a long time. So yeah, I think it's a good lineup. I think it's going to be exciting to see how it plays out and see how the internet takes it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, on the bright side, like this leaves no gaps, you know.
Yeah, no
And
gaps. That's very important.
If you don't care about Star Fox, there's a million things to play. There's so many. There's we also have the promise of strong third-party support throughout the year.
Exactly. I was actually going to say, where's my Elden Ring? I'm so tired. Miyazaki is just like a master of puzzles. He'll announce something and then not talk about it at all. And then we got that GameSpot footage. It's like, what? I felt like Mason in the chair. What does it mean? When is it coming?
So I think like knowing we're going to have the strong third-party support throughout the year, back-to-back month-to-month titles, that like there's going to be something for everyone. I think, again, we're going to get into some of those other things that Nate talked about, but I think what you're already seeing, if all these things are true, is a strong, consistent lineup of good to great games with a potential juggernaut to wrap things up. That's how
consistency is a good way to put it, for sure.
Yeah. No droughts. There's no droughts here. So
it's going to be interesting to see how they're all announced, though. That's what I'm curious about, because that's the one thing that's been kind of inconsistent with Nintendo since the Switch 2 came out is we're going to have a Twitter Direct, we're going to have a Direct, an Indie Direct, a partner showcase. It's like, okay, just if you could follow some sort of pattern, that would be nice, so we could all calm down a little bit, but not so much lately.
Right. Eric.
Yeah.
What are you thinking on this lineup? Anything tickling your fancy?
I just want to see a lot of these different things like Splatoon Raiders, Dustbloods, see what these are about. See a little bit more of Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, even though I don't play Fire Emblem games. It looked freaking fantastic for what little we saw of it. It'd be really cool to see what Switch Sports has coming with it. Hopefully they can add some more sports into it or something, make it extra big and extra awesome. Man, just seeing all these leaks, or rumors, I should say, it really makes you feel like there's got to be as we've said the last how many weeks, there's got to be a direct here close. It's got to be within the next couple weeks.
It's interesting you say that, because we're basing this on like this lineup, right? That Hate the Hate put out there. Hate the Hate said there's no direct till June.
That's crazy. That is absolutely
so
insane.
that would mean Star Fox is not revealed in the direct. It's actually just like a random social media drop, which is just insane to think that that's the way that game's coming back.
Yeah, like Tick said, Nintendo's kind of been all over the place with revealing stuff, so it wouldn't surprise me one bit if it was a freaking Nintendo today.
It's how Splatoon Raiders was revealed.
I forgot that app existed until just now.
Right?
That's the part that bothers me, Eric. And like you very well may be right about that, and I hate that. I hate that for the same reason that I was very upset last year when Nintendo shadow dropped Metroid Prime, a game that I care deeply about, but also has a very niche following in the grand scheme of like gaming or Nintendo fans, a game that deserves the praise and love. It sucks because I don't think that's doing the game any justice. And maybe Star Fox, because of this movie and the visibility people are going to have on the character, like maybe it's okay for them to do a Twitter drop or a Nintendo Today app drop, but at the very least, I would love for them to, even if it was a game-focused direct, which they've done a lot of lately, even if they announced a cryptic game-focused direct, that just has people who are like following this closely are going to be like, oh, this is going to be Star Fox. But anyone else who's like, what the hell is Nintendo going to announce, who might get exposed to it for the first time and showing up just because there's been some sort of announcement of a presentation for something, I think would do well for the game. But
Yeah. If they had
That's a really good point.
awesome. But because I mean, with Nate the Hate saying that the general direct isn't going to be till June-ish. I'm guessing. Is that what he said? Was the general direct or just a direct?
He said general direct.
Okay.
He's heard nothing about one in the next month or two, so he said the earliest would be June. He's obviously not checking on June yet.
Right. It was just
crazy.
He felt like it would be June because he hasn't heard anything.
Yeah, and he'll ask.
That's what we thought last year, and then we got it in July.
To be fair, he never said we were getting one in June last year.
No, that's true. It's just everybody kind of assumes around the Summer Games Fest time that's when everybody's going to do their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Nintendo tends to do end of the month now for some reason, but when it comes to June, but it doesn't really matter because they don't do every June.
Yeah, and they change rules on a whim. Like they could literally just do a full direct.
Well, they got new people in charge. It's going to be different, and it kind of has to be in a way. But it's I agree with what you were saying, Gamebird, about their marketing. Like Prime 4, for example, had an okay amount of marketing, but it had that consistent level throughout like the entire time we knew it was coming up. And they put it in December, and it's like, why is anyone surprised it didn't sell that well? They put it in a horrible time slot, and they didn't really ramp up the marketing enough. And if Star Fox is like a almost shadow drop with no marketing, like, do they expect it to do well? Because I mean, other than the hardcore fans, most people, like you said, would be like, "What is this? What is happening?"
Well, that's why for Star Fox, it matters that he's in the movie. I think it's literally the only reason.
That's true.
Now that I've seen the movie, I think it's literally the only reason.
Yeah.
Is because they want, and I'm not saying there won't be like a future Star Fox movie or something, guys. We'll talk about that during the movie stuff, but it's just kind of like he's in here because we needed to introduce him to the general audience before we bring him up back in the game, and hopefully it'll help sell the game because it'll be on. You got to remember the Mario movie will be on streaming services this summer, and that's really where the big audience is for the movie, is when you pop up on Netflix and other places. So like, yeah, there's gonna be a huge audience at the box office. I think today Eric's saying they were projecting like possibly 35 million opening day.
35 to 38 million domestically today.
Yeah, which is ahead of the original Mario movie,
which was 31.
So obviously a lot of people are going to go to this movie. It's probably going to be a worldwide $1 billion box office hit again. So I think a lot of it is just pushing the Star Fox. Like when I look at this whole summer lineup and I think about, well, in a 4-month span, so let's just say summer, most people consider it starts at the beginning of June, even though it doesn't. Most people think fall begins in the beginning of September, but it doesn't until the end. So let's just go, ignoring October, November, December. Let's just go June to September. This looks like a really good lineup. Like, yeah, you don't have that one like Pocopia kind of game or that one Mario, but yeah, Splatoon Raiders. And look, I don't know if Splatoon Raiders, obviously we don't know if it's for sure coming out this year, but assuming that gets confirmed, what's really interesting about that being a summer game is, one, I always felt like Splatoon was a good summer game anyways, but Splatoon itself is a very popular IP. And I know this is the first official spinoff, and we don't know enough about how this spinoff functions as a game to know if it's going to really appeal to the Splatoon audience, but there's a massive Splatoon audience in Japan. So I kind of feel like Splatoon sort of is that sort of summer hit for Nintendo, where they're really hoping that that game can take off. But again, it kind of depends on what it is. Like, is it a survival game with like a multiplayer aspect you can play with people online? Is it just completely single player? What is it? Is what a lot of people are still kind of throwing their hands up because, like, yeah, we saw some gameplay, but that gameplay could have been from any mode in Splatoon. So, like, what's actually going on here? And I know story wise they've teased some things, but yeah, I'm very curious there. And then, you know, you look at something, obviously Star Fox is a complete mystery outside of it being a classic style and having multiplayer, but you look at something like Fortune's Weave. You know, Fortune's Weave, great summer game. It you know, as was pointed out, the series seems to sell better and better. Engage notwithstanding, Engage did not sell well. But the ones that went with the more story heavy social aspects that really got ramped up with Awakening, that's the game that ended up saving the series. And then since then, they've made it a bigger part of the game, culminating in Three Houses, which is the most social you've had in a Fire Emblem. And that was really well received. Reviews, user scores, and sales all kind of showed this is the way to go. But maybe it was just to get another Fire Emblem out during the generation. Nintendo decided to try out a more classic style Fire Emblem just to see what happens. And what happened was it was kind of rejected by the market. They took the physical copies off the shelf a year later, which they've never done before. Like, that's how bad it was selling. Like, they just literally stopped making the physical after a year. That's not good. That's a sign that it's not selling very well. I know it's just physical and more sales are digital. I get all that, guys, but it's obviously not a good sign that it was selling well. So I think that Fortune's Weave is a really great game. You combine that with Splatoon and Star Fox, and you throw in a possible Switch Sports something, which is always really popular. Then you throw in obviously the potential of that Pikmin 4, and then Rhythm Heaven coming back, as well as kind of that niche title, more for Switch 1, but still you can play it on Switch 2. And you start to just have a really, really nice summer lineup. Like, that is a very almost a well-balanced lineup. If you have like June is Star Fox, and then say like July is I don't know, say Splatoon Raiders and Rhythm Heaven. And then August, you hit them with the Fortune's Weave, right? And then you get to September and you hit them with like the Pikmin 4 Switch 2 edition and Switch Sports. That is a very killer 4-month period right there that I think any other time of the year would actually look good, but it looks even better when you consider that's just the summer, because to start the year, we got Tennis and Pocopia and Tamagotchi Life. To end the year, we're supposedly getting Dust Bloods, Ocarina of Time Remake, and Nate the Hate said there might be one more that he doesn't know about. We'll have to wait and see, obviously. And if there's any other Switch 2 editions, and obviously big third-party games besides Dust Bloods that's exclusive, but there'll be other big third-party games as well, because we really only know third-party games heading up to like the beginning of summer, like up to Rebirth. After that, we don't really know a lot of dates or a lot of times for any other big third-party games. And guys, we have Summer Game Fest and the rest coming up in June. We're about to find out about a bunch of that crap here in a couple months. That said, I think this lineup is really good. I mean, even overall, if I include the fall and even, we know about 2 games for 2027 now. One for sure, confirmed, Winds and Waves. So imagine Gen 10 and 3D Mario coming out the same year. That's already like an insane, 2027 is going to be able to sell units kind of year. That's just insane to think those 2 games in the same year. That's before we even get there. And this is the crazy thing that Nate the Hate thinks. This is his thought. He thinks the next General Direct in summer might even tease the 3D Mario anyways, just to let people know it's coming in 2027. People fresh off the movie, right? Let them know, hey, another Mario is coming. We got Star Fox first, but this Mario's coming. Don't worry about it. We'll talk about it again before the end of the year. So we'll see if they decide to do that. I think it would behoove Nintendo to do that, because people might be a little miffed that it's not a holiday game this year. But then if you let people know but it is coming, and here's what it looks like, and we still have Ocarina of Time, and we still have, Dust Bloods, and who knows, maybe Luigi's Mansion 4 or something. Yeah, it's still going to look like a really good lineup, and it's not going to feel like it's a packaged apology, because we already know about Mario and we know what year it's coming out. We've seen it already. So we can be perfectly happy with that. And then you look at that holiday lineup a little bit differently, because you look at it as, even if you're waiting for 3D Mario, these are some great games to play while you're waiting. And again, this assumes things like Luigi's Mansion 4, which are not part of the rumors or anything. I think the summer part of this lineup looks really, really good. Then we get to the back half here, the last bit. First off with Dust Bloods. I'll just get out there. This is a game that I can't wait for more information on. I think it's the game that's the biggest mystery on the list, and that's despite the fact that we haven't seen the Ocarina of Time Remake or Star Fox yet. But like, Dust Bloods showed really well, and then people got mad because it's multiplayer. But then people went and rewatched the trailer, and they're like, and then information comes out from the ESRB and the eShop, and then it turns out, you can actually play the game entirely single player. A multiplayer online is optional. Okay, what the fuck is this then? That made people get reinterested again, because they're like, if it's just an optional thing, then how does this function? And then you have Miyazaki out there, for those that are hyped about the multiplayer aspect, coming out in an interview and straight up saying, hey, Dustbloods is trying to revolutionize the way you play multiplayer games. And you're like, what the fuck? This is Miyazaki talking. He hates multiplayer games. Well, he's looking to fix all the reasons he hates multiplayer games. So maybe it's one of those things that he just realized over all his years of making games. He's like, dude, no one else is doing it the way that I want it done. So I'm going to do it. And Nintendo gave me the budget and the leeway to do it the way I want. So I'm gonna do what I want. So I think we definitely need, I mean, I'd even say we need a dedicated direct for that game at some point. Really left from and Miyazaki kind of show that one off. But outside of that, like just knowing, okay, so now we know it might be holiday, and it's not much more than we already know, which is it's this year. So I don't have a whole lot of other thoughts on that, except we just need to see more. And you guys got some quick thoughts on Dustbloods? Because again, there's nothing new here other than what part of the year it might be coming out.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be a bigger system pusher than people realize. Like especially after Elden Ring, like Miyazaki and From Software had been getting more and more popular with every one of their games, but Elden Ring took over the world for a while. Like people that had never even thought of playing a Souls-like got really into Elden Ring. And then, you know, like you were saying, everybody thought this was going to be Bloodborne 2, and then it turns out no, it's a multiplayer game with that's exclusive to Switch 2, which is still crazy to me to think about. And I hope it stays exclusive. I hope it's not a timed exclusive, because that would just pull away from sales. But and yeah, people were worried about the multiplayer, but they, like, in my perspective, Miyazaki, every game he has directed is a masterpiece. Like, this is a guy who has never missed. So when I hear it, he's leading a game, I'm not worried about it at all. I just can't wait to play it.
Really impressive. Like, as a director, guys, just to throw out there, as a director or lead director, Armored Core 4, Armored Core for Answer, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, he was technically not the director, but he's the supervisor. But he was the director on Bloodborne, hence why he was supervising Dark Souls 2, because he's working on Bloodborne. He was the director of Dark Souls 3. He was the director of, this is a game I haven't heard of, Daracine. I've never played this one. And then he was the director of Sekiro, and then Elden Ring, obviously, and now Dustbloods. People get shocked sometimes. No, he was not involved with Night Rain. Why? Because he's working on Dustbloods. I mean, that's the reason. He's working on something else. He only seems to really work on one game at a time. So, and he's been, and guys, this is spanning like 20 plus years at this point. So the guy doesn't need to be a director anymore. He could literally just be a supervisor, or producer, or just take the paychecks. But he's a director because he wants that creativity. Yeah, it's a passion. He loves it. It's just like what Masahiro Sakurai. He doesn't have to direct games anymore, but he loves it. And that's the same thing here. Like, when you have a guy who truly loves it, and with the track record he has, it's like, okay, why would he ever release something that isn't great? Because if you enjoy things that are great by his standards, well, he's not going to release it if it's not great by his standard. So you might hate multiplayer games for all the same reasons that he does. And he might be fixing all of your problems, potentially. Again, that's the thing, that we got to see more of Dustbloods, because it is a very interesting game. I think, and by the way, I think it's probably going to be timed exclusive. I just don't think they're ever going to mention that.
This is one that I could actually see, even though I never bet on Nintendo having a presence at the Summer Games Fest. This is one that I actually could see as an exception of Nintendo having a presence there with Dustbloods, just because I think the audience for this game will be tuning into Summer Games Fest. And, you know, Miyazaki and Keighley have kind of built a nice little relationship. We got an amazing exclusive on Elden Ring. I'm not sure if it was the first Summer Games Fest or the second one. And that major trailer for Elden Ring literally saved that show, because I believe it was the first Summer Games Fest where it was
rough. It was rough.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. But then it ended on Elden Ring, and everyone's just like, "Oh shit, this looks wild." So, I could totally see this being one of those rare scenarios where we get a big Nintendo exclusive in an event like that. But maybe we will have to wait for a Nintendo Direct. But I just wouldn't rule it out.
I would just like to see to participate in Summer Game Fest. Period.
I agree. I also appreciate that little detail you gave, Nate, that he didn't technically direct Dark Souls 2, because that's kind of the black sheep of the Souls games. It's a good one. It's just he wasn't directing it. So, and him as a person, like when he did Demon Souls, he was a nobody in that company. I believe he was like an architect or something like that before, a very successful one. And he left to go work at a, no-name job at a video game company, and he got the chance to direct one. And he just kept getting better and better. And then within the span of 10 years, he was the company's CEO. Like, that does not happen, especially in Japan. This guy's he's like a Mozart that we're living amongst. Like, that's the kind of pedestal I put him on. So I am very, very excited for Dustbloods. We just, like you said, we need to see more.
You got any thoughts, Eric?
Yeah, I just want to see it.
Yeah,
I'm excited for this game.
Yeah,
so
it's looked good the whole time. It's just we
Right.
have one look at it from like a year ago.
Yeah.
We need to see more. And I get that this guys is totally normal for Miyazaki. Show it, ain't showing it again till the bitch is coming out. That's just the way it is. Hopefully polished. By the way, that has been an issue with From Software games. They don't always come up polished. I'm hoping that Nintendo's influence on them being like, hey, this is exclusive. Come on, let's step it up for launch. Look, you guys had to delay Elden Ring to polish. Let's step it up a bit, because our fans don't expect that from an exclusive game. Bugs and FPS major drops and stuff like that. Which, again, I will give credit to From Software. They usually get that stuff patched out pretty quick, but they always seem to launch in that state for some reason. I don't know why. It's almost like a Bethesda game. Yeah. Oh, they're using this. What engine again? Oh, the same one. Okay, so we already know this bug's in the game and that bug's in the game. It's almost like that because they never bothered to fix the bugs. They just let them exist. From Software's not like that. They do fix the bugs, but it just seems like every game that comes out seems to not have the greatest polish, I guess is the way to put it, at launch.
They like to save money in QA.
Yeah, they save their money somewhere. That said, that's not the only game being talked about for this holiday season. There's a little unknown anniversary this year that nobody's talked about at all. Flies under the radar every 5 years. A little unknown series. Yeah, it's got a movie coming out next year, but no one even talks about that. No one even knows that movie's happening. Talking about The Legend of Zelda, of course, an Ocarina of Time remake, which, look, this has been in the news and in the rumor sphere and the speculation circles for a long time. Really catching fire with Aonuma back in 2023 during some of his interviews. Asked directly about it, spoken English, no comment. He's laughed when asked about it before. He's talked about how he wonders if people even remember the name Araru. Like, do they even remember the original character? He said that in an interview completely unprompted. So that was kind of interesting because the interviewer wasn't going that direction, but he wanted to make sure to emphasize that, hey, this character comes from somewhere else. I wonder how many people remember that somewhere else. And the thing is, people always, for a while, people have laughed at this idea that any of that means anything. And it's like, well, Aonuma himself said publicly in an interview, he does tease things. And he said, how do you tease things? He's like, when I laugh sometimes, he said it himself that that's how he teases things. So if you're going to deny that Aonuma teases things this way, you're just saying that he's a liar. And he's been pretty consistent about the way that he's teased all the games outside of Skyward Sword HD. That one he just literally said out loud before it was even being made. Nintendo was not happy with him about that one. So I don't think you're going to see him ever drop a game like that. But he did. He teased literally playable Zelda in a game coming. He teased that also in those same interviews that we talked about with Ocarina of Time. He literally teased that we were going to have a playable Zelda game, and nobody was paying attention. He literally said it again in the interview. He's asked about a playable Zelda, and if they thought about it for DLC or something for Tears of the Kingdom, and he's just like, that sounds like a fun idea. Yeah, me and the team been talking, and he just left it at that. It's like, okay, he's teasing something. Less than a year later, here's Echoes of Wisdom. So yeah, he's very commented. So definitely been in the conversation at Rumor Sphere since then. Now that was 2023. At that point, most of us considered if it's in the works, it's probably for the next system. And obviously hopes that it was going to be a from the ground up remake and not a, HD version of the 3D S version of the game. Well, Nate the Hate comes out, and he doesn't know, by the way. He doesn't clarify what kind of remake it is because he doesn't know. But that it is coming out this holiday, and obviously probably being announced for Zelda's 40th anniversary, which we assume, again, will be probably in the next Direct, where they'll have that and maybe some merch announcements. Who knows what else? Maybe some NSO drops. But after he came out to say that, a certain other insider known as Special Nick, he runs, I don't know, I feel really, I'm so sorry, Nick, if you're watching. I forgot the name of your podcast because it used to be the Xbox Era Podcast, but they recently rebranded, which I think was them giving up on the fact that Xbox is probably not making a comeback with Helix. So they're trying to broaden it and go to a more general gaming podcast than just an Xbox show, but I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Is it okay? Day One. Thank you. Yeah. So their new show or rebooted Xbox Era show is called Day One. Anyways, he's been an insider for a while. He's gotten a lot of things right about Xbox and Nintendo in particular, including last year. They got the price points right, the release dates right, all that stuff. Even the fact there's going to be a Mario Kart World bundle. Even though that was a pretty easy guess once Mario Kart World was revealed, he still, talked about it back in January. All right, so setting that aside, what did he have to say? Because he's been hearing about an Ocarina of Time remake for a bit too, but hasn't really wanted to say a whole lot publicly until something more substantial came out from somebody who's more trustworthy, like a Nate the Hate. So he posted a screenshot saying that he heard back in 2024 that it has a pretty big budget. So the screenshot of him on a Discord conversation. So heard that back in 2024 it has a pretty big budget. Said the game is made by an internal studio, but helped by an external studio, which that might be how he knows about it, because maybe he knows people at that external studio. And then said that there'll be a limited edition console themed around Ocarina of Time, coming out around the same time as the game. He's not sure if that'll be bundled in or not. Nintendo's not consistent with it. Will they bundle things in special editions? So that's all the stuff that's floating out there, I guess, rumor-wise, for Ocarina of Time remake. We can get into all the other stuff, talked about how long this might have been in development for and all this other stuff, how the code name for this might have been out there, how maybe it's Monolith Soft making the game because it codenamed Legend and they posted medieval art, and now his remake's coming, and they said it someone internal at Nintendo, and Monolith's worked on Zelda before, so you can kind of put the 2 and 2 together that seems like the most likely internal studio if it's not directly the Zelda team. That said, let's just start this conversation with, do you actually think Ocarina of Time remake is coming out this year or even exists at all? I feel like we just assume it exists, but never have the conversation of if it exists. So Tix, what are you thinking?
Well, I am of the camp that likes to pretend things aren't real until I see them. So kind of like I relate it to back in the day when you would put your PS2 disc in, you would look away or look at something and pretend you didn't care if it actually booted or not. So like, I want to say, I mean, the evidence is kind of clear. It's obviously real. Whether it's coming this year or not is a big deal. But I mean, if around 2024, that's when we were hearing about the budget, we obviously don't know that that's the year it started development or how many years it had been. But the fact that we heard anything about it around then leads me to believe that it was almost certainly like made for Switch 2 specifically. Like they never at one point were thinking, let's do Switch 1. They were like, no, we need power to do this thing. And I guess my biggest fear is the art style, because as much as I love them, I am very tired of the Wild Era art style. And despite how it looks back in the day, they were going for a more realistic look. And it would just be interesting if Nintendo stuck with that, whether they're going to make it look like those Unreal 5 demos we've seen on YouTube, or if they're going to try to make it as close to the original as possible. And that's before we even get into like content and what they could do there. I'm very excited because that was the first game as a kid that I ever beat. My cousin owned an N64 and I would see him maybe 2-3 times a year. And he actually kept my save file for me and he never helped me. So I was like this 8-year-old kid trying to beat this game on this wacky controller because I was a PlayStation kid. So I had, every time I picked that thing up, I was like, what is this? And it took me like 2.5 years, but I beat it without any help. And so that game is very, very special to me and one of my favorite games of all time. So I'm very nervously excited to see what comes of this. Also, hello, Stash. Good to see you.
Hey, what's up? Good to see you too.
Okay, so before we continue this Zelda conversation, Stash, we already talked about Star Fox in the summer lineup. What are you thinking about that stuff from Nate to Hate?
Let's see.
We can hold on the Zelda because we're about to talk to Zelda, but we talked everything else on the Nate to Hate list.
Okay. Star
Buckle up,
Fox
people.
releasing in June.
Revealed this month, apparently.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Again, you use the movie tie-in. This is something that I talked about. I think in 2024 when we were talking about the new Mario movie. Obviously, we've talked about it, all of us, about releasing games that tie in to the movie, because obviously it's going to be like a magnet to pull in all that extra money. So yeah, naturally you got to do that. I think people walked away from the movie who don't know who Fox McCloud is. They want to know who he is now. They're more interested.
There's momentum now for the character.
How they managed the movie, I thought, was very clever.
Yeah, it was great. My takeaway was this is Han Solo as Fox McCloud, 100%.
That's the way they presented it. You're in the hangar bay. We need a ride. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stop. Spoilers. I know.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah, even like when Princess, walks into like that, what looks like a canteen. I know I've seen this before. I know what this is.
We all ham on the spoilers when we talk about the movie.
Okay. Yeah. So as far as the game, absolutely. June sounds like the perfect time. The online multiplayer sounds great. I think that I was thinking about this with the online multiplayer and the game chat, obviously using the camera. It would be really smart if they use the character photos like they do when the comps comes up in Star Fox 64.
Absolutely.
Have your faces in there. I think that would be brilliant.
Cool. But it puts like an animal nose on you and like ears.
Yeah.
Exactly. Animal buys you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might go buy a camera now.
Yeah. I could see Nintendo doing that. It's just such a perfect fit. Let's see. Fire Emblem, Splatoon, Rhythm Heaven, all coming out in the summer. Yeah. Again, those sound like great summer games. They fill out the months, like Fire Emblem's a game you could put tons and tons of hours in, which is very appropriate for the summer when kids are out of school. Pikmin, guys, you can vouch for me. I said all 4 Pikmins will come to Switch 2 with mouse Joy-Con support. I don't think that's crazy to say. I think it's very logical because the Pikmin games have all came out on every platform. They've been re-released on every platform. There's a new way to play it now with the mouse Joy-Con, so it only makes sense for all the other Pikmin games to come out. So yeah, sure, start with Pikmin 4, but I expect all of them to come to Switch 2. So that's not a revelation to me because I expect that. The Switch Sports, again, very logical. Dustbloods, I had picked that to come out in October. Yeah, honestly, it's the perfect October game, right? I don't see why it wouldn't be. To me, the most sense would be to have Dustbloods come out in October. Just like last year, we got Luigi's Mansion for NSO in October. And again, if we ever get Eternal Darkness on GameCube NSO, I would expect it to come out in October. And then we haven't talked about Zelda yet, right? So 3D Mario, did we touch on that?
No, not yet.
Am I all caught up then, or is there
No,
bullet points under it?
Yeah, we just talked about Star Fox and then the summer stuff. Then we're gonna be talking about Zelda now, and then we'll say Mario for the very end.
Did we talk about Metroid yet?
No, we didn't talk about that one yet. Outside of bringing it up, we did bring up those rumors, and why. Obviously Nate hates the reason that anyone's paying attention to him. And obviously the person's not necessarily reliable. We don't know. That doesn't mean the stuff's not true.
Well, Bird and Eric, and I have to address them because Nate, you weren't on this podcast. It was in December when you're taking care of your kid, but we had the Metroid episode. You guys can vouch. What did I say? That I fully expect to get Super Metroid in 2026.
Yep.
Super Metroid remake. Dude, when he said that, I'm like, of course it's news now. But honestly, predicted that would happen. And the thing is, though, it's logical. That's why. We already got Zero Mission. We got Metroid 2 Return of Samus. What's next? Super Metroid. It's very easy to connect the dots. So I'm just saying it's not that hard to predict that.
Yeah.
So I do fully expect that, and I'm very excited about it. Let me just say that. I'm obviously excited. For a lot of folks, Super Metroid is their favorite game of all time. It's a big deal because Super Metroid, you get that remake, and we get the game we're about to talk about. Those two games are a lot of people's favorite games of all time on one console in one generation. That's gonna be pretty awesome.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll swing it back to Ocarina. Go over to Eric. This is just a really quick initial before we really dive in. And that's just, do you think these Ocarina of Time rumors are real? Do you think this is happening?
It's
okay.
Yeah. No, I do. It just seems like a perfect time for it, being the 40th anniversary and whatnot. So it just seems like a great time to bring something big back.
Yeah, I've talked in the past with Ocarina of Time remake, like setting aside all the rumors and even Aonuma talking, just things like the idea that Nintendo has been on this kind of remake and remaster kick with Zelda for a while to help keep the series almost yearly. You combine that with spin-offs, and they're able to basically make it a yearly franchise where something comes out every year. They already went through technically all of the 3D ones up to Breath of the Wild because they had them all come back out again. And you can argue they did it with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom on day one of Switch 2 with the Switch 2 versions. So it's like, okay, where do you go from here? Yeah, you can obviously, and I do think they're still going to keep remaking the top-down ones. I think Link's Awakening was just the beginning, not the end of them doing top-down Zelda and remaking it. And Grezzo is probably working on one right now that we're not even aware of. But I also didn't think they were just going to stop after Skyward Sword HD and not bring back 3D Zeldas again. Now a lot of people thought it might be Twilight Princess and Wind Waker because those HD versions died on the Wii U, and everything else from the Wii U came over. And sure, we've had rumors about that too. But I always knew they were going to have to go all the way back to Ocarina of Time eventually. Because the only remaster of it, like a true one, is the one on 3DS. And yeah, it sold well, the one on 3DS. It's well received. Of course, it's Ocarina of Time. It's always going to be well received unless they really fumble it. I always felt like the reason we hadn't seen it is because if they were going to bring Ocarina of Time back again, it was going to have to be a big remake, not just HDing what they've already done. And so, yeah, I do personally believe that these rumors are true. It's just that it exists in general. As for it coming out this year, look, 40th anniversary of Zelda. If it's ready, let's go. Let's get it out. Why wait? It's ready to go. There's also the possibility that some elements of it could tie into the movie that comes out in May. So you can see like a second resurgence in sales in May for this game, assuming that this game is not still just doing incredible by then. It could be evergreen for a bit. We don't know. And we'll get into some changes and other stuff we might want to have in Ocarina of Time, but that's it. I just think it's real. I'll leave it there. We'll come back to what we'd like to see happen with the game afterwards. So, Gamer, do you think this is real? Do you think we're getting this bad boy?
Yeah. So, I mean, first and foremost, I've always been a believer that Ocarina of Time remake is going to happen for years now. I talked about this. I think the first time I really had this discussion was on Andres Restart's channel years ago. And we had a really great conversation both about why we believe this is real. Obviously, we dove into a lot of the comments that you made earlier, Nate, about Aonuma and the way he kind of subtly teased its existence, the lack of denying, some of the giggling and stuff like that. And my belief in this remake has never really swayed. I think, and I think for all of us, I think we've all been pretty true in that we believe it's coming. It's just a matter of when. And I really think that that's still the mystery for me. I believe this remake is real. I believe it's in development. It's being developed. And I think it's more than just a remaster. The when is the hard part. If Mario's not coming out this holiday, which, you know, multiple sources saying it's not this year, Ocarina of Time would make a lot of sense. Also, like you said, the timing of the movie, the timing of the anniversary, we're yet to dive into the Zelda anniversary celebrations. I know a lot of people out there think Nintendo forgot about Zelda, forgot that it's Zelda's 40th. That's not true. They just never, there's not really much of a track record of them doing like the big Zelda celebration in February. It usually happens at a later time in the year. So we have something special coming for Zelda. And, you know, in my Zelda anniversary kind of predictions video, I explained why I think this could be the biggest anniversary celebration we've ever had for the series. Doesn't mean it will, but I think I put a pretty good case forward to why it could be. Obviously, the big one is the movie, a live action Zelda movie. Yeah, it's not a video game, but you got to understand, for a lot of Zelda fans, this is like a dream come true that I'm sure a lot of us growing up never thought would happen, especially considering Nintendo exited the film space after that first Mario movie and hadn't done anything with their IP in cinema for so long. So that really feels like a dream come true. And just getting a trailer, which I fully expect to see the first trailer this year by the September Direct, the latest. That trailer alone is massive to celebrate this series. That is a huge, huge deal. Second, I talked about how it's highly likely that we could get a tease of the next Zelda game. Obviously, we're not getting the launch of the next mainline Zelda game. It's not going to be ready yet. They don't really move that fast in the modern age, but the likelihood is very strong of that Ocarina of Time remake. Again, this is something that's been subtly teased. It makes so much sense. And I love that how Aonuma mentioned that he was hoping to get a Zelda game out first, you know, beating the new Hyrule Warriors that came out for Switch 2. And it's like, why were it like, obviously it wasn't going to be the next mainline Zelda, because that would be completely unrealistic expectations to hope that you could get that out first. So this would be the item that makes the most sense. And then the last part of this is, obviously there's a merch side, and I mentioned in that video that I fully believe we'll be seeing a Zelda themed Switch. And, you know, there's been people speculating about that now, speculating maybe it's going to be an Ocarina of Time Switch 2. Hell yeah, that would be so rad. I want the golden Joy-Cons or a golden Pro Controller so bad. So I'm hoping something like that lands this year. But the point is that I'm a firm believer that this game exists and it's coming. I don't know that, like, you know, obviously Nate he's got such a great track record. The man clearly has sources. So I do think you should listen to any time he's saying something like this. But again, like I mentioned earlier, when we're talking about Star Fox Nate, things move and things change behind the scenes, you know, so it's really hard to say the when. I think it lines up. The timing sounds right. I just don't know that I could say with 100% certainty, yeah, we're getting it as the holiday game this year. I'd say I'm like, just to err on the side of caution, I'd say I'm maybe 70 to 75% thinking it's going to land this holiday with some wiggle room for the unexpected as far as delays or whatever it may be. Maybe they want to drop the game after the movie. Again, we talked about momentum with Mario, how that the Mario movie and how that could really drive a new audience into a new Star Fox game. So I don't know. There's a lot here. There's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to speculate on, but its existence, I'm all in.
I'll say this, but before it's revealed, I'm 99% in on it being this year if like the last special edition Switch for Zelda, we get a leak online for the
sure
console.
Sure.
If we had actual images of the real thing, guys, before Nintendo ever revealed it. So if that happens again, it's like, okay, it's obviously coming this year then. But no, I then I'm glad you brought up the one quote from Aonuma that's actually more recent from last year. When talking about Age of Imprisonment, how like that was a thing. Like they like for a while, Aonuma thought they were going to be the first ones to release a Zelda something. But it just wasn't ready yet, and this one was. That was already, again, guys, Aonuma dropping a hint that something Zelda is very close to coming. It just wasn't ready last holiday. Well, that something could very well be an Ocarina. It could be a lot of things, obviously. It could be anything. But based on his prior teases, it's like, okay, an Ocarina of Time remake. Okay. Stash, do you think this is happening? Do you think it's real?
On my bingo card.
Oh, I know it.
Yes.
Straight to the point.
Look, the first time I was on the Nintendo Prime podcast, I brought this up that I think Ocarina of Time is going to come out for the 40th anniversary.
Yep.
It's
the first time
that was in
say that.
that was in, I think, February 2024. So that was a 2-year out, obviously, prediction. From that point on, a lot of things have happened, right? Lego was announced. We got the Deku tree. And then, of course, we got the end scene Lego that I got behind me that I got to build out. We had the quotes.
End scene, so it's not accurate in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Which is interesting. Like from that point forward, a lot of things happened. But when we first talked about it, there wasn't I don't think there was much out there. There was some quotes, some interviews, but
yeah, it was the Aonuma stuff was about it then.
Yeah, the biggest thing was, and we talked about this, one of the episodes we had. I posed this question to you guys, if you remember. They said, look, with the Zelda movie coming out, you look at all the history of The Legend of Zelda, what's the one game, if you were going to do a remake, that you'd want to do to tie in with the Zelda movie? I don't mean story-wise. I don't know where they're going with that. But if you wanted to show to the world one Zelda game, like, hey, this is our opportunity to capture this audience. We got the movie coming out. What's the one game that represents Zelda the best, the most? It's Ocarina of Time. The highest rated game of all time, which is what I had brought up. That's the game. That's the crown jewel that you want everyone to see and play. And so there's just so many like logical points to why you would do this. And again, it's the greatest game of all time. So surely you're going to make it again. That's money. That's easy money.
It's risky.
Yeah. I mean, Nintendo knows what they're doing. Take a cue from Capcom. And again, I brought it up on that podcast as well, when it was the Prime podcast, to give it the Final Fantasy VII treatment. And again, I don't mean spread out into 3 games, because everyone says, what do you mean? I'm like, no, I'm not talking about that. I just mean, look at how well they did. You guys are good friends with Square. You're very close with them. You worked on Mario RPG together twice now. You're close with Capcom. You've seen their work. You worked on Zelda, Oracle of Ages and Seasons with Capcom. Okay, so there's two of your close buddies, right? Capcom and Square Enix. You saw what they've done with Resident Evil. It's been great, hugely successful. And so you have two great examples of how you can do the same thing. Meanwhile, you've been doing similar work with Zelda, obviously Link's Awakening, Skyward Sword. So you have great examples out there to where it doesn't even have to be risky. You could literally look to what they did and then do that if you don't have an idea of your own, and it would work. So for me, I don't have any concern. Do I think it's going to review a 99? No, I don't. I'll say that right now. I don't think it'll get the score it has now, because there's going to be people who don't get it now. Journalists specifically, the people, you know, who have the keys to the building, who hold the keys to the review score.
There's going to be people that just shit on it.
There are
because it was the highest rated game.
Yeah, there are. Just like, you know, there's people who shit on the movie, and obviously, I'm sure you guys saw some of the reviews and how unprofessional they were written. It's like, what?
I can't believe
did a kid write this? The one who gave it a 0.
There was a person that said AI slop videos are better. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Again, mental health stuff. Mental health stuff that I was reading, and I'm just like, bro, how do you function on a day-to-day basis?
It's fine to not like the video. I want to be very clear. I don't care if you like the movie or not, but some of the comparisons you're drawing are like insanity levels.
I know. I'm like, how does this person receive a W-2? For real? This first thing I thought, like, what is wrong? Like, for real? Who reads this? And then if someone actually does read it, my concern grows even more, just for humanity as a whole. Like, this is bad.
I mean, we're talking about it right now.
These people, yeah.
This is why they make those headlines, because they're looking for attention and they're getting it.
It's wild. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna, you know, circle back. I don't think it'll rate as high. I think it'll rate very high though. It's very exciting. The November time slot to me is perfect. It released in November 1998. I think that's the time slot you take for it. And look, this is exciting because, again, with Mario, you know, I had it on my bingo card that it would get revealed this year. That's still in play. I think it would be good to reveal it. Maybe at the Game Awards. I know Nintendo usually doesn't, but hey, you know, you did have the Mario movie release this year. Might be a good platform this time, and talk about that coming out in 2027 with Pokemon. So 2027 is looking nice already. And then with what we learned, of course, with these games and with Zelda being basically confirmed,
Nintendo.
Yeah.
We still don't know what's going on with third party.
The Zelda movie.
Can I make a prediction tonight? Actually, I gotta wish this one to existence because I've been spot on with Star Fox, and I worked really hard on that one. If we get that 2 pillars, my prediction for next year is I see a scenario. I'm just gonna say it's gonna happen where we get the next mainline 3D Mario, Gen 10 of Pokemon, and a third juggernaut, a brand new Smash Brothers, all in 2027.
27.
Damn.
So you said Smash,
Brand new
Mario.
Smash, Mario,
We know
3D
when-
Mario,
We know when
and
to
Gen
wait.
10 Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean,
That would be a
And
big year.
It's going to be a big year.
That's an insane.
That's my
year.
prediction.
That's not even counting
Yeah.
all the games they're going to release in between. Those are just like the system sellers. Like that is
yeah.
damn.
Yeah, that's just there's going to be way more games released too on top of that. So,
Yeah,
but that alone is enough to carry. which is
That's a
wild.
very good looking lineup with just those three, nothing else.
To comment on the Zelda Switch 2, we all talked about this, about the 40th anniversary, and that this would be the first special edition Switch 2 with Zelda. I think we all agreed on that.
Yeah, we didn't know it'd be Ocarina of Time theme, but
Yeah. So
that makes
awesome.
if that game's coming out this holiday, it makes the most sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all very exciting, and again, we still don't know the half of it. We know what games are coming out third party wise till about June, July.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the coming soon on the Switch 2 eShop, if you look at my Excel form, it cuts off at like June, July. So we don't even know literally the half of it.
Yeah.
And there's still so many unconfirmed ones that are confirmed that we know are coming. I mean, even Nate said Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 are coming this year. That's insane.
Yeah. That's on my bingo card too.
Yeah.
1,
And Nate
2, 3,
said
and 4.
podcast that, well, he has not heard anything about a general direct. He's like, don't rule out a partner direct between now and June, a second one, because there's just so many games that need to be announced. Like at some point, you need another direct just for those games.
True. Like we need a day for Elden Ring, of course.
Yes.
We need that ball to drop. Yeah, because let that come out and sell and do its thing. Because FromSoft's obviously got Dustblood's coming later this year. I keep looking at my calendar too. Like here we are, April 1st, right? And it's just like, Mina, where and when are you dropping? Because I'm like looking at all these games.
They do a whole panel at PAX East and still don't give a release date.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
Well, I'm looking at the games that I know I'm going to be reviewing already. That like I'm working on for towards the end of April. And I'm just like, where are you going to drop? Like, please don't drop with this cluster of games, because it's like, I don't know how I'm going to do it, except for I'm going to sleep 4 hours like I've been doing. Or, I'm just like, where are you going to drop? Because it's like, you have games like that we know are going to, take us away from whatever we're doing. Those are one of those games where you have to like stop, and you're going to stop and go play it. I mean, we've been very excited for it. We have reasons beyond what the public knows to be excited for it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, that's the crazy part.
They did not reveal everything, guys, at these panels they did at PAX East. They're still very surface level with what this game is. I don't know why. I don't know why. Even like you do this big public panel and you're still not going that in depth. I'm like, man, why are you waiting?
I feel like Yacht Club's really old school, I think, at heart. Especially, I mean, look at the games they make. They're very retro. I love them. And I think they have that mindset of, we don't want anyone to know until it's in their hands and they discover that for themselves, kind of thing. I think they're going to wait for us to find out, which
the one aspect I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to reveal the one aspect at all before the game just launches.
I hope they don't. I mean, you've waited this long. Why?
It'll be in the reviews, I'm sure, guys, but
yeah, I will.
And I respect that a lot. There's too many, I call it the Marvel effect. There's too many movies and games nowadays where we know everything about it before it shows up. Like Star Fox in the Mario movie. If you had just seen him in the movie without knowing he was in it, that would have been a 100 times bigger reveal.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So as for the rest with Ocarina of Time here, obviously it gets kind of into like what we would like it to be or see. We've talked about this a bit before, but just to remind yourself on the additional rumors we have from Special Nick on this is that pretty big budget, made by an internal studio plus an external one, and obviously the limited edition console, which Stash was talking about. I'll just touch briefly on the actual limited edition console. Look, I don't think it'll be bundled with the game. I know Nintendo has gone back and forth with Switch ones where they sometimes bundle it and sometimes don't. I'm going to say they probably don't, just because of cost to make this thing. Could they have a $500? Could it be the holiday bundle? Sure, it could be a $500 holiday bundle that has Ocarina of Time in it. Absolutely. I just don't think they're going to do that. I think, and I think Zelda fans have kind of proven over time we don't need the game pack, and we're going to buy this thing anyways. We're gonna sell it out. We sell out all the special edition consoles every time. Like they're not gonna have a problem selling Zelda special edition consoles, especially with it being the anniversary, especially with Ocarina of Time remake. People will just buy them both, say it's a big anniversary thing, and just leave it sit on their shelf. Even they might not even touch them. They'll just collect them. So yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to make it the first one, especially with that anniversary this year. You know, you didn't do a special edition one for Mario, but maybe you're saving that more towards 3D Mario game, which is fine. The system will probably sell better when it has a brand new game to kind of tie with it. And Zelda doesn't need to wait all the way till 2028. They don't need to wait for the next 3D Zelda. If you're going to sell a theme system, you do it with a game you know is probably going to sell well, and Ocarina of Time kind of fits that bill. So yeah, I think the system just makes a lot of sense. Assuming that Ocarina of Time comes out, it'll be very interesting if Ocarina of Time doesn't come out and isn't even announced, and yet they also release the system. I don't know about that. I feel like there has to be a game. I don't think they'll release the system on its own. They could though. As for the rest of this, like this idea of Ocarina of Time being like a bigger budget game for Nintendo, yeah, keep in mind, bigger budgets for Nintendo don't necessarily mean big budgets like we're accustomed to thinking about. Like Jason Schreier recently putting out that in the West, it's like $300 million to make a AAA game, like on average, not counting marketing. That sounds insane, but then you consider things like Metroid Prime 4 by Nintendo was made here and is 100 million plus, maybe 200 million plus. It's a really expensive game to make because it's just really expensive to make games in the West. It's not just about the kind of game it is. It's that they had it made in the West. It also lets you wonder, hey man, what are the budgets for things like Luigi's Mansion that's also made in the West, like much bigger than we realize compared to some of Nintendo's other games made in Japan? Something to think about, because of how much cost of living and stuff is just so much more in these countries. So you know, it's just more expensive to make stuff. So I keep that in mind in case there's like a Western studio working on it. But I do think that you know, he said an internal team and an external. That actually made sense to me the whole time. I always kind of felt like the only reason that anybody knows this game is coming outside of the Aonuma hints, like the only reason Nate the Hate would even know is because a third-party studio is working on it with Nintendo. And that's how that info is getting out, because internal Zelda stuff almost never leaks. But this one's had some whispers for a while, which already led me to believe there had to be an outside studio, not spearheading it per se, but definitely helping with it. Nintendo's got lots of partner studios, so that could be any number of studios that could be helping. Under the direction, obviously, of someone from the Zelda team or Monolith Soft. I do think that it having a bigger budget, I think the whole purpose of putting that out there is to try to calm the concerns that this is just going to be a Ocarina of Time 3D and HD. I know that is a concern many people have, because that's not what us longtime fans of Ocarina of Time and Zelda want. We don't want to just play an HD version of a game we already own. We want this to be taken apart, reassembled, and shown in a way we've never seen Ocarina of Time before. Whatever that means. Anyone who wants a straight 1-to-1 remake where everything's the same, I'm not for that. I think there are some things that should change, some things that could be better, modernized. But I think visually this is going to be a treat. I think it's going to be. But people are going to see this and think it might be one of the best looking Nintendo games ever made, is what I think the reaction is going to be when it's revealed. And that's not just about 4K or just about more realistic art style. I have no idea what the art style is. That just has to do with confidence in Nintendo's art direction combined with their technical know-how of their own platform to deliver something that just looks really impressive. It might be the first time, or Star Fox potentially could be, where people look at it and go, oh, now that's a Switch 2 game. Like, that's what Nintendo needed this system for. We might get that with Star Fox, to be clear. That might show that. But I think this game, when they do reveal, it's going to be like, oh yeah, we didn't see anything like that on Switch 1. That is damn. Which unfortunately to me does mean they're probably only pushing for 30 FPS again, which is kind of a bummer. But with this game that I used to play in the teens, I guess I really should be going. I grew up playing this game at like 12 FPS on the N64. So you know what? 30 FPS is actually more consistent than my childhood, so I'll take that. Although 60 would be preferred. Be cool if you guys give a performance mode where maybe you knock it down in dot mode at 1080p and 60 or something. That would be great. Anyways, yeah, I do think that this is going to be a pretty visually impressive looking game. I think that they are going to take some liberties. They're going to add some new content, I feel. And they're going to make a really big deal out of this. In fact, I wonder if they don't even use the word remake or definitive edition or whatever. They just unveil it as this is Ocarina of Time. That's it. No other words. This is just what this is. This is now our version of what Ocarina of Time is today. And there'll probably be some minor story changes here and there to try to make it fit better with the current lore, the way that it's sitting, and stuff like that. I can see them adding a new dungeon. I can see them adding some new areas if they want to add a playable Sheik in there, which I guess has been, according to Digino Gaming, has been explored by Nintendo before. And obviously there's been cut content they could try to bring back, but the bottom line is I want to see them try some new, fresh ideas within the world of Ocarina of Time while still keeping the same, I guess for me guys, like the same story beats. Like the main story should have the same sort of beats along the way. But I'm not going to argue against surprises. I'm not going to argue against expanding the side quests and adding so much more in there. I'm not going to argue against obviously doing something during those 7 years that Link was gone. Actually seeing Ganondorf's rise to power instead of just coming back and now he's in power. That would be kind of neat. Also could set you up to feel how hopeless it is. Because that's what it feels like when you come back, right? After 7 years, you come back and the world's destroyed. Like you think it's too late. What is there to save? Everyone's gone. What it feels like when you walk out in that castle town with the Redeads everywhere. Like what the fuck? It's over. We lost. That's what it felt like as a kid. I walked out of that Temple of Time and I'm like, what the fuck? So I became an adult and there's no world left? This is the first video game I played where I think I failed. Did I do something wrong? Like, I literally thought I did something wrong because I'm like, where is everybody? Are they just these undeads walking around? They're all zombies? Is it a zombie game? The fucking Zelda become a zombie game? Obviously, it all worked out at the end. It was just a really great like Ocarina of Time story is surprisingly in depth, but then just has a lot of plot holes that they never talk about or address, which has led to the billions of speculation and theory videos out there. So this gives an opportunity for them to expand on some of that stuff and really establishes. Like I'd even like to see the game start out different. Like, you know, the game starts out with you waking up in your tree, you know, Link's always got to wake up to start a game. Why don't you start off with having Link's mom drop off Link as a baby to the Kokiri? Because we know that's the backstory, but we never actually see Link's parents. What if they say, you know what? Let's lift the veil. Let's show his mom just once. And then they don't even ever say anything. No, put voice acting in the game. I think voice acting will be a little controversial because a lot of us have, these are what these characters sound like in my head for the last 30 years. You can turn it off. Have it off setting. It's as simple as it is to fix that. Just have it off setting in the settings menu. Turn it off and do subtitles. So yeah, I'd like to see that. Plus, you never know, guys. There could be different languages. You might like certain voice actors in certain languages. I know a lot of people like the Japanese voice actors. I'm not a fan of that, but a lot of people are. So just give options. Options are good. And yeah, I think that this game could be a really, really big seller. I think the biggest thing I don't want to see them do, and others have said they want to see them do it, is kind of take the game more open world. I personally don't want to see that. Even though I know it's fun in Ocarina of Time to, like, you know, cheese things and glitch through walls and do things out of order. I Ocarina of Time wasn't an open world game, and I don't think it needs to be open world just because that's what's popular today with Zelda. I think an open Hyrule that's maybe like the Hyrule Field's a little bigger, but there's also just more stuff to do in it, I think would be more than enough. Because you already have some pretty open areas in some of the other zones. So, and if they add a new zone, that would be really interesting too. Especially if they add a new race. Don't think they're going to go quite that far. Kind of messes with the Sage's story if there's another race, but you never know. This is Nintendo, and I think this is probably their most ambitious. In my opinion, I think this is going to be their most ambitious remake they've done yet. Out of all the games that they've done any form of remake on. I could be wrong, and it could just be a bunch of copium. Let's see what XTicksnLeachesX thinks over there, man. What are you thinking on this Ocarina of Time? Am I crazy?
Oh, I have so much to think. I didn't even think about the redeads and the intro to the game, and I can tell already, no matter what they do, it's kind of like what Eric was saying. People are going to talk shit to talk shit. So whether they change something, whether they add something, like there's going to be so much controversy surrounding the game. Not that it's going to hurt the game in any way, but I mean, when you were talking about that different intro, for example, where you were saying have Link's mom drop him off, immediately in my head, I was like, absolutely not. You're not taking away my Navi intro where she bumps her head and, you're seeing through her eyes and stuff like that. So it's interesting to think about what they could do.
What if you see the whole drop-off exchange through Navi's eyes?
That would be pretty interesting, actually, now that you've just kind of fixed that whole situation for me. And I find it funny so many people don't consider it open world, because I do. I know there's different types of open worlds, but I think with games like Breath of the Wild, where you literally you can walk to Ganon as soon as you start the game, if you know how the mechanics work and all that kind of stuff. And it kind of changed how we think about open worlds. Despite it being a pretty linear story, I would consider it an open world, and not that really changes anything about it, but I just found that interesting. And I agree with you on like certain things, like Hyrule Field, for example. Like when I was a kid, that seemed massive, but now when I look at it, I'm like, wow, that's like a really tiny little place there, and it's not very. Like the details are not there. And that's something that I would look for, especially like I want to see more trees. I want to see plants. I want to see foliage and, all sorts of stuff like that, instead of just, a blank empty field with a couple of trees planted here and there. I mean, I could sit here and list forever the things I'd like to see in it. Obviously more content, like Stash was saying earlier, take note from Capcom. In Resident Evil 4 remake, they added side quests. And that was some of the most fun I had in that remake, was just checking off little boxes of new stuff that I didn't know about before. And it's the highest rated game of all time. So they have to be very careful, because there's plenty of people that want it to be a shot for shot remake. There's a lot of people that would be very upset if we got Ocarina of Time 3D HD version or something like that, because if that's what people want, they can just buy a 3DS. It's going to be harder because it's expensive now, but that's what those people could do if they're really that desperate for that specific experience. But even with that game, the little changes they made, some fans were up in arms. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they handle adding stuff or taking away stuff. And you made a great point. There are a lot of plot holes. So it would be nice for them to fill that out. As for like the voice acting, that's a whole nother thing. Like I'm actually in favor of voice acting, because I liked how they did it in the Wild era, where there were cutscenes where they had voice acting and then they went back to the normal, formula. Is this where they give Link an actual voice? Because obviously he speaks, but we never heard him speak. And that could also lead into what was Stash was saying earlier, that it could relate it towards the movie. Like the movie's going to be where we hear Link's voice for the first time. Why not ease us into that by maybe including a line or two in Ocarina of Time remake? And I also agree with you that they're probably not going to use the remake title. I mean, they did it with Link's Awakening. They just called it Link's Awakening. So that makes total sense to me. And I also don't think they would bundle the game with the special edition console if that does come out, which if it does, I'm 100% buying it. I will trade my Switch in now and get that because I'm just such a big Zelda fan. I just hope they make it worth it because they've been really hit or miss with their versions. Like there was that Mario one that it was just red. It's like, that's cool, but you can't even put like a Mario logo on the back or something. Whereas like I think the 3DS ones were a good example, especially the XL with the Majora's Mask on the front, and it was all gold. So I'd really like them to get creative with that. Maybe even put an ocarina on the dock or something like that, or a controller that has the ocarina on the controller. Because you're 100% right that if they don't include the game, they get the amiibos, they get special Joy-Cons, a Pro Controller. They could make some serious money off of this game, which it sounds like they could definitely use because, they're taking a loss on the systems, which they've always done because they are smart and they know that software sells hardware. And that would just go further to prove that if they do a special edition and put some effort into it. So I'm really excited. I feel like I shouldn't be because anytime you get your expectations up, I feel like they get shot down or, nothing can ever really live up to, like Stash was saying, it's the greatest game of all time. It's going to be hard to, just come equal to that, let alone surpass it or, live up to the expectations you're setting for it. So I'm excited, nervously excited, but I just can't wait to see what they do. And especially with the artwork, like you were saying, they could really blow people's minds. I mean, I even thought like in Mario Kart World, like the way the carts move and all that stuff, I thought was so cool. In Bonanza, which was a Switch 1 game, technically, the way you could see DK's hair moving when you're jumping around on stuff, like I was almost upset when we saw another version of him after that didn't look like that because I was like, wait, the new version looks so good though. So I'm just really excited to see what they could do, especially if it's something that has a big budget and that they've had time to work on it with. So I can't wait to see more. I want it to get announced and I want it right now. That's all I have to say about that.
Okay. Eric, any thoughts?
Yeah, not really.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't played it. Yeah. So.
Well, that means this remake might be especially big for you.
Maybe.
You like Zelda now?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
we'll see.
Unless you don't hate the trailer, which I mean,
right.
You can watch it and be like, this is bullshit.
God awful.
This ain't fucking Breath of the Wild. Fuck off.
Worst thing ever made.
Oh, the music? Oh, is that Gerudo Valley again? Oh my God. They didn't
Yeah.
even orchestrate it. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Oh, the music. I didn't even think about that. The music. How is that going to sound?
Orchestrated.
Well, they orchestrate.
Well, right. I just mean like, are they going to change it? And I can already tell you the perfect way to reveal it is the startup screen.
Mm-hmm.
Have the song playing and then see you riding Epona. And then,
I've been saying
I
that
mean, maybe
forever.
even show the original. Yeah,
Years.
exactly. It's the smartest thing they could do.
If they reveal it with that, just a blank screen, but you hear that.
I've been saying this. I've been saying exactly what you're saying, Prime, for like 2.5 years. That's the perfect way to reveal this title.
We're gonna shit.
Black screen. You hear the hooves.
Yep. We hear the hooves, and then the ocarina comes over, and we're all just gonna lose our shit. We haven't even seen the game yet. But
I think
this game does it special to people. All right, Birdman.
I think for Ocarina of Time, like I agree and disagree a little bit with you guys. I understand that no matter what, this is going to be divisive. Everyone's going to pick apart changes that they made or changes that they didn't make. We saw it on the, obviously people upset with the changes, the add-ons to Resident Evil 4, like you mentioned, Tix, or a lot of people upset with some of the story changes that we saw in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake. We also saw the opposite side of that when Metal Gear Solid 3 recently got remade, where people were like, it's so one-to-one to the original. What was kind of the point other than the visual overhaul? And honestly, I think the best direction for this would be to not change the foundation of this game, or not change the story, or not do like new races or anything like that. Nothing that dramatically changes the essence of this game, but instead build on it. And what I mean by that is you have 3 steps that are super easy. Fully orchestrated soundtrack. That's modernizing and elevating the game instantly. No one's going to think Ocarina of Time remake is worse because that iconic music is orchestrated. Second, modern visuals. What visual style will they go with? I'm not sure. I know we talked about this once last year on the podcast, and the style that I would really like to see, but I'm obviously open. One of my favorite things about Zelda reveals, and probably my only disappointment with the Tears of the Kingdom reveal, is I like a new art style every generation of Zelda. I think it makes it really exciting. The thought of that excites me almost as much as what the game is going to be. So I cannot wait to see where Nintendo goes next, art direction wise, with the next mainline game. But my ideal scenario for this one, and I think it's one that would be a big fan pleaser personally, is think back to the concept art for Ocarina of Time or for Majora's Mask. If they could somehow create that concept art in a 3D world, or something that emulates that to a degree, I think that would be something extremely special. You guys remember the concept art, right? All those really cool concept arts for Ocarina of Time. They're in the manuals and really iconic look.
And the poster came in the Nintendo Power.
Yep.
You know that art. Awesome art.
Stunning. If there's a way to recreate that, I think that's not only do those characters look absolutely badass in those concept art pictures, but it's almost like honoring the legacy of the game. And I can't imagine anyone being disappointed. Maybe I'm wrong. People in chat could let me know and say I don't want that, but I personally can't imagine someone being upset. Even if it's not your ideal or the one that you would have picked, I can't see someone being upset about that, because it really honors the legacy of the game, and to me feels like such an anniversary celebration look. The third pillar that you do that I think wouldn't upset people is obviously modernizing the controls. I think, and this does require changes to the way the world is built and designed, because I don't think we can go back to a 3D Zelda where there's no jump button. I think that would do a disservice to the game, and was probably the weakest point of controlling an old 3D Zelda, was that you can't jump. It was, you just run, and you have to aim where you're running when you jump off a ledge. So I think adding a jump would really, really positively make the sword play, make it feel a little bit more modern, a little bit more action. Add things like maybe a parry. Like that's like a subtle enhancement that changes the experience, but doesn't sour it. And then the other part is expand what's already there. Tix, you made a great point about Hyrule Field. Like if we just got a 1-to-1 of Hyrule Field the way it existed in the 90s, that's not exactly ideal or exciting for, we're in the 2020s now. So I think you take that. It doesn't have to be an endless open world like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. In fact, I wouldn't even want that. I actually like the idea of keeping this maybe open zone. And maybe they could just mask the loading screens, where you're going through a path. But Hyrule Field, expand it, because it's too small today. So if they doubled or tripled or whatever the modern equivalent of that field and made it that scope, and fill it with, like you said, foliage and animals. We have animals in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But even more important than that, a Hyrule, especially because of the time jump and the devastation that happens in the story. A Hyrule that feels alive and lived in by people and feels like an immersive place to exist. That means stagecoaches traveling the paths with NPCs, maybe events, events that pop off and stuff, in a Hyrule Field. Maybe Lon Lon Ranch gets attacked sometimes. by, monsters and stuff, and you can defend the ranch and stuff like that, but like make the world feel more alive. These are all enhancements that's just going to make the experience feel more modern and immerse us deeper. And then I think instead of changing the story, or altering it, it's lacking substance. Is it like the lore's there? We have a great hero's journey adventure tale, but it needs more substance. It needs more meat on the bone. So that means just fleshing it out, more dialogue, more backstory for all the characters, maybe more emotional impact on some of the stuff that happens. I actually really liked the idea that Nate said about giving a backstory on what happened in that 7 years that you're gone from Hyrule. Ganon's rise to power. That could be an epic cinematic that we never had before. And like that's a way that you build on and enhance without removing or changing and altering. And if we were to alter something, I do have an idea for if we were to add a very big change to this game. And I don't know if this would be an unpopular opinion. It's not something I think we would ever get in a remake for this game, but I want to throw it out there just because I think it would actually be really cool. And that is 2 endings. Depending on, I don't know, depending on something, some sort of deciding factor that decides the outcome of the game. When Nintendo created the timeline, they had to branch the timeline based on, at the end of Ocarina of Time, Link succeeds and Link fails, and timelines branch on account of that. With that in mind, I think it would be really cool to have a multi-ending Legend of Zelda game. This is something we've had in video games for generations, even JRPGs. I think like Chrono Cross that has like a dozen endings to it might be kind of a cool thing. This is the fail state that led to this timeline, and this is the success state that led to this timeline. Could be a fun little extra thing. I don't know. But yeah, I think stay true to the vision of the game and just build on everything and modernize it in a way that celebrates what made this game so special. So that's my thoughts.
Okay. Toss it over to Stash.
Well said. You guys all had a lot of great ideas there. Let's see. So what I'd like to see is all of the cut content. All of it.
Ura 64 coming back, baby.
Yeah. Like Ura Zelda, all of that. Everything that was planned for the DD expansion.
Load in the Star Fox ship, baby.
Yeah, right. Like I know some of it made it into the Master Quest. We all know that. And then some of it made it into Majora's Mask. But I think if you're returning to this game nearly 30 years later for a full remake, not the 3D version on 3DS, but for a full remake, you only return to it if you can really, truly execute your original vision now. This content was cut because of timing, not because they didn't want to use it. So you got to go out then now, 30 years almost later, and execute your vision. So there's a lot of stuff, but there's the light temple.
Great. I like that, Stash. I think I wasn't even thinking about the cut content. I really like that.
Yeah, because like this was the original vision. So even if, there will be some folks who will complain because it's not 1-to-1, but that's with anything. And we don't worry about people like that anyways, because they complain about everything. And when I say we, like Nintendo does not worry about them. They don't cater to that. They're going to go do what they want to do. And I think that would be Nintendo's mindset to say, hey, we wanted to do all this stuff. How many videos have we seen over the years on YouTube? Fan theories talking about where the Triforce is. Because, it was in the early footage for the game. You used to be able to get the Triforce and then you can't. So it's stuff like that. Like I expect the Triforce to be a focal point in the movie when it comes out. And again, if it's an original story, or if it's Ocarina of Time, the movie, whatever it's going to be, I fully expect the Triforce of power, courage, and wisdom. And I mentioned it before on the podcast, and everybody can write this one down again, but the Zelda movies, that's a trilogy. I think each movie will focus on one of them. Triforce of power, courage, and wisdom.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, trilogy, Triforce. It all goes back to the origin story of Zelda. If you look through the original instruction manual, that is the whole focal point. So I expect Nintendo to bring that back into focus. But yeah, look, there was supposed to be a wind and ice temple. Bring those along. Obviously, the light temple. There's supposed to be larger Lost Woods. There was a bigger castle town. Obviously, the Triforce, that's a huge one. Unicorn Fountain, there was a location for that. The remnants of it exist in the pre-release material. We mentioned gameplay mechanics, that's a big one. Like, need to be able to jump in the game. You got to expand the combat. I think you got to add some life to the world, like adding wildlife, obviously, stuff like that to make it feel more alive. As far as art style, I would like to see something between Twilight Princess and Breath of the Wild. Obviously, Twilight Princess is very dark and sometimes muddy, right? Obviously, I don't want that. But as far as the realism goes of Twilight Princess, and yeah, a little bit of like the tougher, gritty tone, but not in the actual color. I want color in the game, obviously. The music, again, I want all the tracks. Just fully orchestrate it. And then feel free to add more. Obviously, don't cut any of the tracks. I don't expect them to either, because we all love the music. So if anything, just bring us more. More side quests, of course. Good side quests in there. Expand the towns. That's probably an obvious one. But build on the scope. I want to see more acreage. That makes sense in the game. And we all talked about, like have Hyrule Field be bigger. But the whole game, you need to add acreage to the entire map.
Yep.
Like if I'm going from one end of the map to the other, how long should it take me? And there's obviously a lot of games you can look at, right? You can look at games like GTA. They're the best at that. But you could look at Assassin's Creed. How long would it take to go from one end of the map to the other? You could look at Crimson Desert recently. There's a lot of open world games that you could look at. And I think that's something you got to do to really increase the scope of the game.
Stash, not to jump in, I think Final Fantasy Remake did this really well. I think about parts of that game that, from what I remember, it's been a while since I've played the original on PlayStation. It's been a long time, but I remember playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, and like, oh my gosh, I remember this being like just like a 20 or 30 minute part in Final Fantasy VII, but was like 5 hours, like in the sewers, which was a super quick moment in that game.
That's true.
So I agree 100%. And then before I forget, I wanted to say one thing, because I wasn't thinking about those cut content. I love that idea so much. I love it so much so that even if we didn't get that added to the main game, I would love to see like some sort of a Ocarina of Time museum in like the options. Where it has like kind of like a history of the making of the game, and it has concept art and 3D models of content that didn't make it there. That is a great pick.
Well, I obviously, like, I think Nintendo justifies it, putting all that content in the game by, again, doing interviews, right, or doing an overview like, hey, this stuff was all planned for the game. we weren't able to do it back then due to time constraints, right? Because we were transitioning Zelda from 2D to 3D, and that took a very long time. And you guys waited long enough. So we released it when we thought it was ready. Like, imagine, guys, I mean, this game got a 99. Imagine if they didn't cut the content and it was all in there. It would have got maybe would have got 100, right? Like, I don't think that's a crazy question to propose, but it might have got 100. So I think that's a great way to bring it back, though, and be like, hey, this was all our game plan from the get-go, and we couldn't do it. So now we're going to do it. There's things, though, that can be obviously expanded. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, obviously Remake did a great job expanding on the sections. Rebirth went absolutely ham when it comes to expanding sections. You guys, I mean, I've said it many times. I put in, I think it was around 225, 250 hours, which I've never come close to doing that in a video game. Not even close. I don't even know I don't think I've done even half of that. But I did it for this game, and I absolutely loved like every minute of that. So if they can do it, Nintendo could do it. It's just how far you want to go. But I'd like to see the game really, I would say, more than double in size. When I talk about size, I mean the acreage and everything. But yeah, get all the cut stuff. I want more dungeons. Absolutely. I want seamless transitions too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like an open world, but linear. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still gonna be linear in that sense, but you're gonna cut the transitions out to where, like, you can literally go from one map, one end to the other with no load transitions. I don't think
the tech is so good now for hiding the load screens that I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be able to, you know?
Yeah. Like, you look at Hogwarts Legacy on Switch 1, and then obviously on Switch 2 or PS5. Switch 1 has zones because they weren't able to give you the full open world. Switch 2, PS5, Xbox, it's open world. Yeah, it's open areas, right? You can't go everywhere, but there's no loading. So I think that still stays true to the original vision. I don't know about you guys, but I want a gold cartridge. I think that's proper.
Absolutely.
You know, we don't want.
It seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, we don't want that guy who painted his Donkey Kong Bonanza yellow. Yeah. And then it wouldn't fit into his cartridge slot anymore. We don't want people, painting it gold.
What if they did a cool recreation of the manual? And threw a manual in there. How sick would that be?
It's funny you say that. I was thinking of like a strategy guide even.
Yeah. I would buy it this time because I want the lore. Yeah. I won't use it. Until obviously the game's beaten. And I still remember, of course, how to beat it. But
well, some people, especially like you were saying, journalists, they might need one this time around.
I'm sure they would. Absolutely. But with new content, that'd be amazing. It would be cool to see some new items too, right?
Sure.
Expand on that. Maybe some more tunics, some more weapons. Not a ton more, but a little bit more. That would be cool. Because these are all things that people would appreciate.
Yep.
They're not going to be like, oh, you added another sword. This isn't good anymore.
How dare you?
There will be one or two guys who say that, though.
I want to see the magic expanded upon.
Yeah. You really don't have to use it at all.
No. And the most time I see people use it, whenever I watch them play, it's always just like, okay, I use the fire one this one time to melt this ice. I'm like, okay. But there's so much more you can do with magic in this game. You can do some of it, but it's all optional. And it's like, man, I would like to just see Doesn't even have to be just an expansion of the magic system, because it is something that is technically in this game. You even have a magic meter, and it is something that's completely different from modern games where we don't have magic. So I think there's just something that you could do with this and expand upon it, especially if it's something you're thinking about maybe bringing back in a future game. That is one aspect of Zelda, guys, that people forget. Link used to be able to cast spells and shit, guys.
Zelda too.
Yeah,
Would we
Zelda.
ever see a leveling system in a Zelda game? You think we'd ever see one?
I'd love it.
I would too. I like leveling systems.
I hear.
I love them in my Metroidvanias too, like Symphony of the Night. Love it.
Here's the thing. I love the art. Like, Zelda's my favorite video game series of all time. Period. Like, full stop. There's nothing that comes close to it for me. But my favorite genre of games are RPGs, and I love when RPG mechanics bleed their way into games that previously didn't have them. Skyward Sword introduced the ability to upgrade and level up some of your key items in weaponry, and I really, really love that. We got it again in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, with being able to upgrade your armor and stuff, level it up with the Great Fairy and monster parts.
Yep.
So it's started to bleed its way into Zelda. Now, I don't necessarily, like, when I think of probably my second favorite series of all time right now would be, I'm just gonna say the Souls series, but I really mean that's all encompassing of like Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and like thinking about Link in some game, even if it's just for one mainline entry, having a stat pool that you can build out throughout your adventure and go from that feeling again that you get in RPGs of rags to riches, and deciding like, oh, do I want Link in this game to have more strength or dexterity, and like, do I want to play on a one that uses a big two-hander, or more stealthy. And so the thought of being able to play like that is really neat to me. It doesn't have to be for every entry, but we get interesting things all the time in Zelda. And some of them I don't like, even if the games are still kick ass. You guys already know I'm not a fan of breaking weapons. I think we had like a debate on the podcast about that, because Nate was like, I like the breaking weapons. And what I tell people is, first off, I think if you love breaking weapons, one, I think there's something wrong with you. Two, breaking weapons are so amazing, and this is what I tell everyone who comes at me hardcore about this. If they're so amazing, then where's all the people begging for breaking weapons in every other game? Why are people not saying, man, God of War would be so much better if Kratos' weapons broke? Or, Final Fantasy would be so much better if your weapons broke 3 times in a battle and you have to keep equipping new ones in the battle. So there are things that Zelda has done, that I don't care for, but I appreciate that they experiment and try new ideas all the time. And this is one that I think could be kick-ass.
Yeah, look, I really like leveling. I enjoy it. If a game doesn't have it, it's okay, but I do appreciate leveling systems. You look at something, we'll go back to 97, Symphony of the Night. Love the leveling system there. I love being able to level weapons as well. I think that's fun and adds like a lot of variety and strategy and makes each person's playthrough a little bit different. It would be interesting to see some sort of mix between Breath of the Wild, the open world of Breath and Tears, and then the linear Zeldas, and meet in the middle somewhere. Because Nintendo does, they have the feedback. They've said that. They're aware that people want this. They've also said, we're not going back to that. Not the plan. But they do take all that feedback, and I got to wonder that we're going to get some of that, right? Like the next Zelda, I can have some traditional dungeons, I would presume, more of them. But I wonder if they test anything with this remake, like test something in the middle of linear and open world and see how it does. Because what everyone loves the new style, and they say it's the best. It's the best of the original 3D Zeldas and Breath of the Wild. It's perfect. Please do this for every game. If they get that kind of feedback, then it's unanimous and it sells like crazy. You probably a good chance you're going to do that. And obviously, Majora's Mask, guys. I just want to say, same thing I said in the beginning, but I presume you fully expect that, as I do, to come out as well this generation.
Yeah,
I mean, presume, right?
If Ocarina of Time remake is this year, then I would assume Majora's Mask is a shoo-in, especially if Ocarina of Time sells well. Because again, guys, they already built the engine, they have the assets. Remember, Majora's Mask is mostly reused stuff. I mean, they have to make some new stuff, but it's mostly reused assets. So I would venture to guess like a Majora's Mask one would come out. It'd be towards the end of the gen. I think they'd space it out after the next 3D game, and it could be a nice little capper, perhaps, to the generation. With maybe the idea. See, it's just about how long this generation lasts. Like, I keep remember we launched in 2025, so I think Zelda comes out in 2028. How many years past that? Probably another 3 or 4 years past. I mean, you're kind of setting yourself up where you can almost have the next 3D Zelda after that launch for the new system. At that point,
remember, Majora's Mask was 2 years only.
Yeah. Majora's Mask was a very quick turnaround, and even a shorter development time than that. But I do think Majora's Mask needs to space it out to after the next. I mean, they don't have to. I guess they don't have to technically.
They don't have to. I think they probably will. I think they probably would.
Yeah, I think 2028 is possible if the next 3D Zelda doesn't come out that year, and that's delayed. Say we don't get that till 2030, then okay, yeah, it'll come out before that.
I'm also 100% convinced. You guys know this, but I'll say it again, that we get Oracle of Ages and Seasons as our 2D remakes this gen.
Sure.
With that engine. So I'm looking at that too, like, okay, where are we fitting these in too? Because, Nintendo wants a Zelda every year.
There'll be a new top-down Zelda at some point as well.
I think so.
Well, and I think this gen's going to last longer than Switch 1 as well.
Well, that's saying a lot, because we got technically a full 7 year, 8 years? Almost 8?
Well, I think it's just because of the power, honestly. Like, they're going to be able to port a lot more to this, and I think one of the only reasons they decided to do a new one is because they needed more power. Just for their own ideas.
I gotta wonder if we're going to get a Pro Edition at some point. And I say that because that was the plan. And obviously Nintendo hasn't come out and said that, but I believe that was the plan until COVID and things went sideways. So then I got to ask, okay, because, even look at the 3DS, right?
Oh, yeah.
The new 3DS, like, this isn't unusual. You look at N64 with the expansion pack, they do things to boost the hardware. And if I just got to wonder if that's something that they would do now that you're not dealing with something like that. And then if they do that, then it could be just as long, potentially. I mean, Switch 1's a very long generation, but could potentially be. And then you have to look at what happens with DLSS and with the Switch. And if that can bridge some gaps, because eventually here it's going to be PS6.
Yeah.
And then we're not.
Well, more devs need to use the DLSS. Like, I'm surprised how many games we're still getting that they don't use the DLSS. It's like you could just make it look and run better. I don't know why you wouldn't want to use that.
Yeah, it's there's theories out there. It's a great question. I don't have the answers. I know the theories, but probably not worth discussing. So I don't know why it's not being used widespread yet, unless it has to do with like some of the challenges that we've known about, like with Microsoft. They've had some challenges with the DLSS on Switch too. So I'm thinking it's somewhere in that area. Like they got to get more familiar with it first,
Right.
figure out how to utilize it with ports. But I think when we get ground up stuff with DLSS, like games that are actually built from the ground up with that in mind, that's what's going to be really exciting. Because right now we're trying to see them port stuff and use it.
Right.
Yeah, I think DLSS with Nintendo, it's just a matter of getting to games that have only ever been made for Switch 2. Because when they were making it for Switch 1, as we've seen many a time, they're using FSR. And FSR and DLSS don't necessarily play nice together.
Mm-hmm.
So if you already built and put in this work for FSR, you just end up leaving it in because FSR works on anything. And then from the ground up stuff will obviously, only built for Switch 2 will have DLSS from Nintendo, I guarantee. Guys, Ocarina of Time is obviously a really big game. You guys threw out a lot of really good ideas. Don't agree with all of them, and that's okay that I don't. It doesn't really matter because we don't know anything about this game. It's all personal wants and desires about what we want to see happen. So obviously the question is what happens when this thing's revealed this summer, and if we get any more news or leaks or rumors or anything about it between now and then. I think it's probably going to be heavily Star Fox between now and then. That reveals actually coming up here one of these days in April. So we all kind of now anticipate that every single week. And in fact, we might maybe even end the show with that one question of when do we think Star Fox is revealed this month? But we'll save that for the end. Speaking of questions, I wanted to get to the Q&A before we get to the Mario movie topic. So just a warning to everyone, if you're listening and don't want any spoilers for the Mario movie, when we're done with the Q&A section, you're going to want to dip out because we're going to go right into the final topic, which is reviewing the Mario movie. And it was decided a long time ago that there's no way to do this without spoilers because it's a movie. Everything that happens is a spoiler. So we're not going to worry about that. We're going to let it fly. Okay. So,
oh, come on. You don't want to just do, they go here and they do this thing and that's about it. It's fun. Come on.
We'll get to that in a moment. All right, let's get to the super chats and all that. Again, it's still time to get them in here. And if anyone does super chats during that section, we'll still do it at the end. But this is just so people that wanted to dip don't have to stick through the topic they might want to skip to hear their question answered. So stakes at ThunderStash think. And then the stash is like, what am I supposed to be thinking about? Devon Brother, I've been waiting since before Gamebird joined, and he ain't lying. He has been saying this whole time Star Fox is coming back. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh yeah, we know.
Yes.
We know. He's been staking his dude. When I saw somebody, I was on X, like they tagged me and they're just like, oh, the Star Fox thing. Nate, you called it. I'm like, I didn't call shit. Don't give me credit for jack shit with Star Fox. I was always on the mind that I didn't know if this shit was ever coming back. Don't come at me. You go to Stash, you go to Gamebird. Those two have talked about it live on the show, and many others have talked about it. Not just random YouTubers. Don't give me credit.
Yeah, I will say the podcast has been very prophetic.
Absolutely.
Like, as a group.
Not me.
This has been, I know, but you tune in. You tune in here and you get the news before it's news. We are the news before the news.
You mean yourself and Gamer. Got it.
Yeah. But, we're a team, man.
Listen, we are. No. There is a collective mind here, and I think we've been pretty good. Even you, Nate, with some stuff. Maybe not with Mario 2028, but well, we're yet to find out. You could still be right.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
I personally don't think so, but
for 2027, delayed to 2028, baby.
But my hope is,
like, why am I celebrating that? That is not Not at all.
It's not a good thing.
Not what I want to happen.
My biggest hope with my Star Fox prediction is I'm so excited that Nate mentioned it and that it's coming this year. It's on my bingo card. I've mentioned it before every direct that I think it's coming back. I'm hoping for what was the name of that other person that pre-Nate? Malon or Mallow?
Mallow. Super Mario RPG.
Yep, Mallow. There we go.
Better be using that.
Mallow mentions a second game, adventure-like, and this goes, like I said, 7 months ago, I made the 2-pillar strategy from Nintendo, and I said Star Fox is coming back, and we've got 2 pillars this time, classic and a new modern explorative Star Fox. So if we get both those, I'm eating good, because I'm ready for Star Fox to come back bigger and better than before, especially after watching that Mario movie.
Right.
All right, cool, guys. Well, hey, if this podcast gains a reputation of being basically a gaming prophet and predicting future releases, just know it's not the podcast. It's Stash and Gamebird. It's just those two. That half of the podcast. This half of the podcast, me and Eric, well, we're just happy to be along for the ride. Someone's got to be the butt of everyone's jokes. That's obviously me. Everyone comes at me because I'm wrong about everything. That's also a good thing. If you want to know what's going to happen, think the opposite of what I say. That's probably what's going to happen. With Mario, though, we'll see. Obviously, it could be 2028. Rumors have it now 2027. I will give myself a small pat on the back. When I mentioned the 2028, the date for 2028 thing, I did mention the small possibility that I could see holiday 2027. So I will, if that happens, I will be like, well, I technically said that could happen. I just was suspecting 2028. But my reasoning, though, seems shot in the ground. Why I made the original prediction, but we don't know because nothing's been announced. All right, let's go ahead and get to some of this other stuff here. We had a new member here, Matt 21155 became a member on someone's channel. Doesn't tell me who. Thank you so much.
Noise.
Jorge says, "Happy podcast and Mario Galaxy movie, everyone." Hell yeah. Always love that. All right, we have this is like a 2-pack from Demonic Brawler here. Says, so the Pokemon Company apologized for Scarlet and Violet, and now it plays well on Switch too. WWE 2K26 pissed off their core audience, so they changed the game, and Crimson Desert was a mess, but now it's a great game. On the internet, our voices are heard, and Des will listen. Now is the time to push it into motion. Let's speak out loud. Let's will them into existence. One small correction. Actually, it's not really a small correction. It's kind of an important one. Pokemon Company didn't apologize for shit. Nintendo apologized on behalf of the Pokemon Company. It was on their website, Nintendo's words, not the Pokemon Company's website. It was Nintendo themselves who apologized, and guess what? Fixed nothing. Nothing got fixed. All that happened is it came to Switch 2, and it runs better. None of the bugs went away. It just runs better through brute force. They did release an update, of course, that fixed some of the stuff. But again, on Switch 2, it was promised to be fixed on Switch 1 years ago, and it never was. So I don't really know that Nintendo's listening. It sounds more like they packaged an apology and then didn't deliver the actual package until making you spend more money on Switch 2. That said, WWE, obviously, for those who don't know what WWE 2K26, that had to do with it's like a battle pass kind of thing. They had people were really pissed about it, so they made changes to it. And then Crimson Desert obviously had all its issues at launch. I'll just say this. I don't know that gaming companies are listening per se. They're listening to I think the same thing they always listen to, and that's the wallet. Crimson Desert got panned by user reviews, and for all the praise you see of Crimson Desert, go look at the user reviews. They're very mixed. It's so they reacted to a swath of the reviews, both the user reviews and the professional reviews, and decided, hey, we got to do something about some of this stuff. We have a lot of momentum. We're getting a lot of players, but we're alienating half the players. There's something fucking wrong with our game. We got to fix that. So that's just them trying to make sure that their future games don't bomb, because here's what happens. You erode trust with your consumer if you don't address the problems. You got that 4 million player base they just announced, which is awesome. But if 2 million of them are mad at your game, that's 2 million people that probably won't buy your next game. So, you got to address some of that stuff. And obviously WWE 2K26, well, players were hitting them in the pocketbook. So, because they didn't address these changes the first week the game came out. Nope, they just addressed it now. Why? Because people stopped buying the stupid pass. So
what issues specifically?
I don't know the exact issues. I just saw people talking about it today when the story.
Is it just about being nickel and dime? Because this is classic 2K.
Yeah, I think it has to do with what they're offering in the past not being worth it.
Also, totally classic 2K. Totally not
Yeah.
worth it.
It's not new.
Yeah.
NBA 2K's been doing this for a long time.
So
and
the
then
only
they brought it to WWE a few years ago.
Yeah. And the only reason, guys, you're seeing them change it again is because they weren't getting any sales. The backlash could be what it was, but if people were buying the pass, they wouldn't give a shit. It's all about speaking with your wallet. Why do you think Scarlet and Violet didn't get fixed on Switch 1? Sold 25 million copies.
Yep. The pass is trash. When I was on 2K and playing all the time, I was a no money spent player, which anyone who plays knows that. They know that label.
Yeah.
And it feels so good to beat the shit out of people that bought their whole team. And they think they're going to beat you, and they almost do, because it's pay to win. But when you beat them with no money spent and they're talking shit to you, and then you tell me I didn't spend a dime either, and I know you spent a lot of money, you idiot.
That's the only fun thing. Dude, on Madden, that's the only time I ever go on like the MUT team, is I just have this trash ass team because I never fucking play that mode. But then you go online and you beat someone with like this star-studded team, and you're like, you suck at this fucking game.
It's the best. That's why you got to do no money spent, because it's so gratifying. And these are also the people who spend all the money are the people who talk mad shit.
Dude, they talk so much crap.
And say the craziest stuff that, like, damn well you never ever say this to my face. Obviously, this is how it is online anyways, but it's wild. Like, I had aspirations at some point a couple of years ago to play online 2K, like to live stream, and say, I can't, man. I can't, because I can't trust my opponent to not use every racial slur there is.
Yeah,
like, what the fuck, dude?
A lot of people either do it on a platform that doesn't care about it, or they just do it like TD Barrett was doing, like on demand, where you could obviously censor it before it's uploaded.
Yeah, it's wild. But dude, it's funny. Jim, my cousin Jim, I think I told you guys, he asked me about 2K. Told him, 25 performed well on Switch 2. He got 26 on Switch 2. He wasn't thrilled with the performance. So, like, there was like a lot of dips and lag. And I think what he meant by lag was obviously frame dips. But he asked me, he's like, how do you unlock stuff? Like, how do you unlock more wrestlers? Like, you don't. You have to buy them, Jim. It's like, you remember this from 2K.
Test.
Everything got worse. It's on steroids now because people bought it. People spent money, like you. You spent a lot of money on the game. That's you signaling to them that I want more of this. So there's the whole lot of people who ruin it for everybody. Because when you spend money, it tells 2K and it tells the shareholders, we have to do more of this then. They're asking for it. They're giving us their money. They're handing it over.
Right.
Why won't we take free money?
Yeah, they have to do it because, like, they're a publicly traded company. If they didn't do it, they would be in trouble with their shareholders. So they have to do it now. And now that's why it's like there's no turning back now.
Right.
It's never going to get better. They're never going to tell their shareholders, hey, guys, we're probably making too much money. We got to scale back a little bit.
Yeah, that's not
Because
how it
if we
works.
keep doing this, people are going to quit, and then they're going to say, "Well, it's making us money, and we haven't seen that yet."
Yeah, the shareholders will just be like, look, you guys, you're EA, right? You guys already publish all of Joseph Ferris games, and those aren't microtransactions. So you already got the reputation game.
Yep.
These other ones are the money makers. We don't touch the money makers.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate it
Well,
happened to wrestling now too, though.
Right. Well, it's funny that they brought that comment up because earlier, my dad called me and said, "Hey, do you know that Indiana Jones game? Is that good? I need some single player stuff because I'm just spending all this money in Madden." And I'm like, and he's like, and I can't bring it over to next year. And I'm like, yeah, that's how they get you. And replying to that, the Crimson Desert part, I've been playing that like nonstop. I'm really enjoying it. I think calling it a mess is a bit expensive. I think people forgot what it was like when Cyberpunk launched originally. That to me was a mess. Crimson Desert, it's got some problems, but it's not a mess. I think that's a little excessive.
Yeah,
They're also patching fast.
Very fast. We've had like 3 or 4 already, and it's only been out like a week and a half.
Yeah, I respect that. They're crunching. They don't care. They don't care in
100%.
Korea. They're crunching. They don't play by the US rules. They're like, yeah, we're going to work 20 hours today because you guys fucked this up.
That's insane.
Because you guys effed it up. And now these are the repercussions. We're going to have to chain you to the desk, basically. We'll brew more coffee.
You know what sucks about
we're
all
going
of
to fix this.
What sucks about all of that is a lot of those guys didn't fuck it up. It's actually the people who are managing them that did.
Yeah, for sure.
And you're not the ones putting in the extra hours to fix it.
There's too much tape that you have to go through. You have to get approval from 50 guys to fix something that you could fix in 5 minutes.
There was a report that came out around the game's launch about how kind of weird the structure was to make this game, which is why it feels like such a weird game at times. Like it has a billion different mechanics, but not necessarily always a great direction with what it's trying to do. It's just you can do a lot of really cool shit in this massive world. Like, yeah, that's fucking awesome, by the way. And that's enough for me. But for other people that want it to be more, it's like, well, apparently at one point it was. And then they scrapped that and all. Disagreed. You're not going to be part of that management. So it ended up just being kind of, at least from that report anyways, sounded like it was kind of a mess to get this game to the end. And not everyone that's on the team agrees with the state of the game when it came out, which I get kind of sounds like piling on the bake, but like, dude, it's selling really well and it's got some people that absolutely love it. It's just a matter of that game having a lot of ideas, but I don't know if it always knew what it wanted to do with all of them. Like, what was the grander purpose?
Yeah,
to every mechanic in the game other than here's a sandbox, have fun.
Well, that's what I think it was a guy from Larian Studios. He recently went on a tweeting spree saying that it was basically a game filled with the greatest hits of all mechanics. And he wasn't saying that was a bad thing. He was just saying that's basically what they did. And when they were developing the game, I think one of the devs said they tried to update the engine, basically scrap it every year when they added stuff. And it's like, that's going to lead to complications when you decide to release the game.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to crap on Crimson Desert, guys. I'm really excited.
Oh, yeah, it's a great game.
Haven't played it yet, but yeah, obviously there were some negative reviews and some negative fan feedback, and they've been trying to react to, at least in the PC version. I know they said the console patches will take a little longer, which isn't a surprise. On console, there's like approval processes. On PC, it can be same
Always
day.
do.
Yeah. And when they do the console one, like on PC, there's been 3 or 4 patches. Well, they'd like to have it all as one patch for console, not split up like that. So, all right. That being said, obviously the classic from Brawler, bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL hits. Gotta.
Yeah. Listen up, EA. We're ready to give you money. We all are.
They say bring those back. How come nobody ever mentions the street games like NBA Street or NFL Street? Those were my favorites.
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
It's EA. So yeah, they might come back someday, or they're just going to be glorified mud.
Yeah,
games.
it won't be the same.
So it'll just be season pass microtransaction. To hell
Well,
and back.
like 2K did with NBA Playgrounds.
Yeah.
That was geared
Yeah.
towards kids. Like when you play it, it's not like NBA Jam. It's more like a kid version, and it's dude,
bad.
littered from top to bottom with micro transactions, and
It felt like a cell phone game.
it did. It's complete trash.
It'll be
I'm
like
excited
Fortnite Sports.
I'm excited for NBA The Run. I
haven't even heard of that.
I'm in the beta for it, so I'll be able to play it.
Yeah, let me know
early,
how that one is. Let
Give
me know.
feedback, which you know I will, because I really care. Obviously, I want an NBA Jam for all of us.
An arcade NBA game, yeah. The olden days. The Modern Brawler gifted a member on Stash's channel.
Thank you.
Gamer, and Nintendo Prime.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
We appreciate you. Yeah.
Joey Pitts says, what can help feed my Star Fox hype on Switch 2? What can help it? Go watch the movie.
Oh,
Me. Me can help.
I told Joey earlier to play First Squadron.
There you go.
And then I reviewed it, on
There you
Switch 2, and it's literally, it was directly inspired by Star Fox, and it's
If it
very
ends up better than
clear.
Star Fox, Stash is just going to say you're welcome.
Yeah.
If it ends up being better than the new Star Fox, you're welcome.
Right?
Like, I hope it's not, but I mean,
I hope it's not. I don't think it will be, but it is really good.
It is a really good game. So, but I would hope that like the actual Star Fox, they can go further than what that game did. That game was more like an homage.
Yes.
They need to do some cool stuff with Rumble with the new Star Fox game, because if you guys remember, I mean, I have my Star Fox 64 Rumble pack set
Mhm.
from a kid. So I hope they do some cool stuff with HD Rumble 2 on a new Star Fox game.
I could see them doing that. Like, yeah, we talked about this, I think, just a couple of weeks ago. But Star Fox was always, it was the game that Nintendo positioned to show off new technology.
Yep.
Star Fox on Super Nintendo, that was absolutely groundbreaking to see on Super Nintendo. And then, of course, with 64, the Rumble pack being packed in. So I expect something, some sort of interesting hook, some sort of tech thing for Star Fox, right?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Joey Pitts said, speaking of Star Fox, will Donkey Kong get his own movie? Total.
I hope so.
There was a leak a while back that there was going to be one. Obviously spacing out from this Mario movie and then the Zelda movie. I think deep down Nintendo has a goal of trying to get a movie out every year. So if Zelda's the movie next year, then what's the movie for 2028? And that's where you can maybe see Donkey Kong slip in there. Or something like that. Because I think the next Mario movie, if you look at the movie, we factually had a 3-year gap. So let's say that is normal for Mario movie. Well, then the next Mario movie will be 2029. Okay, so that leaves a slot for 2 movies. One we know is Zelda. So what's that one in between? Donkey Kong, I think, would make more sense to get that one out sooner than the Star Fox one. If there is a Star Fox movie, of course we don't know. So I'll just say that, yeah, I think Donkey Kong's going to have his own movie. I think even Seth Rogen confirmed he was signed on for multiple movies, and as you'll see when we review the movie, okay, well then he's got more to do still. That just isn't announced yet. So I think we're all kind of in agreement that Donkey Kong,
100%.
Yeah, Donkey Kong's getting its own movie. It's happening.
Yes.
Might even be time for like a new side-scrolling DK coming out around that time too. You never know. Pokemon fan, Kaka. Also, let me know if you need mods. I know what that was about. I was in the chat when that happened.
Yeah, I think Rizky has been having some fun with my 10 viewers.
And your mic's sounding good now, buddy.
Is it? I've been playing around with it, so
It was definitely
the cables and
It
stuff.
was definitely a cable thing.
Got it. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh yeah, that's a cable thing. you can trust me, Eric. We've dealt with this cable issue before. And
Yeah.
I'm waiting for it to happen to one of these mice because everything is so set up. We have to like tear shit down to put a new cable in.
Right.
Oh, we have pain in the ass.
I love this super chat.
Yeah. From Kraken Jack.
That's kind of crazy.
Kevin Mayer from the Times Review for the Galaxy movie said it made him cause physical harm to himself. And yes, he did mention he stabbed himself with a pen or some shit. He literally said this, by the way. I don't think he did it. I think he meant it metaphorically, but the way he worded it was like, I did it. Like, I don't think he actually stabbed himself, guys. If he
This
did,
is real.
this is like an actual. He does say it in the review though. Like,
Really?
yeah, he actually says it.
Dude.
I can't believe that he
Gnarly.
actually stabbed himself. But the fact that he even had the thought cross his mind, as he says, if you're stabbing yourself over a movie, you got problems to deal with. Like, dude, when I read that, and I'm like, no way. Then I read the review and I read it again in the review, and I'm like, dude, I think you need to go to therapy. Like,
I say I want hospital pics or it didn't happen.
right? Like,
That's I'm calling the bluff.
I
I want to see
assume he's
the
being
I want to see the
hyperbolic.
injuries.
Yeah, I assume he's being hyperbolic, but the hyperbolic in that you're talking about self-harm. That's how bad the movie was. Like, okay, like, can we just?
And it's kind of a kids movie too. Not really something you should be talking about around that subject.
You're gonna harm yourself over a kids movie. Great
He's
message.
mutilating himself next to a few
Great
third
message to
graders.
all of the kids with depression that are thinking bad thoughts. Way to think of the children on that review. Jesus Christ.
Sounds like a hell of a guy.
There's no way a child's ever reading that review anyways, but
I mentioned earlier that I don't know how this guy's getting a W-2 from this company because this is insane. This is the definition of insanity, completely unhinged. It's not even funny, like unhinged. It's just very unprofessional. And if it's my company, I'm not giving you a W-2 anymore. I'm kicking your ass out the door. However, this has been going on. Someone posted about it. They looked up his past reviews. He reviewed the Sonic movie, and it was like the same. It was basically the same
So
thing.
it's like a shtick. This is like his shtick.
He refers to these video game movies as computer games.
okay, so he's like an old head who doesn't play games.
Yeah, like
But then
he
talks about
calls
stabbing.
them computer game movies. So it's like, bro, what?
Yeah, so that to me,
How old are you?
That's old, and you don't play games. That's okay. You don't have to play games to review movies, but
Maybe don't go see him if you hate him so much.
This is the definition of an editor assigning the person who loves RPGs only or loves cozy games only and asking them to review FIFA. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't going to go well.
yeah.
You have no idea what any context to this movie. Everything probably went right over your head. Why are you reviewing this? Why are we assigning you to review this? You don't get it.
And we'll probably get more into this when we get to the Mario movie stuff because I'm sure the reviews will come up initially. Since we're reviewing the game, it's important to understand what the reviews out there were saying. Because now we can comment directly on what they said or where we disagree, where we maybe even agree. We'll see. Wing Demand 7. I always wondered why Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom card games weren't gold. Yeah, the Switch 2 ones. That was a perfect opportunity to bring out the gold.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd like them all to be gold. You know what I mean? Kind of takes away the prestige of it.
The Switch 2 editions in this case. So they would have existed for a whole generation without gold.
That's true. But can you call the Breath of the Wild one without the DLC the gold one?
I mean, there is no version with the DLC, so.
Yeah, so I don't know. Oh, really?
I have it
Interesting.
physically. Yeah, play
That is
Asia.
interesting.
Let's see here. And then we had, sorry, I'm trying to do multiple things at once here. Sully comes in, says, "Hey, Mr. Stash, me and my buddy Jackson created you in Tamagotchi life. Hope that's not too weird. Long live the Nintenbyte Podcast."
That's awesome. That's not weird at all, man.
You're
That's
the most
great.
popular recreated person on the show. Now, I know I saw my entrance for WWE from the one fan. I'm in there. But you were first, and now you're in this guy's game. I got a feeling
That's
Stash might be on a lot of Tamagotchi life.
That's really cool. I love that. I love the WWE. Dude, I was dying. I was showing Michaela that.
Yeah,
I
dude,
sent that to
yours
so
was
many
great.
friends.
Yours
It made me
was
so happy.
yeah,
I
Stash
like
is
the one with all three of us.
Yeah.
You guys watched one with all three of us in it, right?
We walk in and we're just like,
Oh, dude, it's so great. We all come out one at a time and are doing our like moves in the ring. It's so great.
yeah,
Dude, you
I'm
gotta
dying.
send me the link to that one. I haven't seen that one.
You put it in chat.
Yeah,
Or private chat.
So good, yeah.
And then we had a late super chat here from Joey Pitts saying Earthbound needs a movie.
Earthbound needs everything.
All right. So this is where we're gonna now, guys, we're talking about the Mario movie, doing a review. So just big spoiler warning to all of our audio listeners, video listeners. Look, there's literally going to be a banner on screen. I'm going to put it on screen right now that says spoilers and says Mario Galaxy movie review. So if you, I don't know how much more obvious we could be, but there's going to be spoilers in this conversation because we're talking about a movie we all just saw today. That being said,
Hold on, give them.
I know they're
20
gonna
seconds
yell.
here.
I didn't give them enough
Yeah,
warning. It's
yeah.
only been a minute and a half. I don't know how much more warning you need. But just to set the bar, because this is, we're reviewing the game. This is the official Nintenbyte Podcast review of the movie. We have 110 professional reviews out there with a 43% on Rotten Tomato. Just to throw some of the words out there, these are all public, all before the movie came out, guys. None of this should be considered that spoiler right here, especially given that these people writing it don't seem to know what they're talking about half the time. So I should probably keep. Sorry, that's my opinion. My bad. Don't speak for others.
No, I'll claim that opinion 100%. That's mine too.
So David Jenkins from Little White Lies gave it a 1 out of 5, saying what's most disappointing is that the raw talent is all there, and every single person involved can be proud of having made quality, soulful, intelligent work in the past. So basically, that this is an insult to the voice actors' careers. Helen O'Hara from Empire Magazine said the moments of fan service might keep the hardcore happy, but everyone else over the age of 5, it's just a succession of loud, bright things happening with no point. We have Robbie Collin from the Daily Telegraph in the UK. 2 out of 5 says it's a testament to just how bad the original Mario Bros. Movie was that the sequel can be an improvement in every respect while still comfortably qualifying as absolute rubbish.
Again, I love the original 93 movie.
Let's use some
This is a good movie.
more. Associated Press. A lot of people have heard of them. Lindsay Barr from the Associated Press says Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto and Illumination co-founder Chris Meledandri seem committed to keeping things light and playful while beholden to advancing some of the coherent, moderately compelling story where there wasn't one previously. So a bit of a better written conclusion to the review. Obviously, someone who I would say sounds like an actual journalist, like someone actually went to school for this stuff. But they gave it a 2.5 out of 4, which it's out of 4. So that's a weird thing to have it out of, but that's their system. Their system's out of 4. It's fine. 2.5 it's more than passing.
I think they're doing the stars. You know how movies got 4 stars was a perfect.
Oh, sure.
score.
Yeah, that could be what they're doing. So yeah, that's not a terrible. It sounds like someone who said, yeah, it's an enjoyable, passable movie is basically what they said. New York Times says this comes from Alyssa Wilkinson, who reviewed it for New York Times. So there's a flat, empty nothingness to the Mario Galaxy movie, even more than its flat, empty predecessor, and that's a huge bummer. They gave it a 1. And then if you never mind, I thought I organized this by like bad reviews. No, I organized this by the top critics, and all of them are negative. So I wasn't even trying to find negative reviews. That's all that comes up. Is there a professional positive review? Hold on. I want to give the other side. 2 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5. Here's a 3 out of 4 from Clarin. I don't know who this is. This is the outlet. It says, as expected, the huge success of Mario Bros. Movie exactly 3 years ago was going to spawn a sequel, and here it is. So I guess that's all it says for the conclusion. So not a whole lot in there. I'm trying to find anyone that had a positive review. Doug Walker from Channel Awesome said it just gave it a 3 out of 4. Says just meets the bar for being a passable, entertaining fluff. Okay.
But yet it's a 3 out of 4.
Yeah, how is that a 3 out of 4?
Yeah.
Well, he's treating it like a C-level movie. Like it's passable. It's fine. It's just not fantastic. That's like a C. That's nothing terrible. I mean, I'll just state this right off the bat. I've seen a lot of negative reviews before the movie came out. I'll just say this, that I knew the movie would review bad because the first one reviewed bad. This one is reviewing even worse. I'm not really surprised. If you didn't like the first one, you're hoping this one's better than that. Nah, it's, So I would just say that I'm not surprised by the bad reviews. And I don't have a problem with people giving it a bad review. I think some people are confusing some of the words I said on X today. For me having an issue, like, oh, people should only review it if they're like you. No. I think people that should be reviewing movies and games and anything in general, you should be having someone do the review who already enjoys whatever the target is for that game or movie. If they don't, then they're given a perspective that doesn't actually speak to the target audience. And I use the Mario movie as an example because the original one's like a 66 or 69 or whatever it is. It's a splat on Rotten Tomato, but it has a 95% user score. That lets you know there's a massive disconnect between the target audience and the people who are reviewing. And that's what I mean by, I'm not saying the reviewers and the users have to agree, and I'm not saying negative reviews can't exist. I'm saying that it should be a negative review that actually would be much more impactful by coming from someone with whom they are the target audience for it.
Yeah.
If they have a negative review on it, then there's the problem. You'll read all these reviews and they're all like, oh, the first movie sucked and now the second movie sucks. And it's like, well, okay, then you were never the target audience.
Yeah.
So, and I get the target audience as kids. I had someone today be like, what do you want to do? Get some 7-year-olds to review it? Sure. YouTubers do it all the time. There's literally entire channels where kids review movies. If it's a movie intended for kids, then yeah, their perspective I think matters more than some hoity-toity adult watching 20 movies a week to write reviews, because they're the audience that, hey, this is the one movie we're going to start the year. Maybe it's the second one. There was another popular kids movie that came out recently, but anyway, so that's just kind of setting the table. They hated it. There are no user scores yet because they don't. I think they have like a 3 or 4. I think they wait till after opening weekend. Although never mind, they do have user scores up now. They just didn't today.
I saw it.
92% with over 1,000 ratings. I don't know if they have anything written. Oh, they do have some written ones. So let's go through, and we're going to go through their verified ones. These are people who have actually seen the movie, verified. Lots of 5 stars, tons of them. Thoroughly enjoyable. It's Mario. It's not that deep. Just enjoy the ride. My son loved the cameos from Smash Brothers. It's funny because that's where a lot of kids will know the characters from, not the original IP they're from. Another fun Mario movie with lots of Easter eggs and a few surprises. Honestly, it's a pretty good movie. It went by really fast, but it definitely opened up Mario and Nintendo universe for more movies and sequels to come. That's a huge takeaway I've had from it, too. Guys, they have 2 secret endings in the credits. Both of them open up to entirely different future movies.
You know what's wild is my theater that I saw it at. Everyone left the theater after the first.
Because it's probably all they thought. Yeah, they didn't think there was going to be a second
all I
one.
thought. And I told the people next to me that there was one more. But like I kind of felt bad. They just left anyways. They're like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
I'm by myself, just like a grown man. There's one more coming up if you want to wait a little bit.
The second one, guys, the second ending, I would say, is more akin to what the future of the Mario movies is going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. The first hidden ending is more like hey, it looks like Star Fox is gonna have its own shit going on. That was my general takeaway from that one, because he flies off to go back to the Lilat system or wherever the hell he was going. So it kind of feels like they were setting up a Star Fox movie down the line. Although, hey, for those wanting the Smash movie, Miyamoto spent all week shooting down that crap. He's like, nah, we're not. That's not happening. Of course, this is Miyamoto. He might not be alive by the time it happens.
I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be up to him when the time comes.
I think that will 100% happen.
I do think that I do say I don't think Miyamoto's lying. I think at the moment they don't really have a plan to do one. So I don't think it's like even something they've had a real conversation about. But they've obviously talked about being able to make other movies like the Donkey Kong one, the Star Fox one that now seems pretty locked in after this movie. So they definitely have a plan to expand the movie universe, but it's also like,
I mean, they could beautifully tie that after credit scene with Fox. You know, we'll get into more spoilers.
Yeah.
And Fox leaving, they could tie that into the next game.
Easy.
And they could set up the universe in this new Star Fox, in this reboot or whatever this game is going to be. Is that,
dude,
Fox has been to this universe. He's interacted with Mario characters.
We didn't even talk about this. Imagine,
pretty big deal.
How this gets solidified. They reveal the new Star Fox game this month, and Glenn Powell is voicing Fox still, but in the game. That would be the ultimate. Cool. Oh yeah, they're connecting this all together. They did the movie literally for this, which is awesome because that means it could also lead into the dedicated Star Fox movie someday. Anyway, so that's the reviews. Obviously, lots more positive reviews from the actual audience than there was from the critics. But now we get to us. We're a couple of us on here do reviews. It's ThunderStash and Gamebird. The rest of us are more just audience. We just watch movies and play games for fun. So let's throw it over to our two semi-professionals first. What are you guys thinking about the Mario movie overall? Yeah, spoilers you want, doesn't matter. Like good, bad, indifferent. Where are we leaning here?
Bird, you can go first.
Okay. I made some quick notes because when the podcast started, I had just wrapped the movie maybe 2 hours prior. So it was me racing home, getting ready, setting up, and I jotted some notes down. I still haven't, like, I can't give a definitive final thoughts on this film because I'm still kind of like absorbing it, and I'm actually going to be seeing it again. I saw it solo. My kids want to go see it, so I'll be seeing it again with the kids, and I think I'll have a really good grasp on where I land with this movie. I made a note to make a special mention just because I think this is important. And it was one of the first thoughts I had when I walked outside of my overall feelings of the movie, is that this movie has a major disadvantage compared to the first film. And that disadvantage, at least for me, was nothing's going to beat the magic of going and seeing the Mario universe created for the first time in all of its glory. When that first movie dropped, like, it was like a childhood dream come true. I literally sat in the seat and the movie booted up, and I felt like I can't even believe I'm here seeing this right now as an adult. Like,
it's like Breath of the Wild moment where you're just not gonna be again. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we've visited these characters, we've visited this universe now, so you're never going to have that same magic of just like, you know, we talk about Zelda's anniversary. A lot of people's first Zelda was Ocarina of Time, and nothing's going to top that nostalgia. Even if you know, the Ocarina of Time remake is the most incredible thing, it's going to be exciting, but nothing is going to top that nostalgia of the first experience. So that's just something that's important to note. You will not have the magic of it being your first time. That being said, I made a little list of pros and cons, and then I'll kind of share my overall thoughts after that. And they're just little bullet points. It's nothing too long or crazy. Pro number one, I'm sure everyone here is going to agree with this. And the animation in this movie is just absolutely insane. when I think of movies that are animated in this way, I'm not talking some of the more unique animated stuff like Into the Spider-Verse that does cool, almost like stop motion-y and very stylized. I'm just talking like pure animation, your Pixar style, your DreamWorks style, your Illumination style. I don't think I've ever seen a movie that looks this stunning. And it's not just one art style in this movie. There's more, and I'll get to that. But yeah, the animation throughout was wild. There's even like animated, like 2D animated stuff in here. I don't even know, there's like puppetry in here. I don't know if that was like real puppets or if it was animated. If that was animated, that is jaw dropping because it looked like practical puppets in part of this movie. Just the lighting, and like there were so many moments in this movie with some of the backdrops and just like the art where like I was like slack jaw, like holy shit, this is gorgeous. So that was like a major takeaway for me. I just couldn't believe how beautiful this movie was. And the setting does so many favors to that, how colorful and vibrant all the galaxy stuff is. Second one, music is unbelievable. It's possibly my favorite Mario soundtrack of all time in this film.
Very good.
And you know, I'm one of the people who actually liked some of the licensed stuff, you know, in the first movie, Aha, Take on Me, and some of that fun stuff that we got. This movie has like 2 or 3 licensed tracks, I believe, in it. Nowhere near as much as the first movie. That's neither a pro or a con for me. The pro is just that the music overall, the symphonic score of hearing songs from the Mario Galaxy series, as well as across the whole history of Mario, was a joy.
And certain scenes, you're like, oh.
Wonderful. And there are certain times where like you got like a special song, but they'd only play it for like 10-15 seconds.
Yeah.
And you're like, I know this one, I love it. And side note, IM8-Bit announced that they're doing a vinyl for this movie, and I will be picking it up because this score floored me. The music's unbelievable.
Did you see
it?
it?
I think it does.
Did you see the vinyl?
Yes, I saw it.
You saw it's
stunning.
purple, like Galaxy purple.
Stunning.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
it's so nice.
Hey, Gamer.
Yeah.
Did you know why the music was?
What's that?
Was part of it.
You cut out. Sorry. I don't know if that was on.
Oh.
Did you guys hear Eric?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, what the weird. You know why the music was so amazing?
Huh.
Koji Kondo was part of it.
Oh yeah, Koji Kondo. Yep.
I saw him in the credits, and we're like, oh, that makes sense.
I will say, when I saw him in the credits, I wasn't sure if he was there because he created the original music or if he played a role in this one. Because you got to remember,
supervised even.
Some of the songs that they played were definitely like Koji Kondo
Yeah.
originals.
I can't remember what they said exactly his title was, but I'm pretty sure he actually played a role in it.
That's so cool. But yeah, that's one thing that I think animation superior to the first film, music superior to the first film. Those things,
final looks
those just left such a deep impression on me instantly. And it didn't take the whole movie for that. I was just like, whoa, I love this so much. Let's see, what do I got? Like the first film, this movie is absolutely littered with Easter eggs and cameos galore. In fact, so much so that I don't know that I even absorbed half of them. The movie, like, well, I'll get into this a little bit later, but the momentum of this movie is like, it does hit the pedal to the metal. Like it hits the gas from the start, and it doesn't really let off. There's a few little moments where it lets off the gas a little bit, but this movie is boom, boom, boom momentum. So there is a lot. There are areas where I would have loved to just like pause and just kind of like look around. You know, there's like the casino scene. There's Mario and Luigi's bedroom that it shows. Even I forget what it's called. The what's that hub called where they can travel to the different galaxies? They call
Observatory.
it not the observatory. It's the where they meet Rob
with all the pipes.
With all the pipes.
It's the
Galaxy Hub or something. I forget what it was called.
Something.
Anyways,
There's a hub
in this movie that's kind of like it's like your airport or your bus stop, but for different universes, essentially, different galaxies. And scenes like that, the bedroom, the casino, this little kind of transportation galaxy place, I would have just loved, because there's just so much going on the screen. There's so much in the background, and I'm like trying to grab as much of it as I can.
The Gateway Galaxy.
The Gateway Galaxy. There we go. Gateway Galaxy. Yep. These spots are just jam-packed to the brim. So I'm sure there's dozens of things that I missed, dozens of nods, cues, characters probably walking around in the background that I missed. And I just love that. And to me, it's like, what again, just like the first movie, what a way to celebrate the series, the history of this game. I want to mention some major standouts. I think Bowser Jr. was phenomenal in this film. I don't know about you guys. He may have been my favorite new character, especially when he was combined with when they had the moments to Bowser, and the way this character looks up so much to his father, like his supervillain father, was like super adorable. And I don't want to spoil the whole scene, but there's a flashback scene, and maybe we will if we're going full spoilers, but there's a flashback scene that's so amazing, where it goes back to when Bowser Jr. is a baby, and it's Bowser as a dad doing a puppet show for him.
It's such a cool scene. Yeah.
It is so good. And it's weird because it's like two very villainous characters, but it's like a very heartwarming and touching scene. Really cool there. Another standout was Yoshi. I think Yoshi's going to be such a massive hit with the kids. I know he already was. And by the way, being in this movie, there was people my age. Obviously, I went in the daytime. It was a lot of families, so it was a lot of parents with their kids.
Yep.
Hearing the excitement in kids when Yoshi was on screen and had his early scenes, it warmed the heart. You love to see it. You love to hear a new generation of people latching onto these characters. And Donald Glover, he did such an amazing job as Yoshi. I think he just fit so well into this movie. The voice was good. He was funny. He was cool. And they do kind of like a montage scene of like how he ended up there.
Yeah.
And it was an example of them using licensed music in this movie. And it was so good. I don't know why I loved that montage so much, but I had a huge smile on my face that whole montage. It was so goofy, so ridiculous. And then, of course, I think... Oh, go ahead.
The ending of it was awesome. We're like, yeah, we have no clue what the hell you just said, but...
Yeah, Yoshi was great. And it just makes it like that, the dynamic, adding him into the mix with Mario and Luigi, like, makes me so excited to see what's next for these characters in the third movie. And I think that's a really great thing. Star Fox McCloud. This character was awesome. I think Glenn Powell did a fantastic job. I definitely got, it was kind of mentioned earlier by Stash, the Han Solo-ish vibes from the character. Really cool. Just such a joy to see him. I loved how they style-wise, the way they do how he got here made me really happy.
Yeah.
And it even had some vibes of the intro a little bit of the podcast, I'll say, with some of the digital 80s scan lines and stuff. Yeah. And it went full 90s and full 80s and stuff, which was really cool, with the flash of Slippy, and it's showing like the face box from the Nintendo 64.
He makes fun of his crew, but they're not there to say anything. I'm like, dude, I need to see the full crew in a movie because I got to hear the comebacks.
That's what I get. That's what
Fox is talking mad shit right now, but he's by himself.
Frog, my technician.
And then, I just loved it. I loved seeing him there. I love seeing him pilot the R-Wing and interacting with these characters. And he was in the movie more than I thought he would be, which is really cool. I thought it would maybe just be a quick scene, maybe a couple minutes. But no, he's got a prevalent role. He's part of the final act as well, which is really cool to see. I don't know. Should I dive more into spoilers right now, or are we going to do more of a discussion afterwards? I liked Fox so much more that even though he had a bigger role than I anticipated, I wanted more. I felt it's like kind of like double edged. Like I was happy with what we got, but then saddened that we didn't get more, even though we got more than I thought we would get initially. So I think that's a good sign for how they did the character, how they handled the character.
Yeah, well, then we have that end scene where it's like, okay, it seems like you're setting up a Star Fox, but I'm like, yes, please. Yeah. I need to see more of this Fox doing shit because this guy's awesome.
I was ready for, and we got a little bit of it, but I like, oh man, his crew is not in this movie. It's just Fox McCloud. You won't see Slippy or Peppy, showing up, or Wolf O'Donnell. But I wouldn't lie if part of me was hoping that somehow his crew was gonna come to the Mario Galaxy universe to retrieve him, to find him, and there was gonna be some sort of a trench run with him and the crew. On Bowser Jr.'s spaceship. I was like, oh my God, give me the trench run with Fox and friends.
Yes.
But really cool, man. I just, guys, you already know I love Star Fox, so that was such a joy for me. And there's a ton of cameos in this beyond Star Fox. One that was really great, that I thought it was very brief, but I feel like the joke landed really well, is Game & Watch.
Oh my God,
yeah,
that was so good.
Was so great.
When it popped up, I'm like, oh my God, yes, that's how the Game & Watch gets in.
Dude, Game & Watch, and then Game & Watch is, like, dare I say, extremely violent death.
Yeah, extremely.
So I really love that. Obviously, Rob was kind of leaked or teased ahead of time. Rob had a cute scene in there.
I like that one.
That scene,
I thought Wart was great in the movie. I really liked Wart as well.
The plot hole.
What's that actor's name? I forget his name. He's fantastic.
Guzman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. He did fantastic. It was it was like almost too perfect. I was like, yeah, that's how Wart would act and talk. So that was really cool. And those are kind of my pros for the movie. Beautiful, stellar soundtrack, packed to the brim with Easter eggs and just references to the whole game. And ultimately, like, I don't know, it was just, there's so much joy to be had with everything we saw here. Now cons, because I do have some cons. And it's not a perfect film, and obviously one that I haven't looked at the reviews. I hadn't seen that one about the guy who was stabbing himself, and I definitely think people go way over the top with that stuff. But I do think that story was a weaker point for the movie, and I felt a little bit conflicted on the story, because I felt like on one side it had more story than the first movie, and on the other side it had less. And what I mean by that is, the first one, it was a very basic. It was very fish out of water, save the princess. There wasn't a lot of depth or any or maybe originality behind the story. It was a very typical Mario story. And I thought, like, oh, this is just world building. This is setting it up. And hopefully Mario Galaxy 2 is going to, have a little bit more substance there. It does, in the sense that I think there's more like subplots. You also obviously have there's the Rosalina stuff, rescuing Rosalina. There's the father-son relationship and that sub story with Bowser, as well as there's I guess I'll just say it since we're good with spoilers. Spoiler warning. Massive reveal in this movie. Peach and Rosalina are sisters. And that was not established in the Galaxy games. This is brand new lore. Really cool. And that's another subplot. So there actually was more story to it, but I feel like because there was so much going on in this movie, there wasn't enough time for them to really breathe and flesh out the stories in a way that felt very, I don't know, profound or substantial. And I think an example of this is the Rosalina and Peach sister arc. I think was really cool, but they meet for the first time during the rescue, and we don't really get like a big scene of them. Like this is them meeting as adults for the first time. And there's not this big moment. There's not like a big emotional moment. All these questions, about the past and stuff. So I think that they left room for more on the story side. Second con I would say is that some scenes and characters felt maybe a little bit shoehorned in. Maybe they could have been saved for the third Mario movie or something else entirely. And one character that's an example of this that I would have loved to have a little bit more, but they were kind of just there, is Birdo. I'm the game bird. So obviously seeing Birdo in a Mario movie is super exciting. But it's so brief. And I actually thought Birdo was going to get another scene because the last thing Wart says to Birdo is, "Go fetch me Bowser Jr." And then I don't know. I think there could have been more. Birdo had maybe like 30 seconds of screen time. It was a couple action shots, and then that was it. There's a couple other scenes. I think like the T-Rex scene and the baby scene could have been saved for another one. It was a cool scene, but I think they could have used that time to maybe flesh out, or hell, I'm just going to say it, give me more Star Fox, because I could use more Star Fox for sure. And then I would have loved to get some more Rosalina in the movie. And I don't think there's not enough Rosalina in the movie, but I think Brie Larson freaking killed it. Like this felt like Rosalina 100%. And she was so awesome every time she was on screen. You get a lot of her in the beginning and you get a bunch of her at the end, but she's kind of missing for a chunk of the middle. And it's not necessarily that there wasn't enough. It's just she was so good that it would have been nice to get more, just because I think Brie killed it. So good. And then a couple more. Star Fox being a secret, I think would have been to the benefit. I will say.
Do you know why the poster came out? I think he was actually going to be a secret.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I think he was meant to be a secret too. I really do. Because I feel like if you're not going to keep him a secret, I think the impactful reveal would be in the final trailer to get everyone just like, holy crap.
There was a screenshot from the movie floating around behind the scenes. He was about to get leaked.
I didn't know that.
So it felt like Nintendo got ahead of it.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know that. I didn't see that screenshot. But let's just say if that didn't exist, I think keeping Fox a secret would have been huge, because I sat in the movie and I was loving every minute of it, but I did have the thought, I can't wait till the part where Star Fox shows up. I was anxiously awaiting his arrival. I wonder if this is and when you get to that like cantina bar, I'm like, oh my gosh, this has to be it. This has to be when Star Fox shows up. And so I could just imagine my reaction when they exit the cantina and Star Fox is in the background working on his ship and just being like, oh my God. So that would have been really cool. And then my last point was, and I actually already touched on this one. The movie goes by so fast. There's so much momentum that there's so much goodness packed in this movie. It's hard to soak it up in one watch. I feel like you have to watch it twice to truly appreciate everything that was in there, because I feel like I missed so much, even though I was looking and paying as hard of attention as I could. I feel like I missed so much of the movie. Finally, I'll end on my overall thoughts. I wrote down, I walked away with a smile on my face and having so much fun. I really look forward to watching this movie again with my kids. This movie to me felt like the perfect celebration for Mario's 40th anniversary. And despite what some of the negative reviews are saying, I feel like this movie is meant for two groups of people. I think it's meant for kids, and I think kids are going to absolutely love this movie. And I think some of the things, even some of the cons that maybe I mentioned, aren't going to be cons for children. A character feeling maybe just thrown in for the sake of it, like Birdo, or not maybe a lot of emotional impact on some of the big scenes between Peach and Rosalina, or the story being a little bit too fast to let you breathe it in. Kids aren't going to notice that stuff. Kids are going to be in for an hour and a half wild ride of pure fun. And it's going to create a lot of new fans and people interested in this world. The other group of people I think this is meant for is people who grew up and love Mario, love the Mario series, and love Nintendo. If you're a Mario fan, if you've even been playing half of the games from this series, there's so much packed into this movie for you. Yeah, does it have the most incredible story? No. Like, are there better movies out there? Absolutely. But if you're a Mario fan, if you're a Nintendo fan, you're gonna enjoy so much about this film, in my opinion. This isn't an award-nominated movie. It's a movie that was created with love and fun in spirit, like just like a pure spirit of fun. And so, go ahead.
So it's a Miyamoto movie.
Yeah. So I can see if you're not a kid, or if you didn't grow up playing Nintendo, or you've never touched a Mario game in your life, yeah, maybe this movie might not be for you. You might feel the way some of the critics feel, as in it lacks, plot and it moves too fast. But if you're a Nintendo fan, if you're a Mario fan and you have a history with that series, there's so much to love about this. May not be a 10 out of 10 for you, but I guarantee you'll walk away being like, that was a lot of fun at the very least. And set your expectations. My initial expectation was the first movie was story light because it was building up. The second one will be more story heavy. That wasn't the case. My expectation for the third movie is that it's going to be just another fun-filled romp like 1 and 2. And if it does surprise on the story front, hell yeah. If not, no worries, because I enjoyed the first 2 so much, and I can't wait to see where they go next. And I think the after credits thing, I'll let someone else take the last after credits. It does introduce a new character and kind of teases where we might be headed next. And obviously there's the Star Fox one that Nate mentioned. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this movie. I think there's a lot to love here, and I'm looking forward to my second watch. Those are my thoughts.
All right, I'm gonna throw it over to Tix quick because he's got to head out here. You got any thoughts on the movie before you head out?
I haven't seen it yet. Don't worry though, it doesn't bug me that things were spoiled. I hate spoilers in games, but movies doesn't bug me. But yeah, I have some stuff to do, and my headset just told me it's dying, so perfect timing. It was a genuine pleasure getting to talk to all you guys. Hopefully I'll get the opportunity again one day, but if not, it's totally good. I had a lot of fun, especially talking with Nate about Zelda. Always down to talk about Zelda, but yeah, I had a really good time. Is there any other questions you guys had for me before I peace out?
No.
Okay. Well, you guys enjoy the rest of the podcast, and like I said, great time. See you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Have a good one. Good to meet you.
All right. Before I throw it over to the stash extraordinaire, this guy keeps going off about how the movie's not for kids. I'm a dad. I'm telling you right now, my kids are gonna love this movie, and they haven't seen it yet. The last movie they watched on repeat on the TV for like months.
Well, listen, when I said that I think this movie's for 2 groups of people, and I said kids, I'm not saying this movie is strictly for. Oh, he's kidding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, just to be clear, in case anyone agrees, I'm not saying it's strictly for kids. I'm saying I think it's for both kids and adults who grew up and have a love for Nintendo and the series.
I think the best way you could say it is it's basically rated KA. Kids to adults, right?
Yep.
As the ESRB would say. Back in the day, before it was E for everyone.
Okay, so before I go to Stash, I just want to ask one question from the people who all saw the movie. Am I crazy, or did I see Samus's ship in the background of the one scene?
Like this?
If you guys did, I missed it.
But
yeah, it was right before Star Fox came on screen.
So I went into the movie hoping that we would see Samus, because I had talked about this, but Samus showing up because it's It's literally in space. That's where Samus is, and it would make sense. And I wondered if she would show up at all, but I didn't see that. But at the same time, I'm just like taking everything in.
Yeah.
Again, this is a movie you rewatch for Easter eggs, so I really hope that's true.
Yeah, it's just that one scene. And it looks like I'm not the only one. There's people in the chat with the super chat.
Yeah.
So other people did see that. Yeah, her ship was taken off.
It's awesome.
That's all.
Did-
That's one of those things that, again, when I see the second time, I can get clarification because I actually know where it happens. I just couldn't.
Yep.
There's so much happening in this movie. So Fox came on screen too. I was like, okay, I don't care about anything else that happened.
I know.
I gotta ask you guys, were you looking for? Because I actually wasn't looking for Samus. I didn't even think of that, so I didn't notice the ship. But there was another character I was looking for in the cantina scene. Do you guys know who I was looking for?
I have no idea.
Captain Falcon.
Oh,
perfect.
When they have the cantina in that kind of like sci-fi city that they're in.
Yeah,
I was like, oh snap, Data. Is Falcon gonna be here?
That would have been so good.
The only time I was looking around in the movie to try to see references was right after that when they went out into that spaceship area, and I was like, okay, I wonder how many they squeezed in here. I'm like, well, Pikmin, they made that one very front and obvious. Like literally,
That was hilarious.
how could you not forget this Pikmin?
That was freaking good.
But then obviously then the Samus one and then Star Fox. I'm like, dude, I bet you some of these other ships are references that I maybe don't even get. I gotta I gotta learn up some of my lore here. So I guarantee some of these are from games that I'm just not recalling right now. Because almost everything in this movie is intentional with its references.
Oh yeah.
That said, let's save me and Eric's thoughts for the end. Stash man.
All right. So yeah, I got a few notes. Earlier when we were talking about, by the way, that reviewer from the Times, they gave Mario a 0. He gave the Sonic the Hedgehog movie a 0. And this is a summary of it. But he starts out saying that video game adaptations are inherently bad. And instead of obviously giving any sort of criticism, the review leans heavily into insults and sarcasm, calling Sonic punchable, taking shots at the actors' performances in a mocking way, and even describing the movie as something so bad that you'd rather lick spilled soda off the floor than watch it. So that's the same guy who just gave Mario a 0. That's what he gave for Sonic. He hates video games. So I think it's just so funny that anybody would take this seriously. But I've seen some people sharing it online are like, oh, this movie must be bad because this writer I've never heard from Times, and I've also never heard of this outlet, but they must be right because it's on the internet, and so the movie must be bad. And if you watched it, you're crazy. Like, what? The logic of people is it's getting bad, guys. So I just wanted to give you guys a little insight on that. All right. Here's another interesting note, okay? Before I get into what I liked about it. Again, did you guys see all over your timeline today people talking about the rating
For
the Mario movie, about how it got bad reviews?
Yeah.
It was all over my
I saw
timeline.
screenshots of the Rotten Tomato score.
Yeah, it
I
was
didn't
like
see
all
too many.
console war bullshit. Just
Yeah.
people talking crap. And
Yeah.
I posted yesterday about the Steelbook, right? And this guy commented, he said, "You didn't get the memo that the movie is complete slop? The biggest Nintendo fans are saying it's a disaster, let alone the critics. Stop shilling." I replied to the guy, "No, I didn't get the memo. I'm seeing it today. I'm seeing it today, and will form my own opinion.
Yeah, right.
I'm not one to latch on to other people's opinions and present them as my own, like you're doing. Loser, like total loser." loser mentality. And he just replies, it is maybe the worst movie ever in cinema. I'm like, okay, and did you see it? You still haven't answered that. You obviously haven't. But it's like, dude, what is wrong with people? It's so weird, right? Now, look, my point is I saw that all over the internet. I'm just like, oh my God, I gotta get off the internet today anyways, because it's April Fool's Day. And apparently all the fools got a memo and decided to go on the internet and act like idiots today. But looking at the scores, okay, I pulled this up to give you guys some insight. This is for the chat too. This is why you can't take, and again, I looked this up in like 5 or 10 minutes while we're talking. This is why you can't take critics and journalists seriously. I'm sorry. Like, this is literally why I review stuff, because I can't take their shit serious. Did you guys like Billy Madison?
Yep.
Love the movie. Critics gave it a 40%. 40. Audience gave it an 8.
They did it to Tommy Boy. They gave it a 40%. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Here's a good one. The Boondock Saints. You guys seen that?
Oh, classic.
Banger. Okay. Audience gave it a 91%. What do you think the critics gave it?
60.
26. Out of their fucking mind. Like, what? A 26? But this is what I'm saying. This happens all the time. Look, I saw the Uncharted movie. First off, I love the Uncharted games. I saw the movie. The audience gave it a 90. Critics gave it a 40. 50% gap. Again, that's a video game movie. The Sonic movies, they've all had about a 40% gap. Did you see the Warcraft movie? I didn't.
I did. Yeah.
Yep.
Audience gave it a 76. Critics gave it a 48.
I think it's better than a 48. I wouldn't call it like great, but it's pretty good.
You guys like Super Troopers?
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't? Yep.
Apparently,
critics
gave
hate
it
comedies. I
they
swear.
gave it a 36. 36. Audience gave it a 90. Last one for you. Or actually, a couple more. Top Gun.
Oh.
Doesn't love Top Gun. Well, they don't. Critics gave it a 59. Top Gun, like what? This is in the 80s. Like, this is the most 80s movie. Like, one of the most 80s movies. Then I'll give you a reverse one. Obviously, the Mario 1 movie. Audience gave it a 95. Critics gave it a 59. So the numbers are literally inverted. 5995. But Star Wars The Last Jedi. The critics gave it a 91. The audience gave it a 42. I saw it opening night at midnight. I side more with that audience score. It's definitely no 91.
Yeah. How the fuck did they give that a 91? I'm sorry.
With what they did to Luke.
Dude, I finally...
They neutered our guy.
So I heard it was so bad. I refused to watch it. Then I finally said, you know what? I never let anyone else's opinion sway me. I'm going to actually watch it. I enjoyed the first two. I'm going to watch it finally. I watched it last week and I'm like, dude, this is a bad movie.
Yeah.
It's just straight up bad. And it's got a few good moments. I'm not going to say everything in it's bad. No. But it's significantly worse than the prior two and probably the worst movie of the entire 9.
Yeah.
By far.
Yeah, it's right there with I don't know, man.
There's not another Star Wars movie I would even put near this thing.
Yeah.
I only liked one new Star Wars movie, to be honest with you.
Rogue One was the shit.
Rogue One.
I knew you were gonna say that because that movie is so good. That should have been they should have done that for all the trilogy.
It's actually this might be a little bit sacrilege to say to Star Wars fans. It's actually my second favorite Star Wars movie. It became Empire and then Rogue One is my
Yeah.
second favorite Star Wars
Rogue
movie.
One is so good though.
That's
It's
where
so
I'm
good.
at. Empire is my favorite.
I've never
it's
heard
Rogue
anyone
One.
say that before, so
Oh
that's
yeah, dude,
badass.
easily.
Dude,
Yeah,
Empire.
it's so good. And then like Revenge of the Sith is very, very high
Yep.
for me. That's peak. Like, that was the peak, obviously the prequels, but obviously I don't want to make this about Star Wars, but we can talk about that forever. These are the things I liked. Okay. First off, I did get my Yoshi popcorn bucket. I went to the gym this morning. I called my local theater that's close and asked if they had it. They're like, yeah, we have it. We don't open till 11:40. And so, I'm like, I'm working on a review. I don't want to like shower and get ready for the movie and the podcast and for recording a review until I went to the gym, obviously. So I had to wait because obviously I want to go in the morning. But I was able to get it. And Bert, since you have it, you've seen, the detail on Yoshi and like the specs on the skin.
Mhm.
I feel like the movie did that with its animation with like Bowser Jr., obviously, and Yoshi. But that popcorn bucket is so true to what it looks like in the movie.
Yeah.
And I was so impressed by that part of the animation because, yes, it's an animated movie, but it's very much the art style and the way they animate it is almost real, like a real living cartoon.
Yeah, there was stuff that looked tangible in the film.
Yeah, exactly.
To
It
me.
was so cool.
They show a close up in the movie. In the beginning of the movie, Bowser's mini. He's like a little mini Bowser, and there's a
Yeah,
scene
that
where
was
he's sitting on
crazy.
Mario's hat, and it's a close up. You don't see Mario's face; it's just a close up of Bowser sitting on the hat. It looks like a real fucking hat. Like
Yeah.
it looks like real stitched material that's tangible.
My
You
my
know what I'm
stepdad,
talking about, right?
Oh yeah.
100%. So my stepdad Paul reached out last week, and he was asking about my work on YouTube, and he said, "Hey, I'm at the theater, and I just saw the trailer for the Super Mario Galaxy movie." He's like, "Obviously, I know you're gonna go see that," and he was asking if there's like any games coming out that I can review to coincide with it. And I let him know. I said, "You know what? I worked with Nintendo in October. They sent it to me. I reviewed it, and kind of explained the whole history of that." But his takeaway from watching the trailer was just like the music. And his stepdad, he had many jobs. He worked like in corporate management for a very long time, but he was also a musician and he plays the piano. And for him, hearing that music just in the trailer, he's just like, it's so good. I'm like, oh yeah. Like playing the game is even better because I was telling him how they did a fully orchestrated soundtrack for the Mario Galaxy games. And when they came out in 2007 and 2010, it was special, man. It was so special. But I said when I was playing it on the projector with the surround sound and hearing that music, I was like, it's really cool. But he was super impressed by that and the animation. He said it looks like something he hasn't seen before. And he's a total film buff. He loves movies. And as do I. I absolutely do. But he was just like, I've never seen like something that looks like that. And now I want him to see the movie too, because it's like, yeah, the trailer doesn't show everything, obviously, now that we've seen it. Like the thing you mentioned, Bert, about Bowser when he's shrunk down, I was like, this looks so crazy. Like you could touch it. Like it looks very tangible.
I still don't know if the puppets in the movie are real puppets or animated.
I don't either.
know.
That's what's cool. We don't know.
It's crazy because like it's very much Mario cartoon art style, but with this way of like mixing in like reality.
Yeah.
Just, like, it almost brings you into the world. Like this is a real thing that's actually happening, but it's not.
Yep.
But what the fuck?
I didn't even get to mention that my favorite Mario game of all time, Super Mario World, that I always talk about on this podcast, is literally the movie goes into that art style.
Yeah. Which I am going to bring up for sure. So yeah, absolutely love that. The best way I could probably, I think, describe it is that they somehow blurred the lines between realism and cartoon, and it's in some middle ground that we haven't seen before. And I was a fan of the first movie's animation. I thought it was great, but then seeing this, I'm like, holy shit, this is actually a huge step up.
Major.
Yeah, I didn't know there was this much room for improvement, but apparently there is, because it's like, damn, this looks great. So I'm excited to watch that at home, like on 4K. I already pre-ordered the Steelbook. I literally did it as soon as I sat down when we started the podcast. Saw Wario post it because I was waiting for it to go on sale for the US Amazon. So I got that. Okay, so animation, the music. Now look, this has tons of tracks, right? And you guys all know, just like from my reviews, they're all laced with Mario music. Obviously, there's other stuff, but I have a lot of Mario music, official ones, music from overclockedremix.org that I've been going to since literally, I think, the early 2000s.
OC remix.
Love OC. Yeah, so I got a lot of remixes from there, and I just love Mario music. And they have the Galaxy themes in there, and Bird, as you said, as soon as they'd start playing it, you're like, yes, yes, but then it stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I'm like, this makes me, I want to hear the whole song. Because it's different. It's not like,
maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, this is something I would actually want to buy a soundtrack for, which has not happened in what years that I've wanted to buy a movie soundtrack. That was a bigger deal growing up. Like in the 90s, it was way bigger deal, like late 80s, early 90s.
It was like getting a custom mix of now that's what we call music, except you know every song because you loved it in the movie.
What I liked is that, and I whispered this to Michaela a bunch, but when they showed scenes from, like, they had scenes play out from the actual games. You know, they had like Mario 1 scenes, Mario 2, Mario 3, like Frog Luigi. And then it went into the Mario 3 music from the water level. Super Mario World, they did the same thing. Odyssey, obviously Star Fox. The Star Fox renditions, right?
Yeah.
Hearing the music like for Corneria and the title theme, I'm just like, this is so good. I'm like whispering to Michaela, I'm like, that's Fox McCloud's theme. Like, that's from Star Fox. This is the game I was talking to you about. She's like, oh, cool. I'm like, yeah, it's so good. Like, I just want to keep hearing. I want to hear the whole thing because it was so good from what we heard, the snippet. So the music, for me, like the way they were able to intertwine it to match up with all of the scenes and make it seamless was really impressive. And then the Galaxy tracks, it's like, those are obviously going to be awesome, and they are still. Let's see. Yes, Fox McCloud, totally badass. Glenn killed it. And you guys saw his interview about Fox?
No.
He reached out. He reached out to Nintendo.
Oh, that's cool.
He loves Star Fox. Obsessed with it. He reached out directly to what's his name over there at Illumination.
Chris.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he pitched it to Chris right after the Mario movie. He pitched a Star Fox movie to him, and what he would do, went into detail about it, like super fan, like Brie is. And I'm reading this, I'm like, holy shit, this is so cool. Like, mad respect. And then Chris goes to Miyamoto and was like, hey, Glenn, talented guy, he loves Star Fox. And Chris pitched the idea to Miyamoto about, what about Fox being in the Galaxy movie? Because, it's in space. Make a lot of sense. And so there's a whole interview. I don't want to give it all away. Read it. It was really good. You guys will love it. But again, like hearing Brie talk about Nintendo, and I saw like an unboxing video from her, like unboxing, I think a Wii back in the day, like on YouTube. Like she's a huge gamer, like huge Nintendo fan. I love that they casted her, and it shows in her character. She did such a great job. Uh, Donald Glover is same thing. He's like, we need to reach out to Nintendo. There's a story about him too, about how they chose Glenn and Donald. Donald pitched Yoshi to them because he loves Nintendo. I'm like, this is great. Like, this is what you want, right? For your movie. You don't want to have to cast it. You want the right people to come to you, and that's when you know it's right. So yeah, they both killed it. Brie, excellent. Princess Peach was once again great. Mario and Luigi, Chris Pratt and what's his name were great.
Charlie Day.
Charlie Day, so funny. Guzman was awesome. Look, I love Mario too. I always have. Absolutely love the game. I always choose Princess. She's the best character for sure. But I love the bosses in the game. I always loved Wart. I always loved Mouser.
Yeah,
Which Mouser's in the movie. I'm like, oh, dude, it's the bad guys from Mario 2. It's Birdo, Wart, Mouser, and then you got the ninjas. The guys who look like the stars. I went, what is going on here? What kind of fever dream is this? And they're all just chilling at a casino. Wart's over there getting drunk. Like, this is hilarious. Like, who thought of this? The baby Mario stuff. First off, the Super Scope.
Yeah,
like
Super Scope.
Again, whispering to Michaela, I'm like, that's the gun from Super Nintendo. Said it was used with like Yoshi, Mike whispering this to her. I'm like, it's really cool that it's in the movie. But the fact that it turned them into baby Mario and Luigi with Yoshi, I'm like, Yoshi's Island's playing out in front of us right now. This is great. The T-Rex. I was like, this is from Odyssey.
Yep. And
she's like, really? I'm like, yeah. It's not just like a dinosaur. I'm like, no, this is the dinosaur from Odyssey. Well, we'll have to show you, but this is literally from the game. Like, everything here is intentional, which I love. Like, nothing was random. One thing that I really liked, and I don't think anyone probably caught, is when Princess is underground and she goes through the wall into another dimension. That 1-to-1 mirrors the 1993 Mario Brothers movie when they go through the dimension.
Yeah,
like,
right.
I said that to Michaela. I'm like, that's freaking awesome.
I was thinking that, but I was like, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, dude.
100% sure. So I didn't say anything, but I was like, that flashback here.
Yeah, and it's underground. I like that is so cool because, Princess in the Mario movie was Daisy. But yeah, she goes through the wall and then Mario and Luigi follow her. I'm like, oh, this is so cool, dude. Like, that is definitely an homage. But probably my biggest takeaway, all said and done, I had perma smile, as you would call it, the whole time. Like, had a smile on my face, giddy smile the whole time. It was just like looking at everything on the screen, hearing the music. I was just like, oh, dude, this is so good. So for me, I absolutely loved it. And look, I think it helps that I've spent 40 years. Like, I mean, I'm turning 41, right? But I've been with Nintendo since childhood. We all have. We grew up on this. We've never left it. And so to experience all of this, like, we get everything. We know every song. We know every scene. We know every Easter egg until we, of course, get it at home and we spot tons more. But everything we're taking in, we know and we love. And so, of course, we're going to love this movie. And so if you haven't played these games, you may not enjoy it as much because you don't get it. But for people like us who really understand it, what's not to love? So again, that's why I came home and I bought the Steelbook, and I really might pick up the album because the music's just so good and I want to hear everything. So yeah, dude, 100% love it. I'd recommend it to anyone who loves Nintendo, the Mario games, real gamers. Like real gamers, right? Like I've seen a lot of video game movies. I enjoyed Street Fighter in '94. I enjoyed the Mortal Kombat movie.
The Mortal Kombat movie, to be still, the 95 Mortal Kombat movie is still one of the best video game live action films.
Same. Like, I enjoyed obviously the '93 Mario movie.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that like I enjoy this stuff because I'm the demographic for it. Because I get it, because I played all the games and I love the games, and that's why I'm here to see it. That's why I'll be in the theater to see the Mortal Kombat movie this year and the Street Fighter movie this year.
I'm going to opening day of Mortal Kombat as well.
I'm going to both. Michaela knows. I said, I work with Capcom now too. So who knows, we might get free tickets, but either way, I'm going to be there to watch it and support it. And I mean, I love Street Fighter. We've grown up with it. I know the cast. We know so many of the cast. Like I've grown up on wrestling. Cody Rhodes I'm like, this is gonna be cool, man. This looks like a lot of fun. What is it? 50 cents Balrog?
Yeah.
This is great, dude. What's not to like? It's super over the top, just like it was in 94. So,
dude, one of my favorite things. I was a huge Jean-Claude Van Damme.
I know you are. Me too.
Huge. Obsessed. I have a bunch of like Jean-Claude Van Damme 4K steelbooks.
Yeah.
I grew up on Time Cop and Bloodsport.
You got Sudden Death,
Lionheart, and Sudden Death, and The Quest.
That's so good.
I just love The Quest. So many good movies. But one of my favorite things about him being Guile in Street Fighter was, he plays an American soldier, but Jean-Claude has like the thick accent, and there's just no explanation for why he has such a thick accent.
Yeah.
He's just American Guile.
Raul Julia, rest in peace, obviously, but I don't know if you've ever heard the story on why he agreed to do the movie.
No.
So he was dying. He had
at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He was getting treatments on set. He lived on set because he had his doctors there getting the treatment, and he was in a shitload of pain while doing the movie, and he did it because his kids absolutely love Street Fighter and they begged him to do it, and he did it sort of as granting a dying wish to his kids. I'm like, holy shit, that's heavy.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to say about that is that I thought he killed it as Bison. He was so good. He really helped make the movie as good as it was. And I read that story maybe in the last year. I'm like, oh my God, that's so sad. But also, you killed it in that role. So good on you.
Okay. Eric, thoughts on the Mario movie?
I freaking loved it. Yeah, I was perma smile the whole damn time, just bopping along with the music and just taking in all of the references I could find. Man, the only part that sucked of it, and it wasn't the movie, was the person next to me, not him, but the person on the other side of me.
It'd be even funnier if it was Prime.
It would have been really funny, but I would hate him. For some odd reason, was taking fucking pictures of the movie and then recorded just a tiny bit of it. And then I'm like, what the fuck are we doing here? Put your phone down and watch the fucking movie. It's like, whatever. And finally she did. And I'm like, okay, thank you. And I was, but that was about the only complaint that I had about, this whole experience.
I'm so good at just drowning out everyone around me. There was someone sitting next to me. They bumped into me like 5 times. I couldn't even remember at the time it was happening. I was so zoned in on the movie.
Well, I would have been, but she was out here in my field of vision, so it was like,
I would have just ended up like this naturally. Okay, I'm leaning forward so you're out of my vision.
Right,
Hell
yeah.
This movie rocks.
Yeah, right. But no, it freaking A. I mean, you guys covered it. The music, I love music.
The music was ungodly.
So I was just freaking just enjoying, smiling, listening to, the references that they pulled, the different scenes, the matching music to it. And it was just like, oh my God, this is so good. And, again, the one complaint that I have is, it did go fast. I wish it was a little longer.
Yeah.
They can flesh things out a little bit more, but that was pretty much all I had for complaints. I loved it.
Okay. So obviously, we talked about before, you can't ever really get the original Mario movie feeling again. Like, it's really hard to walk in first time on the silver screen in an animated form. Not with pretty much the expectation it's going to suck. At least that's what I had. Because I was like, I'm not the biggest fan of everything Illumination does. And then Miyamoto, like, I love him, but he sucks with story. And the voice acting crew is very Hollywood. I've seen this a billion times before. It'll be an okay movie, but I'm not going to love it. And then I fucking loved it. So happy to be wrong. Went in with all the skepticism. And, it really just started with the opening spectacle of the whole thing. No, I didn't get that feeling again because it's hard to get that feeling again. Now, I still had some moments that were similar, like the original reveal of Star Fox, despite knowing it was coming.
Sure.
Like, there was a very similar, hey, this is the first time I'm seeing him. I'm going to tell you right now, love Star Fox, love Nintendo. Not a chance in hell I ever thought Star Fox would be on a movie screen in front of me in a theater. Ever. Yeah. And then there he is. There's Fox McCloud, and he's the cocky version of him. Fuck yeah. Dude. Love that version of Fox. Let's fucking go. And I'm like, this is so good. That was one moment that I'm like, okay, that gets it. And I know, by the way, that feeling's going to happen to me again with the Zelda movie. I've been wanting a live action Zelda movie since I was a little kid.
My whole life. Yeah.
But to double down the point, if Zelda's a trilogy, you're not going to... Yes, your hype and excitement's going to be a 10 because it's your favorite series for the second movie. Nothing's ever going to beat the magic of the very first experience of seeing Zelda brought to life on the big screen. Because that's like a holy shit, I never thought this was possible moment. Savor it next year, all of you and everyone in the audience.
I'm going to cry when the movie opens. I'd like to say I'm kidding. I guarantee there will be some tears. I might have to wear my glasses just to make sure my contacts get all fucked up. Like I
especially if they give like Tingle a really tragic story in it.
Oh, dude, which would be so fitting. It'd be so fitting for him. Dude.
Yep.
It'd be so fitting if he has like this super dark story. I'm like, yeah, dude. He's got a hard fucking life. I don't know what to make fun of this fucker. Anyways. No, so like the movie, guys, I really enjoyed the movie a lot. A lot of people getting mad at me online, disagreeing with some of the critics or all this stuff, and I'm like, what do you want me to do? Want me to apologize for enjoying something that others don't? That's not going to happen.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry you couldn't enjoy it. Good, go watch something else. Like the Mario movie, to me, we talked about audiences a bit earlier. I do think it's for two distinct audiences. One of them is just obviously kids, and I say this because. And I saw some of the comments. Well, for any kid over 5, like, I'm not saying that kids don't like engrossing stories. Okay, what I am saying is a lot of kids like to watch very fast-paced, high action all the time, something new every 5 seconds. This movie does that like it snorted a line of cocaine. Okay, so kids are gonna love it because there's nonstop new happening all the damn time. So kids will just love it because of that. And then obviously the characters are cute. Like I already saw some kids were thinking certain ways about Fox and how he was being presented and being like, oh, I want to be like him. And then
back to that.
And then he says things, you know, then like, you know, Yoshi comes on screen and you can audibly hear the children like going, oh, he's so cute. I'm like, dude, this is fucking great. Like, see here in a new generation fall, because this is something I talked about Nintendo. It was Switch. Once they started posting those stats, they're really having a hard time getting kids in. Well, maybe it's because, you know, there's too many options for kids and all that. Obviously, gaming's really expensive right now, so it can be hard to expect a parent to spend $450 on a Switch 2 and then $80 on a game for their kid. Like it gets up there. But how else can you reach the children and make them fans of your IPs? Movies.
Yep.
You do it with the movies because all kids watch movies. So,
and now those kids are going to be asking their parents to go to Super Nintendo World.
Oh yeah, they're going to want to go to
mean?
Super Nintendo World just because of the movies. Then they'll find out that they have to play them as games, just like as kids. Our favorite movies and stuff that showed that had games. We wanted to play the game version of our favorite movie, even if it sucked. We still wanted to play it. I've played Home Alone 1 and 2 and Jurassic Park on the SNES. Lion King, Aladdin, all the Disney ones. Of course, the Disney ones were actually good.
I liked Home Alone.
Yeah,
I have it.
I had, Home Alone was okay. I had Home Alone 2. Some rough spots in Home Alone 2, but
Yeah, not even close to as good.
But yeah, but like that's the thing. Why did we want to get those? Why did they make 10 trillion copies of the really shitty ET? Because ET is a really popular movie.
Yeah.
And then people bought the game and they're like, this is trash. But no, hey guys, this movie, so that's like the kid side, obviously the really fast paced. For the adult side, it's mostly I don't know if my mom would be into this kind of movie. But I will say my dad probably would. And it's because the adult side is going to be the ones that grew up with Nintendo. Even if you don't play the modern game state, it doesn't matter for a movie like this. This hits you everywhere across the entire existence of Mario. There will be something in here that gets you, whether it's the actual scenes and the characters or even just the music, the nostalgic ride it takes you on. And we often talk, you know, I should say the internet often talks about nostalgia as being like this negative thing because it blinds you. And I'm like, go look up the definition of nostalgia. It's wholly positive. If this movie brings you back to a positive time from your childhood as an adult, I don't know how the fuck that is a negative. Because you know how few things in my life on the daily take me back to my childhood?
Yep.
I got too many responsibilities and too much shit going on. And if there is a take me back, it's hearing my kid bitch at me about something, reminding myself, oh yeah, I remember when I did that shit. No, I want good memories, positive associations. And that's what this movie's chock full of. So like a big Nintendo fan like me really finds a lot to love about this movie. It also helps that the first Mario movie set the expectation, and Mario itself did. You know, the number one criticism I see across every review of this game, of this movie, is the story. It's all about the story. How it's shallow, it's rushed, it's this, it's that. Maybe this was just one. I'm going to be completely frank here. Kids don't care about it usually. It seems weird to say kids don't care about story. But as a father, and I guess I go speak to mine, where my kids are now older, now 10, 12, 15. I was asking them to tell me if they remember the story for Frozen that they watched 1 billion times. They don't remember jack shit about the story. They remember the songs, though. They remember Olaf wanted to, you know, go to summertime, which would factually melt him. And they think that's funny. Why do they remember? Because it's funny. Because that's what kids are associating growing up. They usually like funny stuff. So they remember funny things. They don't really care so much about the overarching larger story being told. So for kids, that ends up not really being a thing that matters. And then for adults, they do care about story usually. But I guess this is just my expectation of the first movie was mostly just tell a Mario game as a movie. And that's what they did. So it satisfied me. So we're in a sequel. Well, now we're in uncharted territory because I don't think you can just go tell a game as a movie now because you already established things. So give me something original. Well, it's original. And it's also just like the first one. There's not a lot to it. And that's totally okay. Because my expectation is,
to be fair,
Mario not to have a huge in-depth story.
I was gonna say, to be fair, there is a story.
Yeah, there's a story.
Shallow, but there is a story.
Yeah, there's a story, and there's enough story for me. Like,
yeah,
that's the big thing is like, yeah, the story is probably the weakest part of the whole movie, and it feels weird saying this, but for a Mario movie, it's also like almost the least important part. And that feels so weird to say about a movie. And I would not say that about the Zelda movie. But Zelda's different because Zelda's already a more story-driven IP than Mario is.
I mean, I'm halfway there with you, but I don't think that just because Mario is so story light in its games that necessarily means the movies don't need a story. Because I think the Mario Galaxy actually had a really strong foundation. I think, like I said in kind of my notes of my thoughts on this film, I think there was something really excellent about the father-son dynamic between Bowser Jr. and Bowser.
Yeah.
I found that extremely enjoyable, and that flashback with them was one of my favorite scenes in the whole movie as just a story moment. And let's just say they didn't do the sister angle, which I enjoyed that angle too, but let's just say they left it out and they really doubled down on the father-son and they played that out more throughout the movie. I only think it would enhance the experience. I don't think it would detract from it. That being said, the lack of story didn't ruin this movie for me in any way, shape, or form. It just didn't have a super compelling story in it. Otherwise, the film was just knockout fun from start to finish.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that, but I don't think Mario necessarily doesn't need a story. I just think they made a couple movies without a story, but were so fun that you can forgive or you can let go of the fact that the story is not very compelling, is where I would land.
Yeah, see, from my end, my expectation was always for it not to have much of a story, so it not having much of a story doesn't really matter to me. I think it's more so that why do I play Mario games? I always, because I do love story in video games. There's tons of games that the only reason I even keep playing sometimes because I want to see what happens next in the story, not because the gameplay is keeping me hooked. But I realized this watching back when the first movie came out, because again, I went into that one really negative on the movie and then complete 360, or I should say 180. And what's interesting that I learned back then is, man, all I really want from a Mario movie, now that I've enjoyed this first one, I just want it to be fun. I felt like I just played an entire video game in an hour and a half. It just needs to be fun, just like the games. It doesn't need to be anything else. And it needs to own that. And the first movie owned that in spades. It wasn't trying to be super in-depth. Yeah, there was character growth, and you pay attention. Mario actually had quite a bit of character growth if you want to get down to the nitty-gritty individual scenes. But in the end, it was pretty shallow. And it didn't matter because it was fun. And so I went into this one now being like, all right, I just have to have a good time. Like, I just need to be smiling and just have a couple moments. And I smiled. I had a couple moments. And one moment, I actually almost had a tear come to my eye, which I actually kind of was shocked by, considering that there wasn't much of a story. But it was just my love for the characters. Like, I had so much fun and so much smiles start to finish. It's like, I don't even care about the rest. I liken this to, this is a weird comparison. So we brought up like Tommy Boy before, right? How I got like a 40% by critics or whatever. And I can tell you right now, I know that story frontwards and backwards, right? How the whole thing plays out. But I probably didn't even have that memorized as of like 10 years ago, because I didn't watch the movie to tell this because the story's about, you know, a guy who's overtaking his father's business, selling like brake part shit and getting bought up by the mega corporation and having to go plead our case to keep our factory open. Like, okay, that sounds like a solid premise. I didn't understand any of that for most of my life. It was for the adventure in between. It was the journey, all the laughs along the way that I remembered Tommy Boy for, not the actual story. And I started realizing once this movie ended that I'm like, God, that's what it's like with the Mario movies, man. I don't really care about the story particulars. I just care that I fucking was smiling from start to finish. That's awesome. That's like why that's why I like watching comedies and stuff, because like, dude, who doesn't want to fucking laugh? And movies that keep me laughing start to finish, those are the best. That's why I love like Tommy Boy. That's why I love Dumb and Dumber. That's why I love, you know, even like you want to get to more recent ones. There's Talladega Nights or a lot of the Will Ferrell movies in general. Step Brothers. That one also reviewed terribly, and I'm dude, one of the fucking funniest movies I've ever seen.
Step Brothers did?
Yeah. How the fuck did that review bad? Dude? That movie is so fucking good.
Exactly, dude. So good.
Anyways, and again, not everyone has to agree with my opinions on things, and that's totally fine. Like all these professional reviewers, they don't have to agree with anything with movies. I really don't care. I learned a long time ago that my taste does not align with movie reviewers, like at all. I'm not
we learned that as kids.
Yeah, and I don't think that I want to say it's not that I don't think some movies are great that critics also think are great. Yeah, of course that happens.
Yeah, it happens.
But I'm like, it's not. It's weird to me, I guess, because I kept thinking about like, because I don't really read a lot of reviews in general anymore unless it's related to my job.
Yeah,
and
either
I started realizing that like the reviews, you know, have a purpose usually of trying to make you decide if you want to buy a thing or spend money on something. Go to you know, are you going to buy that movie ticket? But I've noticed with movies that I can already figure that out from the trailers. I don't need some anonymous reviewer to let me know how the rest of the film goes and if they like how it went or not. Because my tastes are not their tastes. So I can already tell. And once I started paying more attention to the trailers, actually watching all of them, because if I'm on the fence and I got to see every trailer, I can usually tell by the time you get to that final launch trailer if that's a movie I plan to see ever, go to a movie theater to see, or we'll see it the day it hits a streaming service.
Yep.
But I can tell that already because I have a 100% track record of if I enjoyed the trailers, I enjoy the movie. And that's true basically every time. There's obviously always exceptions where the trailers were the entire movie. There was nothing else to see. That kind of sucks. But yeah, no. So with Mario, my expectations are so low for the story. My expectations are just to have a fun ride. So I think a lot of things with this, and when you guys look at reviews out there, not just ours, but others, it's all about expectations. It drives a lot of the review process. Is what were you expecting versus what you got? And then there's what you want it to be versus what it actually is. Those things can all kind of butt heads with each other when you're doing reviews. Because obviously reviews are a very personalized opinion, but it's an opinion you're presenting to the public to help them. And I think that gets forgotten at times about reviews, is that the whole purpose of review isn't to serve you, it's to serve the audience reading it, but it has to be your perspective. So if you didn't like something, yes, you need to portray that. That's absolutely true. So I have no problem with negative reviews of this movie. There can be people that hate this movie. I guarantee it. I just thought my mom wouldn't like this movie. I don't think she would. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe as she's gotten older, she's just looking for a good time now. Maybe she's got memories of my dad playing Mario. I don't know. So maybe I'd be off of that. It wouldn't be a movie for my grandma. It wouldn't be a movie for other people. I know they go into it and be like, what a waste. Can we go to a different movie? Like, yeah, there are absolutely people this movie's not for. And I feel like a lot of those people were the ones handling a lot of the reviews. And regardless of me not really wanting to crap on any individual reviewer, it's just when there's such a huge audience score and review score discrepancy, to me, that's always how you can tell that the review outlets were not handing the movies to the right reviewers. because the right reviewers would be the target audience. And if the target audience is scoring anything in the 90%, but your aggregated reviews are like 50s, 40s, 60s, like you're so disconnected from who these movies are made for that the reviews become pointless. And then people, and that's what happened to me over time is I think, it was Beer Fest. So Eric and I went to Beer Fest. I had not read any reviews on it.
Yeah. Did you guys drink before?
I don't drink, but
I did.
Yeah.
I was saying with him. Yeah, I did.
We all did. We snuck beers into the theater back when they didn't serve in theaters.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Dude, that movie was fucking awesome. It's still awesome to this day. Of course it is. It's the fucking Super Troopers. Of course it's gonna be good. Anyways, then I saw the reviews after it. I'm like, what the fuck? You're saying this is like the worst trash to ever hit the silver screen? Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck you talking? You are this is what is it? They called it like, garbage drinking fodder for frat bros. It was in one of the reviews. And I'm like, okay, and who are you? Okay, you're a suburban mom with 10, did I read that right? 10 kids. Damn. Good luck. And you're trying to tell me what a drinking movie is for. Yeah, I think the kind of people that should be reviewing this should be college people that want to party, because that's what this movie's about. It's for that. That's the crowd. Like if you're reviewing it, so it's just something I realized a long time ago that most movie reviewers, they're doing it for a living. You're not going to have a reviewer that for every single genre and every single type of movie. It's just not going to happen. So you end up having reviewers reviewing a ton of shit. Like even that reviewer we were talking about from New York Times earlier, those are they reviewed Sonic and they reviewed Mario, but they reviewed a bunch of other stuff in between. Some things that they were much nicer about, including some animated films. So it's very much it's different depending on the person and what they like. It's a lot
they
of
don't like computer games.
Yeah, they definitely don't like computer games. That's for sure. But it is a little funny. So for me, look, guys, I think the Mario movie is great, but it's great for those two audiences that I said. Outside of that, I don't know that it's going to be great for much else. But I also don't think it needs to be. The last one was like 1.3 billion box office. This one's already trending ahead of the last one.
Yep.
I don't know if it's going to hold that trend worldwide, but the audience score is barely worse than the last one was 95. This one's at 92. So still very, very, very high audience satisfaction. So that means word of mouth from people leaving the theater is going to be very positive for this one. Obviously, Nintendo put a lot of marketing behind this. McDonald's Happy Meals and everything else in between. We've seen the Mr. Beast candy promotions. So yeah, I think the Mario movie is really good for those two audiences, and I think it's going to perform very well in the box office, and obviously on it's going to be exclusive now, right? With
what?
Was it Sony? Someone got Universal had a contract for permanent live streaming of on demand, anything they make.
Netflix.
Yeah, with Netflix. Yeah, I think it was with Netflix.
Wait, for who? What?
Yeah, with Universal. All their stuff goes to Netflix after nowhere else.
Fuck.
Just use my Netflix account. What are you worrying about? Wait, sorry. Whoops.
Yeah,
time out.
Can't do that.
Yeah, actually, look, see, we're in the same house.
Yeah,
see?
We're in the same house. Yeah.
He can use it.
Yeah.
He lives here.
Yeah.
Every Wednesday.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But no, I'm really like, let me just talk about the movie itself for just a second and just say it is one of the best animated movies I've seen in my life in terms of animation. I don't know how they did any of it. I thought the first movie was super impressive and people said, oh, this is the best Illumination animation ever. This movie is way beyond that. This is the kind of thing that I think other places will be studying this movie to help them enhance their ability to animate, because it is. And when you slow down the scenes and you're like just trying to pay attention on like the background, there's so much going on in the background at the same fucking time. It is absolutely insane. This is top tier animation work. Obviously, the music is great. My favorite moment in the movie, just throw this out there. It's always going to be Rob. Did
So good.
Then they interrupt him, so he comes back, and he comes back way quicker than he went there. Just he's got to do it all over again. Like I didn't think Rob was even going to say anything, and then I'm like, oh, this is actually a really cool look, because if you ever played any of the games of Rob, it would feel like he's moving so fucking slow and gyromite.
That.
Dude, he's so slow.
I was like, that's why he's moving so slow.
This is hilarious that they
intentional.
Yeah, that's how he was. I'm like, oh, that's so great.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? What did you guys think of Dry Bowser? Do you think we go back to normal Bowser, or is it just Dry Bowser going forward?
He'll probably go back.
No, I think his skin will regrow.
Yeah,
because he's a
He'll
reptile.
have an explanation. He might start out as Dry Bowser, then something happens, and he touches a mushroom and gets himself back or some shit.
Yeah.
Man, I still really love that Game and Watch cameo. I think that was just
that was
such a great moment. I love how the pan comes down and then like nothing happens for like 10 seconds, and then it's just like an atomic bomb.
So, what do you guys think of that ending scene, the very, very end, the surprise reveal?
Oh God, yeah.
Looks good. It's
Looks
exciting.
good.
It's freaking strong, dude. That's all I have to say. That was like Hulk.
You're right.
It was like Hulk level strength.
Yeah. So like there was this hit me at the end.
That monkey's dead. Like no small creature gets hit with that much power.
That monkey's fucking done.
Yeah, right. That monkey died.
That
like legit is dead.
If there's one that looks like him in the next movie, guys, I'm telling you right now, that's a clone.
I'm
That's
also
a brother.
Not gonna lie,
the original.
That was one of my favorite cameos too. The freaking monkey from Mario 64 that stole a hat is fucking. That was so freaking great.
Yeah.
Oh
man, no, there's just so much to love about this movie, man. There really is. At least for people like us, nerding out about all the cameos and all like the cool little things. I can't even get over the Game and Watch. The Game and Watch thing was sick. One, because I didn't see it coming.
Right.
I just did not. In that moment, that's not what I thought he was painting up, man. I'm like, wait, what?
Neither did I. I was like, this is brilliant. I love
everything you could have painted with that brush to fight right now. Fucking Game and Watch.
Yeah, it felt like a smash assist trophy coming through.
Yeah, right.
Season character, but the way they presented it, I'm like, this is great.
And then also the violent death too. The fact that he got sliced in half.
Just super violent. Nothing else is like it in the whole movie. Just we chose
it's the funny thing was that like that happened and like I was I laughed when just like the devastation from his attack followed by like his brutal death. But like the theater was like so quiet because I think the kids were just like, oh my God.
Yeah, dude.
Got cut in half.
Yeah, there's this one moment that I was like, I'm sitting there giggling and I'm just literally looking around. I'm like, oh, the kids are quiet. I'm pretty sure they're scared shitless right now, and I think this is fucking hilarious. I'm like, I'm the only one laughing in the whole theater audibly, so I'm the one that looks like the fucking weirdo right now. You like that death, don't you? I'm like, yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
I do want to double down on a prediction for the third movie. When we found out this was going to be called the Mario Galaxy movie, we talked about some of the thoughts and predictions that we might see in this movie, and I predicted that the third movie, that Bowser's going to be the villain in the Mario Galaxy movie, but that the third movie, the main villains will be Wario and Waluigi, and there's going to be a deal with the devil storyline where Mario and Luigi have to team up with Bowser to stop Wario and Luigi. And I'm doubling down on that prediction. That's what I think is going to happen.
I got a prediction. So there's an unresolved storyline in this movie involving a certain character, the really great voice actor. Talk about Wart. Wart wants to get his revenge, right? And he's calling Bowser and Bowser Jr., but they don't answer. And then at the end, In the very, very final scene, Daisy shows up in the same town that Wart's in. Something there. There's something there. Wart won't be alone.
Sure.
There's going to be someone with him, whether it's Wario or there'll be something. There'll be somebody with him. And I do think that team up with Bowser could play a role in trying to defeat all of that that's going on. I do think that we may even have Bowser Jr. involved with that team up. I have no clue. At this point, I don't know how you separate dad and son now.
Maybe Wart.
Let's just be honest. You touch them on the nose, they vanish somewhere else. That's how.
Maybe Wart. Maybe Wart is the one who
kidnaps Bowser
tracks
Jr.
down. No, I was gonna say tracks down Wario and Waluigi or creates clones. You know, they're like clones gone wrong.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, and it would be interesting too, because this is how you also could do the team up. You could have like Bowser Jr. get kidnapped by him and somebody from Mario's side as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're both just pissed. They're like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
You save our people. This might be already be more story than there'll ever be in that third movie. So probably should stop there. But I do think there's something with the war. Obviously, there is something with the Daisy for sure. It's in the final scene. Obviously, I was waiting for her to talk because I'm like, oh, you never gave us a voice actor for this. Oh, you don't actually talk yet. Okay. Okay. But they're saving that for the next movie. That's obviously going to be a character featured in the next movie. And you assume will be the one that Luigi is swooning over.
Well,
based on fan lore over the years.
Did you guys here's one bullet point I put down that I feel like is gonna tie into that. So when Luigi's talking to Mario and he's like, yo, you need to ask the princess out. And then ask her if she has a sister for me.
A friend for me.
A friend for me.
And I'm thinking
Rosalina.
Yeah.
No, friend. I'm thinking
Daisy.
Yeah.
We go that because I mean that's the official
Yeah.
lore. So I'm like, so they're gonna get together in the next movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why she's there at the end.
Yeah. You totally
But how
got
do
that.
they know each other? How does Princess know Daisy? I guess because she's a princess of that kingdom, and that's how that's all gonna tie in.
Yeah. And guys, I think Wart's playing a role. I don't think we've seen, like, here's the thing, the gates have been opened out of Galaxy stuff, so I don't think we've seen the end of Galaxy stuff, guys. Like, the next movie might not use Galaxy in the name, but like some of the concepts could still be around.
The gateway, what's it called? The Gateway Galaxy? Is that what it's called? The Gateway Galaxy is now a official multiverse hub.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Like it's basically they have a multiverse hub now established in the Mario universe because the Gateway Galaxy leads to different universes and galaxies.
Yep. So it'll be interesting. Really, really, really happy with this movie, guys. I don't like even when you guys like bring up cons, and I'm like, I just don't care. I just don't care. This movie's so good.
I didn't have any cons.
I rarely leave the movie theater and want to immediately rewatch the movie, and that's what happened today.
Yeah.
There was one thing that I thought they missed an opportunity on, and when they come back and the castle's gone, I was really hoping that they would say that the castle was with another princess.
Yeah,
that would have been great.
I know. I thought that was gonna happen too, actually.
All right.
Oh, and then one last thing. How about that freaking goddamn demented Luna? Oh my god, the mid-roll credit.
So good, yeah.
Oh, that was a really great scene.
I love that Luna. Just so freaking.
Yeah.
That was the scene.
Dark.
That was the scene I was laughing at. But the kids in the
right?
theater were
I was
like
laughing my ass off too. Yeah.
like jaws to the floor, and I'm like, then I realized I'm like, okay, for a little kid, that was probably pretty fucking dark.
That Luma is getting crazy, and I freaking love
that
it.
Luma. That Luma's MVP. I love that.
Yeah.
Favorite character. She said so. I forget how she said it, but she was like, "Your flesh will be turned to dust. And you'll experience death." Fucking
it was morbid. I liked it.
the clanking of the whatchamacallit, the tonfas or whatever, the baton.
Yeah, the baton on the thing. Yeah. I'm surprised that they kind of hinted at a mid-roll scene in it with some of the trailers. You know, because we had seen that Luma just briefly in one of the trailers, and it's like, wow, they actually hinted at a mid-roll. That's awesome.
Well, they know that that's a fan favorite
Yeah.
character that basically had like 2 lines in the entire last movie. Don't matter. Everyone
matter. It
remembers
was
those
freaking
lines.
awesome.
Well, not only that, it's crazy. I don't know about your guys' movie theater experience, but when I went into mine, my theater had a ton of Yoshi buckets. I was very surprised. They must have had like 20 of them available, but they had sold out within the first few days of the Luma buckets. 0. I asked, I was like, hey, you guys got the Luma buckets? They're like, oh, those were gone instantly. Gone. So I don't know. I don't know how it is. Obviously, Nate, it looks like Yoshi wasn't available at your theater. I don't know if the Luma ones were, but I just thought it was interesting that they had so much Yoshi. And I even told her, I was like, I'm surprised the Yoshi didn't go first. She's like, yeah, it was weird. For whatever reason, the Luma ones are just insanely popular.
They're cute.
Yeah, our theater
they light up too.
Literally,
Yeah.
we had literally nothing at all.
And the crazy part is that our theater went all out for the SpongeBob stuff, but not for this.
Did they, like, when you say they didn't have any, do you mean they like barely got any in stock and they sold out instantly, or they just even get it?
They didn't even get it.
They didn't get anything. Nothing.
That's really dumb.
Uh-huh.
Man, I'm gonna take my kids again over the weekend. If there's a bucket, I'll get you guys a bucket. If you want.
I was not happy.
Yeah. I already knew. I knew that.
Yeah.
I knew it beforehand.
And you told me beforehand, but I kept hoping. I'm like, well, maybe they'll have the soda cups or something.
No, nothing. I told you nothing. I told you nothing. Was
yeah, well, let me have hopium.
Yeah, I know. I kind of gotten to know one of the managers, and
yeah, I know.
They told me, and I was like, fuck.
It better not be that way for Zelda.
Yeah, right.
Or I'm fucking. You know what, Stash? Your birthday is that day, right? I'm just gonna fly out and watch it with you.
Right?
Yeah.
Your theater will have the good shit. Fuck.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like this is different.
I didn't even need to.
Mario, guys. I love Mario, but Zelda's different for me, guys.
I was surprised. I gotta be honest, unless like, and I apologize, your guys didn't have any. I don't know how it was for you today, Stash. If they had any buckets at your theater still, I was really surprised.
It was weird. So I went to the one. Went there first and then went to the gym because I didn't want to be late. They opened at 11:40. I got there at like 12:10, and they said we had so many, and they were estimating they'd be sold out by no later than 1. So within 45 minutes. I was like, oh, great, I got one. And then I go to my theater to go see it, at 4:15. We walk in, see Yoshi there. So I could have got it at my theater is my point.
Yeah. It's just crazy because like if you guys saw I don't know if you guys saw that the headlines, they were right around shortly before the podcast started. Breaking records opening day, opening Wednesday. Even more I think the original movie was 31 million.
Yep.
It did.
Yeah.
This one's at 34, 35.
Yep.
And it's like the biggest
38.
The biggest went April.
This was 35 to 38.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's gnarly to me that there was buckets available. I don't know if they just did insane stock for a lot of theaters, excluding Prime's theater and Eric's theater. Because
for our theater owns all the theaters around us.
Pretty much.
So one doesn't have it, none of them do.
The thing that's weird is I saw the movie. I went to see opening night Alien Romulus with my daughter. And that was the first time I was interested in a popcorn bucket. They had the xenomorph head. It was really cool looking, and it had like the little mouth that would come out. And I was like, oh, maybe I'll get my first popcorn bucket. And when I asked if they had any available, they told me they sold out a month ago. So I don't know if that's just like lower inventory.
Could be.
Or what it is, but just based off of the numbers that Mario's doing and how busy the theater was, like I'm surprised they had any.
Well, they might not have any anymore.
Sorry, just to bring this up real quick. speaking of popcorn buckets, apparently for the Michael Jackson movie, one of the popcorn buckets is his hat. The hat, and just you put the popcorn in the hat.
I've seen that.
It's freaking awesome. Whoever thought of that was freaking genius. It's a great. It's like perfect. It's a bowl. Sorry, I had to bring that up.
All right.
Awesome.
All right. I still like the Now You See Me Now You Don't one where the vanishes the
the
popcorn.
vanishing popcorn. Yeah,
I know how it works, but it's still pretty cool,
Right.
and like it fools people every time.
Yep.
Okay. Anyways, all right, guys, we got a couple more of these super
As you
chats,
say,
and we get the hell out of here. Winter Man says that Rosalina Peach Twist made my jaw drop.
I had seen that Miyamoto and the director of Galaxy were trying to discuss when they were making Galaxy the relationship of it, but they couldn't ever settle on anything. So like, let's just throw out this movie now. So that was just one thing that I happened to see today too. That I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah. So it was a little interesting because the Rosalina Peach Twist, for a while, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, for a little bit before it was just said out loud, thought for a second that Rosalina was actually Peach's mom.
Or vice versa. Yeah.
Because it really felt like a motherly role with the original, like once you started realizing that there's a relation with them that goes back before they just said out loud sister.
Mhm.
Yeah, because there was a flashback when they both were kids,
Mhm.
and that's where the word sister came out. I was like, oh, okay, so you were sisters, not mom and daughter. But before that, I kept thinking, Rosalina's her mom, isn't it?
I think it fits with the older sister.
Yeah, I think it works.
Obviously.
I think it works too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's been fan debates about Rosalina and Peach for forever.
Yeah.
Forever, dude. I don't know about you guys, but like I didn't go into this movie expecting to get an answer to that. So for me, I'm like, this is so cool. What a revelation.
Yeah. I mean, it solidifies that it's now lore, guys. So I love it.
Yeah, that did it for me, like for the story aspect of the movie. Like,
or they
came away with something new.
They could completely ignore this lore in the next game, and now Rosalina is Peach's cousin's second baby.
Yeah, right. Freaking A. Sorry, one more thing that I loved too was the freaking Mario Wonder power-ups. They're like, oh, that was interesting.
That was so funny.
It's like, wait, what the hell is it? What?
Sorry, what was it, Yoshi? That was just the balloon, and just barely moving, doing fucking nothing. Anyways, the Polito Dojo says I actually enjoyed the Mario Galaxy movie more than the first one. Well, there you go. Yeah, I think for me the first one had a slightly better story, and I'll just say obviously the spectacle. It's hard to beat the first time. But God, there's so much good shit in Galaxy movie. There's so much good. I mean, Fox McCloud alone, even though I knew it was coming, guys, it was even better than I thought was going to happen. Like Bird was talking about how he's like, oh, he's in the movie more than I thought, and all I wanted him, it was even more.
That's true.
I did too.
Like I should be thankful for what I got because it was more than I expected, but it wasn't enough because I enjoyed it so much.
And that's what I'm saying. It was so enjoyable that I'm like, oh man, I love this.
I got to read this tweet to you guys. Devolver Digital.
Oh God! Oh God!
Let's go.
This is good.
I love these guys.
Okay, they said first off, they posted a screenshot of the Times of their review of Dark Souls, and they said, not sure how they got early Dark Souls review code, but this seems like a bit much. They said this, okay? Dark Souls is torturous to sit through, and for me, provoked periods of actual physical discomfort. I had to stab myself repeatedly in the hand with a pen to distract from the howling distress. It's that bad and that offensive. This is for Dark Souls. Devolver Digital posted this. They're like, why is anyone taking these people serious?
To completely repeat. It just
I think ATB.
It might be AI. Is it written by AI? Is that what's happening?
I think ATB posted because I think the Times is where he's at in the UK.
Mhm.
Attack the Backlog was like, dude, these people are total trash. They've always been trash from as many years back. They've always been a trash publication, and he said they're total donkeys.
Total donkeys.
Yeah, he has the word he used. A nice way of calling them jackasses. But I read that earlier. I'm like, that's funny. And they are from the UK.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
So he was not interested in claiming them.
By the way, the stab that I was looking before, dude, it's the exact same set, word for word across multiple reviews. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
It is very weird.
Like, I get it. Obviously, for this author, it's just like a thing you do. That obviously doesn't mean you did it literally, and your audience just waits for you to say it or some shit. I don't fucking know, but it's in like every other fucking review you write.
The reviews have no substance whatsoever. They talk nothing about the movie. It's literally just like 6-paragraph rant and then a score. There's nothing to it. It's weird.
I wonder if it's all AI.
Yeah, maybe.
That would explain why there's nothing, because AI wouldn't have seen the movie yet.
It's hard to say though, because ATV said they've been around forever and that they've always been trash, like going back years.
Hmm.
So like this seems like a normal occurrence.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Guys, in the audience brings this up. It would be neat sometime to try to get probably for our sake, like a professional video game reviewer from like an actual outlet to come on. Because I think it could be an interesting conversation just to talk about the review process there compared to say how Stash does it as an independent. And just kind of have a general conversation about that kind of thing. I think because one that also lets them be able to answer some of the critiques that we have of their stuff at times, and actually see if they're willing to say anything about it or not. They might not, because they're representing an outlet as well, so they might just have to go mums the word on lots of stuff. But I think that would be a very interesting thing to do. So guys, I'm friendly with a lot of journalists out there, so I could probably find someone. Probably someone that'd be willing to come on and talk about it. I'm just trying to think, like, how big would the outlet have to be for people to take the conversation seriously? Because if it's just a smaller independent outlet, well, that could just be like us. They're not going to gain any extra. Like, you guys probably want that insight from the big industry that we sometimes make fun of for the reviews. Yeah. I wonder if I can get anyone from IGN. Trying to think if I could pull that one off. Who I know over there. I don't know. Just a food for thought. Sorry, just thinking live on what would this be a really fucking cool thing to do. All right.
That would be interesting.
And then Polito Dojo did say it was the Super Metroid ship design. So please let the Super Metroid remake rumor be true. Mm-hmm. There you go. There you go. Yeah.
I can't wait to rewatch it at home.
Yeah, when was that? Because I'm actually gonna be taking my kids to the theater to see the movie. When are they saying that scene was where we see Samus's ship, so I can keep an eye out?
Isn't that right after the cantina?
I don't know. I think it was right before.
It's right before.
Right before Fox was showing.
Got it.
I think from what I'm understanding.
Yeah,
I missed it. But
it's in the same scene as the Pikmin.
Got it.
Yep. Yeah, so that's because that's what I thought I saw, but I was like, I guess second look, but I can't rewind.
Rewind.
Of course, I try to never do that the first time through a movie. I always gotta let it go. Okay. Well, that's going to do it then for our topics. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and get the hell out of here. First off, shout out to Ticks and Leeches, who was here earlier. Thank you so much, man. It took you a while to get on the show, but hey, you got on. Look at that. Then I guess we'll just go to the Spice Lord.
Yeah, you can find me here, our audio, and on the Clips channel.
All right. Then we go over to the founder of the Nintenbyte Podcast, Gamebird Classic.
How we doing, people? You guys know where to find me. Gamebird Classic here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. Stay tuned. Got a few special vids. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. I say it every week, but seriously, stay tuned.
Jesus Christ.
For the love of God, please stay tuned.
Please stay tuned. All right, then we got to go over to ThunderStash Gaming, who I will note on this show at least is the only other person that wore Mario stuff for the Mario movie day. What are we doing?
Hey, I wore a Nintenbyte.
Say it. Official merch, baby, over here. Gotta love the Nintendo Power shout out though.
I got my bucket in the background. That counts for something.
Felt appropriate.
Yeah, I
My
couldn't get
warp pipe pen holder.
You have the warp pipe pen holder.
It's nice. All right, so what I got going on, let's see. First off, since last saw you guys, I put out a lot of reviews.
Yeah, you did. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's been nonstop. So Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection on Switch. I did put out my Mario Galaxy movie Happy Meal review.
Yeah.
The Midnight Walk for Switch 2. Kana, Bridge of Spirits for Switch 2. Tomb Water for Steam. This game is so badass. It's like, it's literally how I titled it. Bloodborne meets the Old West. It's like Bloodborne, Zelda, and the Wild West. I've been looking forward to this game since I think it was 2020. Finally came out. I think it's 19. It's 20% off for the launch.
Okay.
Awesome game though. Super Meat Boy 3D on Switch 2, and then Little Nemo. Dude, I had such a good time with that game. Obviously, I love the demo, but as the game, like when you play the full game,
yep,
I'm just like, holy shit! Like this game goes deep. Like has way more depth than I thought, and I had already enjoyed what I played in the demo when I previewed it a few months back, however long ago it was, but I just didn't expect it to go as deep and be that polished for an indie studio's first game ever. Also, I'm like, fuck, this game's really good. This is one of those games where if it releases on, or not if, but when it releases on Switch, if they do a physical, I'll get it. And I would do the same for Tomb Water when that comes to Switch, because that's coming later this year. I confirmed with the developer. Those are two games I'd buy physically because they're just so awesome. Tomb Water is super unique. So yeah, lots of reviews. I think this is the most reviews I've put out in 1 month. And then what I got coming up, I have a review coming out tomorrow. I got to work on it tomorrow. Oh, geez. So many. It's got a review code for Grime 2. Metroidvania. Chain Staff, I have a review code for. Which is coming out on the 8th. And then, the games that are coming up are replaced. Like another game, Gamebird, you've been waiting forever. We both have for like several years. But that, Mouse PI for Hire. Definitely reviewing Pragmata, getting an early review code for that. Let's switch to Jay and Silent Bob, Chronic Blunt Punch, coming out on 420.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Totally reviewing that. And I did confirm with, yeah, no doubt. I confirmed with Lily Mo Games as well, which, it's Collins company,
Mhm.
Moriarty. We'll be reviewing Saint Slayer, which it looks like Castlevania, obviously, but a modern one. Very excited for that. And then He-Man's coming out. I just got a code for Mullet Mad Jack. I don't know if you guys saw the preview for that. It's a first-person shooter that's like 80s and 90s inspired on Switch. That's coming out at the end of the month. There's a lot coming out, dude. And then what's going on with Control? Did you guys see the Control account posted today?
No.
They posted something that just said like release date ... And there was like a little bowl on a table with like 4 things in it.
Oh, weird. No, I'm gonna check.
And that was it. And it, so it's like it's April Fool's Day. What can you take serious today? But at the same time, it's the official account. They're trying to give us a clue. Obviously, okay, there's 4 things in there. Is it the 4th month? Or are we counting the whole 2? Now there's 5 things. Is it coming out in May? What are we talking about here? So at any rate, my point is Control, it seems like, is coming soon. And it's like Mina. Again, like I said, I just named off a ton of games for April. Where's Mina falling into all this between April and May? You know what I'm saying? Like, how's this going to go down? I'm just trying to plan my life accordingly. It's going to get really hectic again. And the end of April, from 4:20 to 4:30, there's actually, let me say this, from 4:20 to May 1st, there's 12 games. And like this month, from March 20th to the 31st, I did 11 reviews. Now, obviously, some of these games I was playing earlier in the month because I got early codes, but it's just like, dude, the end of the month grind was real this month. Like, I didn't go to bed when I was playing Nemo. Michaela was getting up for work to get ready. I was still up.
Damn, man.
It was 5. I went to bed at like, I saw her out at 6 a.m. and I was like, all right, I'm going to bed. Like, I stayed true to it with little Nemo. I literally got no sleep. Yeah, so it was a rough month. Good, but rough. So that's what I'm up to, guys.
No fucking way. All right, guys. I'm Nintendo Prime. I, do news videos, talk about rumors, leaks, news, all that great stuff. Have a couple stories sort of lined up for tomorrow's video, but still some more research to do on a couple of those. And yeah, you can find me right here at the podcast every single Wednesday at 8 p.m. Central on my channel, on Gamebird's channel, on ThunderStash's channel, on the Clips channel, where you can also go check out the Clips channel if you just want to see each individual topic as its own individual upload. No matter how long or short it was, you can get it right there, especially because sometimes it's hard to jump around on this show. A tip to people, by the way, who are watching right now that want to go back and watch bits earlier, you can still come to this episode. We have a certain person that goes down below in the comment section and drops timestamps every single week. So give it like a day and they'll be there. That's it. Shout out to them, by the way. I never asked them to do it. They just Raven just started doing it on their own a long time ago, and now they just do it every week. And I try to pin it whenever I see it. So that aside, guys, you can go listen to our podcast everywhere a podcast can be listened to. We're on every single platform as far as I can tell. And that being said,
review it.
Yeah, review it. That'd be cool too. More reviews, please. All right.
Charlie's the Bone King.
Yes, he is.
There you go.
I don't know if he's trying to make a joke or what. It's kind of weird.
Well, Charlie, that is how this show's ending. Congratulations, bud. Oh fuck.